Cage 37. Wayne Wightman. Wayne Wightman has contributed a dozen stories to F and SF over the last 6 years. He is one of our most reliable writers in the sense that he is always entertaining without repeating himself. A Wightman story can be relentlessly grim or totally light-hearted. Here is an example of the latter, a fast and funny tale about a high school science project that begins in a haunted house and ends up in some very odd places indeed. I tried to ignore the screaming while Ray, the class skinhead, sliced open another rat and snipped out its cherry-sized heart before it stopped beating. This was his end-of-the-year science project to demonstrate how the Aztecs did surgery, and Mr. Boren Zick, our fundamentalist subhead teacher, stood beside him and nodded his approval. Zick was about 35, but he looked like a worn-out 50, mealy-skinned, soft-bodied, and he smelled like a Salvation Army store. "Quickly, Ray, quickly now." As he studied Ray's mutilation and pushed his wire-rimmed glasses up his oily nose. Zick wore string ties and white shirts and usually had a fat red pimple somewhere on his face. Today it was on the side of his nose, and his glasses were always sliding over it. I imagined swarms of meat-eating bacteria churning around inside his pustule, eating him alive. Today he also had rat blood splatters across his pen-filled pocket protector and the right side of his shirt. Skinhead Ray held up the rat's heart, and all over the room girls were shrieking and grabbing at their faces, all except for Andrea, Ray's frilly girlfriend. She sat next to me and leaned over and displayed her 6 amazing inches of tight-boobed cleavage on the tops of her tan nipples. Tits and blood and screaming. It was a complicated scene. I had heard that being a teenager was difficult, but it didn't seem to me that adults ever talked about going through stuff like this. "There it is," Ray said, holding the little heart up in front of his face. Ray was a sect leader of the Rude Shits, so he was probably used to doing this kind of thing. Rat blood streamed down through his fingerless gloves and under his inch-thick wristwatch cassette player bracelet. "I think it's still beating." He frowned and focused his narrow eyes on it. "Well," he shook it twice. "It was beating. It quit," he said accusatorily, and threw it hard into the porcelain sink where it hit with a wet thunk. "Must have been a bunch of sick rats," Zick said, snuffling and pushing his glasses up his nose and over his pimple. He grimaced a little. "Can I have another one, please?" Ray asked. He looked at me and grinned. "Maybe if I dinked it around a little, I could get a new slant on it." "I don't know," Zick said thoughtfully, scratching the oily cleft in his chin and then straightening the 2 strings of his tie. Blood smeared from the pen protector across to his buttons. "We have only 2 rats left." "Maybe I could use a different slope with the razor blade," he said, looking at me. Andrea was still leaning over, fiddling around with the pink shoebox she had under her desk and threatening to spill her boobs in my direction. Ray didn't notice, and he had become well known over the years for bopping anyone who even thought nude thoughts about his girlfriends. And Andrea inspired nude thoughts. Andrea inspired problems standing up at the end of class. I had known her and Ray since 5th grade, and they had always been the same, except Ray's fists and Andrea's boobs were all bigger now. "I think this is cruel," a girl whined from one of the front rows. "Ray's already got to kill 3 today, and I need one for my project." "This is science," Zick said stiffly, pushing up his wire-rimmed glasses and smearing rat blood on the side of his nose. "We were made the lords of our world. We can do anything we want with nature. 8th Psalm, Thou makest man master over all thy creatures. Thou hast put everything under his feet, all the wild beasts, the birds in the air, and the fish in the sea. Read it and weep, my tender-hearted friends." "Could I please use another rat?" Ray said politely. "Certainly," Zick said. Then he glanced at his wristwatch and shook his head. "Well, I don't know if we have time to kill another one today, Ray. And we need to save one for Cindy." "I bet I could do better on a cat," Ray said. "I need something bigger. Maybe it wouldn't get so gooked up when I slice it open." He glanced at me again, while Andrea swung her chest and made a soft, kissing noise at me. "A cat, Zick turned to the class and pushed his glasses up his nose. Anyone have a cat they want to donate? I bet Dell does, Ray said. He's got a whole house full of the things. Zick looked at me. Dell? Do you have a cat you don't need? No, I said. I don't. I knew I was going to get in trouble, and I wanted to go to college in the fall with a nice-looking transcript, but the idea of Ray killing more animals was something I figured even a teenager shouldn't have to put up with. I don't have any cats I don't need, I said, and if Ray kills another animal, I'm going to report what's been going on in this class to the SPCA. My throat tightened up, and I barely squeaked out the last word. Ray feigned shock, and Mr. Zick smiled. Ah, he said. So we have here an animal rights fanatic. I see. A defender of dumb animals. Do you think animals have souls, Dell? Don't you believe what it says in Psalms? Are you an atheist? Behind his back, Ray made his eyebrows dance as he jammed an index finger in and out of his other fist. Do you think the lives of dumb animals are more important than human knowledge, Dell? Do you think pussycats have human emotions, Mr. Honorless student? I don't think animals should be killed for fun. Andrea whispered to me, You can kill mine for fun any time. She had her big purse and her pink shoebox up on her desk now. If I promise not to enjoy it, Ray said, can I open up a couple of cats tomorrow, Mr. Zick? If the Aztecs did it, I know I can. Zick wasn't looking at him, and like a lizard, Ray flicked out his tongue a couple of times and grinned. Andrea whispered, You can open mine up any time, Dell. Zick ignored Ray and focused on me. It is in the nature of animals to kill each other. Our Lord gave us the same right. The greater eat the lesser, and in the world we are the greater. I ain't going to eat these rats, Ray yucked. The class laughed with him, but Zick kept staring at me. You objected to my presentation on the creation of the universe, Mr. Honor Student, and you insisted on believing in evolution, despite the overwhelming evidence I presented to the contrary. I think we have a failure in communication here. I just did book reports on some books I'd read, sir. Calling him sir made me want to gag, but if I got anything less than a C in the class, I'd have to retake it in college. Zick pushed his glasses up on his oily nose and grimaced as they bumped over his pimple. I felt a little weird being on the side of the bacteria, but today it seemed natural. He planted his hands on the work table and leaned forward. Light gleamed on his slick face, and the mutilated body lay soaked in blood in front of his belt buckle. You wrote those things to antagonize me, didn't you? You read those books just because they contradicted me. Maybe he just wanted to get another slant on it, Ray said. You could get me slanted any time, Andrea whispered, or standing up if you want. I was having a tough time concentrating on anything, and I had the feeling that Zick was about to unload on me. I felt like an adult who needed a drink. Class, he said, you all have the final project schedule I gave you last week, and Dell is scheduled for a week from Friday. Is that not so, Dell? I nodded. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see that Andrea had propped up her purse on her shoebox so Ray and Zick couldn't see, and had then slipped one of her hands under the breast nearest me. She was fondling herself. Why was she doing this to me? Ray would kill me if he saw her. You could do this, she breathed. Well, class, Zick said, the schedule has been changed. Dell, you're on this Friday. He smiled. 48 hours. Tell me, have you decided what you're going to do yet? I think you were a little unsure the last time I asked you. Actually, sir, I was still planning to do what I told you before. He smiled. Remind me. Well, sir, ever since I was in grammar school, I've heard this rumor about a house on Oak Street that's haunted. I thought I'd set up some equipment and do some observation and interview some people. A haunted house, Zick said, and nodded deeply. Discs of reflected light moved up and down his nose. Behind him, Ray was making more finger-in-the-fist gestures at me. It fits, Zick said. It all fits. You think animals have souls, you're an evolutionist, and now you're into Satanism. It all fits. I'm not really surprised. He gazed out the window toward the evergreens that lined the edge of the tennis courts. A lot of you so-called smart people, he said philosophically, idolize your intelligence. This leads you into paths of lies and untruths and those things that have no validity. I'm not a Satanist, sir. I could still peripherally see Andrea pinching the end of her boob, but I was losing interest. Zick was getting serious with me. He'd never climbed on me before with such delight, and I could end up taking extra units in college. He pushed up his glasses again and tilted his head back and looked down his nose at me. He grunted. You're... I said, and then shut my mouth. I tried to be sensible. The semester was only 2 weeks from ending, and with a few decent grades I could get into college without having to take a lot of low-level courses, and Zick was a subhead, which was a lot more of a problem for him than it was for me. So I thought I should pay more attention to Andrea's tender teenage tits than to Zick's paranoid accusations and just hope the bacteria won. I'm what? Zick asked. Nothing, sir. I'm a nothing? Is that what you think of me, Mr. Honor Student? Your teacher is a nothing? No, sir, I said, figuring I could eat a little shit to avoid an extra couple 100 hours of college work. I just wanted to get through and be left alone. I was going to say that you're assuming I'm a Satanist just because I'm curious about a haunted house. I'm not a Satanist. Ray was standing up there grinning and smearing blood from his mesh gloves onto his cheeks, and Zick was patiently shaking his head side to side like he was feeling sorry for me, and I heard myself saying, You think I'm a Satanist? I'm not the one slicing open animals and pulling their hearts out. You showed us how to do that. Why was I saying this? I had to be crazy, but my mouth kept talking. I wasn't the one to put mice in a decompression jar and make people watch their eyes pop out. Are you suggesting, Mr. Honor Student, that I, your instructor, Mr. Boren Zick, am in league with the evil one? He was grinning as he pushed up his glasses. His zit had turned a fiery red. All I want to do is my project, and not have to watch any more public mutilations of animals. You have until Friday, Zick said, and this project had better not have any Satanist overtones. Behind him, Ray was silently laughing and pointing at me and then wildly poking his finger into his fist. Andrea, Zick said, when will your project be ready? I can give my report tomorrow, Mr. Zick. Her shoulders went up and down when she spoke, and the front of her blouse strained tight. She glanced at me and smiled. The bell rang, and everyone leapt to their feet except me and Andrea. She leaned toward me and said in a whisper just loud enough for me to hear over the commotion of books and backpacks and clumping feet. That Ray is such an animal. He can do it to me any time. I can do it better than your little Oriental friend. She squeezed her purse and shoebox up under her boobs. Hormones made my ears ring. My nostrils probably flared. Well, she said, moving her shoulders and making everything above her waist wobble. If you've got the want, I've got the... She winked and flounced away. I hobbled out the door. After I bought a sandwich at the lunch counter, I met Fam out under one of the plum trees by the track. The sun was warm, and on the football field a dozen people were playing frisball. Yellow butterflies flittered across the grass. This seemed like real life. I knew that big things ate small things, and that sooner or later everything gets eaten, but Zick's idea that we were entitled to snuff life at will seemed like low-grade arrogance, and I was afraid of what he would let Ray do in class the next day. Fam sat down next to me and opened up a plastic box with her lunch in it, rice balls wrapped in black seaweed. She was small and slim, and her skin was as smooth as warm butter. Her black hair was clipped back behind her ears with yellow clips and hung to the middle of her back. When she talked, she spoke almost in a whisper. Her voice was mostly breath. She had been in the U.S. 2 years. During her escape on a boat with 40 other people, she had seen pirates shoot her brother in the back of the head and throw her mother overboard for screaming about it. She watched her mother slowly drown. Now she lived with her aunt. She offered me part of her lunch. Thanks, I said. I need to ask you a favor. Zick moved up the date of my project, and I have to have it done by Friday. Would your uncle mind if I came over this evening and set up some equipment?
I think that'd be fine, she said. He never go in that room anyway. How come you have to do Project Friday?
I told Zick I didn't like seeing animals killed in class. Ray was killing rats today. He was cutting out their hearts.
Cutting out their hearts? Why he does this?
He wanted to see if he could cut out a heart fast enough that it would keep beating.
How come?
Ray likes to do demonstrations that bother people.
Oh.
She seemed to understand now. She bit a rice ball in half.
He would like my country.
One time in 5th grade, he showed a friend how to hit somebody so it would hurt a lot. He used me as a part of the demonstration and then asked me which way hurt the most.
Ah?
He's a jerk. I wanted to change the subject. Do you think there are ghosts in your uncle's house? She shrugged her thin shoulders.
He thinks so. Last night, he called to say there was a mirror. A mirror. Did I say that right? A mirror in the closet.
My mom has a mirror in her closet.
But he'd not put it there. And he says it was a bad mirror. It did not show his face in it. He says it...
Well, hi, guys. It was Ray, with Andrea clinging to his side. She was all grins and squeezes, and she chewed her gum without closing her mouth. Hey, Del, want to be a member of the Rude Shits? We're doing a membership drive. Want to be a member and get some respect? All you got to do is kill a dog with your bare hands. The blood on his cheek had dried to a flaky brown. Andrea giggled and wiggled and popped her gum. The dog's got to be over 10 years and weigh less than 15 pounds, he said, and you're allowed to use a tire iron.
Oh, Ray,
Andrea said. And it has to be a gook dog. Want to be a member? We'll get you a white girlfriend, too.
He is a rectum,
Fam said to me in her soft, airy voice.
Is that what I mean?
Yes, that's what you mean. Andrea stopped chewing her gum. Watch your mouth, Slope, Ray said. I started to stand up, but Fam grabbed my arm and pulled me down. I was thinking about crushing his fucking skull.
Stay, she said to me. There are too many rectums in the world to clean all of them. I know. I've seen many big ones.
She grinned and made a loop with her arm. Andrea started chewing her gum again.
Come on, Ray.
I seen you looking at Andrea in class, Ray said to me. You remember what I done last year to that fat plug hole that grabbed her tits? You grabbed his tits back, didn't you?
Come on, Ray.
He looked at me, and I ate a rice ball.
Come on, Ray.
He started grinning, as though he had just thought of something clever. Yeah, babe. He reached behind her and squeezed one of her buns. Yeah, let's go. I'll be seeing you later, slope sucker. Andrea was all grins and squeezes, and she chewed her gum without closing her mouth. Without Ray's seeing, she raised her eyebrows twice at me.
See you later,
she said, and they walked away clinging to each other. I wish there were justice, I said.
Can't have justice, Fam said. Spend time wishing for nice weather. I heard Americans saying, best revenge is living well. Spend time living well. Can't be justice when rectums have legs. All Vietnamese saying.
With a smile, she offered me a second rice ball. I liked her. She had gone through 100 times what I ever would, and she was smiling. If there wasn't justice, maybe there was something else. Endurance, maybe. Or laughing. When could we go over to your uncle's?
Any time. You want to go there in afternoon or evening?
About 5? Can I meet you there? She started rolling her shoulders around like Andrea and said,
You can meet me anywhere, white boy.
I liked her. When I got home, my dad was sitting on the piano bench staring at the keyboard. My dad is an interesting person. He is an enigma, but he is an interesting enigma. He has a business card that reads, Vlado Vermicelli, troubleshooter. That isn't his real name, but since he was in the army as a teenager, he doesn't know exactly who he is or what he is. In fact, it's very hard to know what he does know. He thinks the army used him in some experiment that wiped out the boundary between his conscious and unconscious minds, so he says one name is as good as another. On some weekends, he goes over to San Francisco and does stand-up comedy in nightclubs under the name of Walter Roscoe. The rest of the time, he solves problems for people. Last week, Mr. Sammartini, owner of a local TV station, asked him if he could write a theme song for some program, and Dad had been working on that for several days now. When I came in the back door, it sounded like he was playing chopsticks very slowly, backwards. "Hi, Dad. How's it going?" He was sitting there in a denim jacket and white boxer shorts with his hair sticking out in 20 directions. He looked like a madman, but when your conscious and unconscious minds are right in there together, in the same place at the same time, I guess once in a while you forget about combing your hair or putting your pants on. "Anything turning out?" "I don't know," he said. He looked confused. "All I can figure out is that if you hit two keys that are next to each other, it sounds bad." "When does Mr. Sammartini want this theme song?" "Tomorrow. Boy, I don't know." He looked worried. He scratched under one of his arms. "A lot of keys here. Do you know why they made the black ones so small and put them up here where they're hard to reach?" "Beats me. I think they're called sharps and flats." "Strange," he said, staring at them. "Dad, my science teacher moved up the due date of my project. Have you been able to get that stuff you were telling me about?" "Stuff?" "The camera, recording thermometer and barometer, that stuff." "Oh, yeah." He hit a couple of keys down at the lower end. "I wonder who thought this thing up," he mumbled. "I called Mr. Sammartini, and he was very helpful. I got you a biostatic charge detector and a Kirlian photographic panel big enough to ride a bike through," he said. "And don't put your face in front of the open end of that tube gizmo. It's a net gun a guy at the zoo loaned him and that he loaned me." "A net gun?" "They use it on the baboons when they start to party." "Thanks, Dad." I thought of Ray. "I might be able to find a use for it." "Any time." He plunked a few times on the keyboard and shook his head. "Why did they put so many keys on this thing?" "What happens if you don't get the music done in time?" "Mr. Sammartini said I'd work better if I didn't know. I told him no sweat. I was sure I'd studied music." He shrugged and sighed. "This is really complicated," he mumbled. "Did I study music?" "If you did, it was before my time. Good luck, Dad. Is Mom home yet?" "She's in the bedroom." I went down the hall and looked in. She was sleeping on top of the bed in her clothes. They were trying something new at the hospital where she worked, rotating the shifts in ways no one could understand under the pretext of trying to see if they could get more work out of people. Mom had worked 18 hours straight. She was an emergency room nurse, and with the new scheduling, she was irritable, crabby, and withdrawn, and that wasn't like her. Mom was usually really nice. I liked her. I went back down to where my dad was. He was slowly experimenting with hitting 3 keys at a time. It sounded bad. "Mom doesn't look so good, does she?" "Nope." He made his hands like claws and dramatically hit a random bunch of keys. "That doesn't work either," he mumbled. "You may have noticed that she didn't take her uniform off before going to sleep." "Yeah." "She has to go back to work in an hour." "Why doesn't she quit?" "She's trying to wait them out." He looked up from the keyboard. "Son, what are you going to do with all that stuff?" "Fam's uncle thinks his closet is haunted." "You're looking for ghosts?" "Who knows? Maybe just rats." He seemed to be thinking very hard. "Well, either way, if you see Richard Nixon, ask him how much he got paid for arranging Pearl Harbor." Then he started playing chopsticks backwards again, but I could see a little of his Walter Roscoe grin showing. My dad. I got all the stuff wedged into the trunk and back seat and was on my way over to Fam's Uncle Heng when I noticed there was a car following me. It wasn't being subtle either. Whoever it was right on my tail. But I couldn't see much because the Kirlian panel and the biostatic charge detector blocked most of my view. At a stop sign, I felt a jolt as the other car's bumper hit mine. I stuck my head out the window and looked back, and there she was. Andrea, her head out the car window, waving and yelling at me. "Pull over! I have to tell you something. Pull over." So I did. When she got in the front seat with me, hugging her purse and ever-present shoebox to her body, I said, "Look, I have only a minute. I have to set up all this stuff right away, or Zick's going to ream my transcript." "Oh, that nasty man." Andrea had on white shorts that looked like they had been glued to her, and her tank top was so stretched out at her armpits that I could see that she had a pencil eraser-sized mole on the side of her left breast. I started to get that graspy feeling in my chest. She put her big purse in the seat between us and held her shoebox on her beautiful knees. "I know you're kind of stuck on that fam refugee person, but Del—" She rolled her shoulders, and her mole moved in little jiggling circles. "Del, I can offer you things she can't. Big things. You don't know what you're missing." "True, I don't," I said. My heart felt like it was sucking air. I had some pictures under my mattress of women who looked like Andrea, but I'd also seen Ray bang on guys who had done less than I already had. "Ray wouldn't like this," I said, but I was already asking myself just how much getting hit a few times would hurt. "Ray's a pinhead," she cooed, leaning toward me. Her tank top opened up, and so did my mouth. I could feel my heartbeat in my eyeballs. "I like guys who can think with something besides their privates. Just answer me one question." She leaned forward even more. I could see nipple. It was pale brown. I could see nipple. Oh, God. "Just tell me this," she said. She took my left hand and turned it palm up and pressed it against her hanging boob. "Just tell me what that feels like. In your own words, just tell me what it's like." "Soft. It feels soft." "Tell me more," she purred. "Warm," I said, choking up. Did adults do things like this? Did they risk death out of lust? She put the shoebox on the dashboard and hooked her fingers over the upper edge of her tank top and pulled it all the way down, and then let it snap back up under her breasts. She rolled her shoulders, and everything moved. Even in me, everything moved. "Now," she said softly, "tell me what they look like." All I could think was, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you." I was an animal. "You look funny," Fam said. It was 5:20, and she met me in Hang's dirt and cement chunk driveway. When I got out of the car, my legs were still rubbery. "You okay?" "Somebody ran into my back bumper at a stop sign," I said. "It rattled me a little." I was looking at Fam, but all I could see was Andrea's chest, Andrea's and those swooping curves, and that white skin and those brown circles, and "You look real nervous." It was pretty scary. I went around to the trunk and put the key in the lock. I wasn't much for symbolic things, but when that key slid in, my knees buckled and banged into the bumper. I was still a virgin, but I was a virgin with a dream. "What is all that stuff in back seat?" "The two silver panels can tell if there's an electrical field between them that's caused by a living organism, and the square thing that looks like a door will take a picture of it. Here." I handed her the recording barometer and thermometer out of the trunk. She took them and said with a nod toward me, "Pants unzipped." I probably jumped like I had been stabbed. I turned my back and pulled the zipper up. It had been only halfway down. "You very nervous," Fam said as she went toward the front door. The zipper wasn't Andrea's fault. Not directly, anyway. Mere man-made materials were not meant to take such stress. Hang's place was basically a dump that he had scraped and shoveled out and then moved into. The neighborhood was a mixture of white trash, brown trash, black trash, blighted trees, yellow lawns, dusty streets, and Hang. In Vietnam, he had been the manager of a bicycle factory. He didn't look like he had moved since I had been to his house the one time before. He sat rocking in a scabbed-up old rocking chair in the corner of the living room. He looked 70 or 80, but Fam said he was 61. He was always smiling very hard, with his narrow eyes squinched up into thin slits and his face furrowed with dark wrinkles. "Hello, Mr. Hang," I said, smiling and bowing a little. I didn't know exactly what to do, but it seemed to be the right thing. "Yes," Hang said, nodding and rocking at the same time. "Thank you. I wanted to thank you for letting me come in your house and set up this equipment." I gestured a little with the barometer I was holding. "Thank you," Hang said, still nodding. "Hello." "He likes you," she said, leading me into the back room where the allegedly haunted closet was. I nodded again at Hang and followed her. "He likes me? Why?" "You treat him like he not crazy." In truth, it crossed my mind. "Oh, Uncle Hang very crazy. He very bad zerked out. But you treat him okay." The back room was about 12 by 12 feet, and empty except for the closet that had been built into the corner and stuck out into the room. The closet was about 3 feet square, hardly big enough to have the reputation it had. The walls of the room had been painted brown and green and black at different times, wallpapered with a yellow vine pattern, and then apparently scraped down with a steel garden rake. The window had been broken out and then boarded up with a sheet of plywood, and the only light was a clear bulb in the overhead socket. The air smelled like old, damp wallpaper glue. It was the kind of room where Andrea could strip naked, and all I'd want to do would be leave. Well, maybe not, but it would be a tough decision. I turned the cracked glass doorknob on the closet and pulled it open. Empty. Just more dead air and a few lint balls in the corners. It didn't look haunted. On one of the inside walls, someone had written in orange crayon, "Jose loves Laurel Poontang." Maybe this was all a big mistake. Zick was going to enjoy hosing me over on this one. We hauled in all the stuff, and every time I passed through the living room, Hang would be rocking and smiling, and I would smile back, and he would say, "Yes, thank you very much, okay." By the time I'd hooked up everything like the directions said, it was a little after 8, and the room was cluttered with power lines layered across the floor, chairs that Hang had dragged in to put some of the stuff on, and the Curlian screen looked really impressive. I set it up right in front of the closet. It was an aluminum-framed rectangle shaped like a door, and on its inside edges were what looked like steel comb teeth. A coil table connected it to a little printer that simultaneously charted out horizontal and vertical fluctuations in the patterns it picked up. Fam had gone out and got a pizza, and when we finished, we sat against one of the few vacant spots against a wall and ate and admired the setup. It was very serious looking, even if we ended up recording only a few rats. Hang even got up and shuffled over and looked at it. He said something to Fam in Vietnamese and went back to his rocking chair. "He say bad mirror show up at 9 o'clock, she said between bites, and he say he do not want any pizza. He call it blood pie because it have meat on it." 9 o'clock? How does he know? Fam shrugged. "Maybe every night the same." "You said Uncle Heng was crazy." "Oh, yes, very bad." "Has he always been like that?" "Oh, no. Communists bury him alive and then dig him up 5 times. It make him zerked out." I had stopped chewing. 5 times they buried him alive? Better than bury him dead. She bit into her third piece. "Well," I said, "at least he smiles a lot." "Oh, he not smiling," she said to me. "That like this." She clenched her teeth and drew back her lips. "What you call that?" "A grimace." "That what he do. At first I call him Happy Uncle Heng, but I found out the sadder he got, the more he look like he smile. He not very happy since last time they bury him." Jesus. We heard the front screen door slam and heavy footsteps clumping across the empty living room. Ray stuck his head through the door. "Hi, guys," he said with a grin. Ray sauntered in, holding a pillowcase in one hand. Inside it, an animal thrashed around. "Cat," Ray said. "Probably a gook cat. Pretty frisky. Bet he's got a good heart." He looked around the room and pursed his lips. "Ooh, look at all the high puke equipment you got in here. Looks like there's some torrid upchuck about to squirt down." He ran his fingers along the toothed inner edge of the Curlian detector. "Hey, Flem boy, Your wacko old man steal this stuff for you?" Ray stepped back and swung the cat at the frame. It hit it with a thump, and the cat yowled, and the frame crashed into the recording barometer. "God damn it, Ray," I yelled, grabbing for the frame and missing it. "Oh, darn," Ray said. "That stupid cat busted something." He held up the pillowcase with one hand and drew back his other fist. On the pillowcase there was a small spot of blood. "Kitty needs to be punished." "I give you $5 for the cat," Fam said calmly. Ray looked at her in mock surprise. He nodded his head at the pizza box. "Didn't you get enough to eat?" $5, Fam said. She reached in her pocket and pulled out a metal clip with some ones in it. "Here. $5 for the cat." "Willikers," Ray said, lifting his eyebrows and bugging his eyes. "The football team must be paying in quarters these days." I swung at him, and he swung the cat at me, and we both missed each other, but the cat hit one of the biostatic charge detector panels, and the panel clanged and broke against the wall. When I looked back at Ray, he had his knife in one hand and the pillowcase in the other. The knife was spade-shaped, not more than 6 inches long, but it was an inch wide, and it gleamed under the clear light bulb. "Now," he said to Fam, "I'll give you the cat for $5 and a piece of ass right now. Dell, you have to watch. And if I don't see some dink tit before I count to 5, I do some Aztec surgery in the here and now." He teased the knife point around the lumps in the pillowcase. The cat moved feebly now. It made a small squeak when Ray poked it with the knife. 1, 2, he said quickly. Fam looked at me, and I looked at her, and then her eyes went very large and very round, and she pointed at the closet. Ray saw it too, and he turned to face it, but he still held the knife up to the cat. Inside the closet, filling it up completely, was a thing that looked like a silver bubble, like a mirror, only it was curved, and inside it, behind the distorted reflection of the room, we could see vague, dark shapes moving slowly back and forth. The bubble bulged out and contracted, and then bulged out again, as though it were breathing. "What is this?" Ray demanded. His voice was a little unsteady. "Is this some scab-ass trick your wacko old man came up with? What is this? What the vuck is this?" He backed up, and when the thing bulged out into the room again, he gave the cat a short swing and threw it at the bubble. It vanished inside the bubble's surface without a sound. And just like an auto teller giving a receipt, the instant the last corner of the pillowcase disappeared, a small slip of paper popped out of the bubble and fluttered down to the cruddy floor. Ray looked at us, and we looked at each other, and on the piece of paper we could all read the neat block letters printed on the front side. C-A-T. "Neat trick," Ray said with a grin. "I bet if I shove the gook in, I'll get a piece of paper back that says T-W-A-T. He grabbed her, and I grabbed the net gun. It was a tube about the size of my forearm and looked scary. I was thinking of netting them both and then kicking Ray in the head 5 or 6 times. I was starting to feel the need to get some relief. "What's that?" Ray barked suspiciously, holding Fam with her back to him, one hand on her neck and the other clamped on her wrist. "It's a net gun, Ray. They use it on baboons. It won't hurt either of you, but I will." The mirror bubble bloated a foot out of the closet door. Ray eyed it carefully and then gave Fam a shove away from him. "Here," he said. "You can have back your slope." He was moving sideways toward the door, not taking his eyes off me, and I seriously considered wrapping him up right there and seeing what happened when he was shoved through the bubble. Just before he got to the door, he said, "Oh, yeah, one other thing, Zit Dick." He reached over and knocked the recording thermometer off a chair, and it crashed on the floor. "This is a guarantee. Before graduation, the rude shits are going to put a hog clamp on your nuts and then take your picture for your mom and dad. No way you can stop it, so poke your slope while you still can. Ta-ta." I stood there, even after the screen door had slammed, wishing I had webbed him. Now I had something else to look forward to. Fam's hand touched my shoulder. "He very small rectum," she said. "Let's try something, to see what that thing is." I put down the net gun and picked up the broken thermometer. "Let's put this into it," I said. She nodded, and I stepped over to the thing. It had retracted till it was about even with the door sill. Our reflections in it showed us with big noses. Slowly I touched the edge of the bubble with the corner of the thermometer. I expected some resistance, but there wasn't any. Behind the swollen reflection of my hand, I could see those dark shapes like blurry fish moving slowly back and forth. All at once, the thermometer was snatched out of my hand, and a slip of paper popped back out and slid between my fingers. On it was printed the word junk. "Comedians," Fam said. "What do you think's in there?"
"CIA," she said.
"I don't know," I said. This looked a little beyond any technology I'd heard about. Maybe they're aliens, or maniacs from the 10th dimension, or the welfare department checking to see if Uncle Hang is having too much fun. Do you have some paper?" From her purse, over by the grease-stained pizza box, she took out a little pink tablet and a ballpoint and gave them to me. On one paper I printed, "Who are you?" and ripped it off and pushed it into the bubble. Again, instantaneously, another slip of paper was returned into my fingers, and on it was printed in neat block letters, "We are curious."
"CIA," Fam said, nodding.
I wrote another note. "We are also curious. What are you curious about?" The answer was, "We want to know how you like it there." Fam was reading the note when Hang appeared in the doorway wearing his grimmest smile. He said some stuff to Fam and waved at the bubble.
"He wants to know if the mirror talks," she said.
She looked again at the note and translated it for him. Hang threw back his head and barked a mirthless "Ha!" and quickly jabbered something else.
"He say to tell them he do not like it here, and that politicians are shitworms."
"Okay." I wrote it down.
"For me, tell them, too much means stuff."
As I wrote that down, she said,
"Ray a bad guy. Bad guys all over."
I wondered if I should add something of my own. How did I like it here? Here in this room? In this town? How did I like being 17 in this world? I thought of my mom and dad and Zick and Ray, and of Hang being buried 5 times, and of Andrea. And I thought of what Ray might do with his knife if he knew I had given Andrea a breast exam. For my message I wrote, "At best, it's very risky." Then I thought a second and added, "How do you like it where you are? And where are you?" I slipped it through the membrane, and the instantaneous answer was, "We're somewhere else, and we like it fine." I wrote, "If you're somewhere else, where are we?"
"CIA tell you nothing," Fam muttered.
I put the note through, and the return message said simply, "Cage 37.
"What that mean?"
Fam asked. I shrugged. It doesn't mean anything to me. I started to write a note asking about Cage 37, but at that moment the mirrored bubble stopped being there. It didn't pop or melt away. It just wasn't anymore. All it left behind was a little noise like a coin hitting the floor in the closet. Cautiously, I stuck my head in, and in the corner on the floor, under the Jose Loves Lauralee Poontang sign, was a metal disc. It was shiny and a little larger than a dime, but when I picked it up, it weighed nothing. And on one side were 3 little depressions, 2 above the other one, in the shape of a triangle. I had never seen anything like it, and neither had Fam, but it didn't look like anything special. It could have fallen off the wall when the bubble disappeared, or the bubble could have left it. I shrugged again. Since puberty, nothing ever seemed to make a whole lot of sense.
"What we do now?"
Fam asked. "Go home, I guess." I looked around at the wrecked equipment. All of it, except the net gun, was trash. Mr. Sammartini would probably have my dad kneecapped. I had $2,200 saved for college, and that would probably about cover the cost of the printer. Well, if I couldn't go to college, I could go to work, I suppose.
"I wonder what happened to the cat,"
Fam said. I thought a second. "Ask Hang if this thing comes back every night." We both went into the living room. Hang sat there rocking and grimacing, and when Fam finished talking, he said very distinctly, Yes. Then he pointed at me and said something else to her in Vietnamese. Pham nodded at the coin thing I was holding.
Uncle Heng asked if you want more of those.
Okay, I said, sure. Heng got up out of his chair and did his bow-legged shuffle into the kitchen. I wondered what he had been like before he was buried 5 times. He opened the oven and took out a cigar box filled with the things and shoved them at me. Good night, he barked, and flailed his hand at the door. We left. When I got home, Mom was at work again and Dad was asleep. I had just enough energy to count the number of discs in the box Heng had given us. There were 62, and pull off my clothes and get in bed. It had been a long day. Humiliation in class, titillation in Andrea's car, strange weirdness in Heng's closet, realizing that I really liked Pham, but that Andrea, whom I didn't like very much at all, made my hormones scream for mercy. Did adults have to put up with stuff like this? Creeps. And I got to see my college career get trashed. Maybe I could sell mobile homes for a while and try again next year. And in return, I got a box full of funny buttons, probably left there by Jose when he was snaking Laurely Poontang. Was this those great teenage years I had heard so much about? Was this what I was supposed to enjoy so much because adulthood was such a pain in the ass? I had the distinct feeling that some crucial information had been left out somewhere, like the directions for my life had been written in Hong Kong and badly translated. Be sure assemble emotion limiter before extending thorough puberty, and handle limiter and external breasticles with foresight. Sure. And avoid maniacs regardless of what dimension they come from. I rolled over and went to sleep. I dreamed of Pham. She had silver boobs that expanded and contracted and spoke to me in a foreign tongue, which I understood. I woke up out of the dream and wondered, what else can happen? How much worse can it get? This is my science project, Andrea said, putting her huge purse and her pink shoebox on the lab table in front of her. She clicked on the slide projector. Behind her, the screen lit up with the words, My Science Project. Today, Andrea was wearing a blue and white checked sundress with spaghetti straps. I noticed I wasn't the only male paying close attention. Ray, however, was drawing pictures of exploding spaceships on his desk. As you all know, Andrea went on primly, Ray's my boyfriend. Yo, Ray said as he waved one hand over his head. Thank you, Mr. Zick said sourly. He sat off to the side of the room with his grade book open and his pencil poised. With the eraser end, he pushed his wire rims up his nose. He really grimaced this time as the nose pad slid over his pimple. It was coming to a head. Continue, Andrea. Well, she said, I got Ray for my boyfriend because I wanted to do this project on, she studied at her notes, on the effect of lust on one's sense of self-preservation. Ray was looking up from his airplane now. She got me for the lust part, he said proudly. Actually, she said, Ray was for the threatening part. Here are the 2 subjects of my experiment. She clicked the next slide. It was of me and Ray. This didn't look promising. What is this? I heard Ray mutter. What I wanted to do my project on, Andrea said, was if lust could make a person disregard his own safety. I felt my gonads begin to shrivel up. There were ugly ingredients here. Here, she said, we can see the early stages. She ran through a succession of 5 or 6 slides of me looking down her dress. I made these pictures using a camera concealed in this ordinary-looking shoebox. That goddamned pink shoebox. Wait a minute, Ray was saying. Wait a minute. You mean he was... Quiet, Ray, Zick said tiredly, or you won't get to use the spare rat after Andrea's finished. You take care of your personal business outside class. Right. I will, too. There were a few oohs from around the room, and Ray's little pig eyes had images of the slaughterhouse in them. The most fascinating element of my experiment is that I'm going to do the last part of it right here in class, right after I show you the later stages of my subject's development. She was looking at me. I was her subject. Apparently I had developed. At the moment, I was rapidly developing a lot of sweat. She took a small tape recorder from her purse and turned it on loud. In the background was the sound of passing traffic. "In the later stages," she said, "the subject disregarded all personal safety." She clicked the slide projector. There I was in her car, facing her and looking down her dress. "I shouldn't be here," my voice said. "If Ray found out, he'd murder me." Click of the projector, and there I was with my hands glued to her tank top, and like a moron I was saying, "Warm. They're very warm." I glimpsed Zick studying the screen very carefully, and Ray was getting up from his desk. The projector clicked, and there I was, the grinning fish head, with my hands on her naked boobs, and the tape recorder was playing. Oh, God, if Ray finds out, oh, God, oh, God. Ray was already coming at me, but he had 3 rows of desks to get through, and the door was on my side of the room, so I had a chance. "Thus we see the conclusion of my experiment," Andrea said, making a wide gesture at me and Ray in the developing chaos. "Hold it!" Zick was yelping. "What's going on?" As I was on my way out the door, I heard Andrea saying, "And today, as a result of my project, I was accepted at UC Berkeley." Behind me, there was a lot of crashing and yelling, and I made myself gone. I crept into my room, but no one seemed to be home anyway. My gray cat, Kubo, was lying asleep on a piece of paper on the middle of my bed. He stretched and opened his eyes and rolled over on his back. I really didn't want to explain the ugly mess to my folks, even though they would try to understand. Except for all the wrecked equipment, well, they might understand, but they certainly wouldn't like it. I had heard a rumor that Mr. Sammartini had killed his own parents to get control of his family's trucking business, but who knows? Maybe he was just lucky. Imagining my dad trying to explain in his whacked-out way to Sammartini that $100,000 of his frontline equipment had been trashed in a West Side slumhouse, it made me feel wormy inside. Yesterday I was a happy guy. In 24 hours I had developed at least 2 life-threatening problems, but I got in a few incredible feels. Kubo rolled over and said, "Mia," and when I looked over at him, I saw that the piece of paper was a note. It said, "Call Fam," and it gave a number I didn't recognize, so I called it. It didn't get to finish 1 ring before she said, "Hello?" There was a lot of noise in the background. "Where are you?" I asked. "School. I heard about Andrea's project. Ray said he going to cut your dick off." Somehow I'm not surprised. "I do not think you should stay home. It would really hurt, you know. Go to my house, okay? He'd not know where I live. My aunt fix you dinner with us, okay?" "Yeah, I appreciate it, Fam. I mean, if you heard what I did with Andrea and you're still willing to talk to me, I really appreciate it." "It is okay. I also never see real big ones like that till I come to California, either. Bring those things Uncle Hank give you, you know? Okay?" "Okay." "Go to my house now. Ray left school soon as principal told him he couldn't leave, so go now." "Thanks, I will." We said goodbye and hung up. While we had been talking, Kubo had left the room and had come back in dragging the white sock he played with. He put it at my feet and looked up. The sock was his imitation mouse. If only people could be that civilized. At least Ray and Mr. Sammartini. I gave him a few quick strokes. "Maybe later," I said. "I have to save my ass now." I had the cigar box of metal things under my arm, and I was about to let the back screen slam when I saw my mom and dad. They were out in the backyard standing under the mulberry tree with their arms around each other. Mom still had her hospital whites on, and she was standing with her cheek pressed against Dad's chest. I didn't want to intrude, but I was a little curious about what they were saying, and since I could just barely hear them, I slowed down a moment and listened. "And so I quit," Mom was saying. "I fooled myself into thinking that I had to play by their rules. I didn't." She moved her cheek against him. "I forgot what was important." Dad said something I couldn't make out. "No," Mom said, "I won't regret it. As long as I have you, I can deal with whatever I need to deal with." My mom. Fam's aunt fixed us a dinner of fried chicken, corn on the cob, and mashed potatoes. She was very proud of her ethnic American cuisine. She used to teach history at the University of Saigon, but now she spends her days clipping coupons and cleaning other people's houses. A couple of times she admiringly referred to the great American experiment, but given her circumstances, I didn't see how she could be so cheerful about it. After dinner, which looked normal, but which tasted strangely spicy, tangy, and generally great, Fam and I cleared off the table for her and spread out the box of buttons Uncle Heng had given us. "All alike," Fam said. They were about the size of big dimes, about the same color, with the 3 indentations on the lower half of one side, one below the other 2. "This belonged to some American machine?" Fam asked. "Not that I know of, but I suppose they could. From the sharpness of the edges and the way these dents are so precise, they look to me like they were pretty carefully made." "No scratches either," Fam said, holding one at an angle to the light. Now that was unusual, considering they had all been thrown together in a box. We tapped on them against each other, rolled them around, stacked and restacked them, and I felt like a rat failing an intelligence test. I arranged several of them under the chair leg and tried to bend or break one, but nothing happened. "Well," I said, "now what?" Fam was looking very closely at the dents on one of the coins. "You know what?" she said slowly. "In the middle of each of these little pits, there is a dull spot, like something been rubbed on it, like you stick something into pit." I already had my Swiss pocket-knife out. I pulled the toothpick out of it, picked up a coin, and poked into one of the top dents. A strange thing happened. The upper half of the coin face looked like it kind of went soft, molten-like, and the number 1 formed and turned black. I ran my finger over its raised shape. "I never see this kind of thing before," Fam said. "Me either." I poked the toothpick into the dent again. The 1 turned into a 2. And each time I touched the bottom of the indentation, the number ratcheted up. Fam leaned close to me with her arm across the back of my shoulder and her fingertips touching my neck at the edge of my collar. I liked it. I poked the other top indentation, and a second digit formed in the metal. I had a 41. I also had the bottom indentation gleaming a bright red at me. "Uh-oh," I said. "What does this mean?" she asked under her breath. "Is it a bomb?" I picked up one of the other discs and held it up to the light. In the bottom of that 3rd indentation, there was the same shiny spot, probably meaning that somebody, using the term loosely, somebody else had poked something into it any number of times, and it hadn't blown up. I poised the toothpick over it. "Shall I?" I asked. "Sure." And while I was thinking twice, I remembered that on one of the messages from the thing in the closet, when I'd asked where we were, it said cage 37. "Let's try 37, I said, and poked the dents till that number came up. The red dot gleamed as bright as ever. "Okay," I said, and stuck the toothpick into it. Nothing happened. I was glad. "It did not blow us up," Fam said. "Well, let's try 38. I poked at the dents till I got 38. I stuck the toothpick into the gleaming red dot. Weird stuff happened. The first thing was more of a pukey feeling than anything else. Then I noticed that it hurt where I was leaning my elbows on the table, and the reason was that the table was no longer a slick formica. It was rough, splintery planks. I looked up at Fam, and she was staring back at me in horror. God knows what I looked like, but she was buck-toothed, had oily, stringy hair, dirty pockmarks across her cheeks, and crusted snot around the insides of her nostrils. I fumbled with the disc I was holding, punched the upper right dent a bunch of times till I got a 37, and then I poked the red dot. It was like the film jerked. I had a wave of pukiness, and there we were again, sitting at a neat and clean formica table, and Fam looked even better than ever. "That was horrible," she said.
Worse than movies.
Want to do it again? I asked.
This time, she said. Do a 36, so it'd only take one push on that thing to get back here.
You think well, I said.
I practice.
So I did a 36. My guts churned again, but the rest of it wasn't nearly so bad. First thing, we checked out each other, and we looked the same. Several of the kitchen appliances were a different color, and the TV in the living room was on, and some guy was using a language we could only half understand.
Something smelled bad, Fam said.
Something smelled like oily plastic. Out the window, through the twilight, I saw rows of towering chimneys, all pouring billows of gloom into the evening sky.
Dirty place, Fam said. Let's go home.
I got us back to 37. Say, what time is it? She looked over her shoulder at the clock on the wall.
7:30.
I'd be interested in being at your Uncle Hang's at 9 o'clock. We could ask the thing in the closet some interesting questions about this. I looked at the disc in my hand. Okay, I said, let's try a high number.
I dunno, Fam said slowly. If 38 was that bad.
Okay, I said, how about we try a 97, and that way it'll only take 4 pokes at the first digit to get it back here.
I don't know. That could be 60 times worse than this.
Or it could just be 60 times more different. A part of me kind of hoped she'd talk me out of it.
Okay. How fast can you poke into that 4th time?
Like lightning. Like the wind. I set it for 97. Looked at Fam. She took a deep breath and said,
let's go.
And we did. First, I felt pukey. And then I saw the goddamned weasels, or something with a lot of teeth and claws, rushing me through some underground tunnel. They were as big as dogs, and they were really mad about something. I looked around for Fam, and if that was Fam, then I probably had a weevil head, too, and a mouth that looked like a slab of black meat in a bunch of briars. Somebody, or something, started screaming, and like a maniac, I started raking at the disc I held in my claws, got some other number to come up, and got us out of there like quick. Fam looked like a dog, sort of, except what should have been hair looked like moss, and we were standing up to each of our 4 knees in some kind of thick mud. First, I noticed there were bugs crawling all over us. Second, that it was raining. And third, that the disc that was lying in front of me was going to be a little difficult to manipulate with paws and teeth. Bugs crawled around my snout, and I heard Fam whimper. Fam, what I assumed was Fam, shifted her feet as she watched for predators, and water dripped off her black nose. Heavy, dead-looking trees rose up out of the swamp, and in their upper branches, hook-necked birds carefully watched us. I was glad there were no weasels to deal with this time, because it took about 5 minutes and a dozen mouthfuls of mud to get my incisors to press into the disc to make us gone. We ended up in 16. 16 was not a bad place. Fam and I looked like ourselves again, and there were a lot of slow things grazing around us that looked like something between cows and hippopotamuses. We were on a grassy plain, and some miles away, even though it was late evening, we could see the silver spires of a city.
We could come back here, Fam said, but I want to go home now.
I set the disc to 37 and touched the red dot. Again, we were sitting in her kitchen, leaning forward on her bright formica table. I asked her what time it was, and she looked at the kitchen clock.
7:35. That did not take any time at all.
We were both amazed, and we had 62 of the things. We tried out a few more tricks with them, and found they had a range of about 2.5 feet, and it took about 3 seconds for the transfer to take place. In those 3 nauseous seconds, you could back off from the disc and stay here. If I went to 19 while Fam stood away from me and watched, she just saw me standing there looking glazed for a second or two, even though it seemed to me I was walking around for 5 minutes in this gloomy warehouse before I pressed in 37 and came back. But she didn't see me move at all. 19 was a grim place. All in all, by 8:30, we'd checked out a dozen or so places, and only 16 wasn't bleak or creepy, or like 97, which was just a screaming psycho's nightmare. We stayed out of the 90s altogether. Let's go to your uncle's now, I said. Do you have a tablet and pen we could take? We have some better questions to ask tonight. Outside, the air was warm and sweet with the smell of jasmine from the trellis on our aunt's patio. In the southern sky, Mars stood close to Antares, the red star in the heart of Scorpio. Together, they were like eyes. Fam knocked on the screen door and called, "Uncle Heng?" "Okay, be inside," he called back. "Open door." He was sitting in his rocking chair in the corner of the room, rocking and grinning. "We wanted to look in the closet again," I said, nodding once deeply. "May we, please?" "Yes, thank you, okay," he said, waving his hand in front of his face as though shooing away gnats. "Yes, yes." We moved some of the trash aside. Everything looked hopelessly wrecked, and I started worrying again about my dad and Mr. Sammartini. Maybe I could sell some of the discs to keep my dad out of the hot water I was going to put him in. I didn't get to worry anymore, because right then, right on the dot of 9 o'clock, the closet filled up with the slow, pulsing, mirrored bubble. I turned off the overhead light, and Fam and I eased up to it and tried to see through the surface into the inside. It was just like in the movies. Without even realizing it, we were nearly cheek to cheek, holding hands, and inside the thing was a faint yellow glow that lit up our faces. We couldn't see anything clearly, but there were vague, angular outlines of things that didn't move, and taller, thin things, the people, I guess, that seemed to drift back and forth like they lived inside of Jell-O or something. I wrote the first note. "We know how to use the metal discs." Just like before, there was no time lag. I pushed the front edge of the slip of paper into the surface, and one of their notes popped out of it and fluttered to the floor. In block letters, the response was, "Good for you." Fam wrote, "What are those places?" And as the answer popped out, she said, "I meant where?" And she shook her head and looked disgusted with herself. The card read, "Those are other cages." I looked at Fam, and Fam looked at me, and we both reread the card. "Other cages?" "Other cages," Fam said to me, "like rats?" I wrote the next question. "What are the cages for?" The answer was, "Interactive Biological Systems Analysis." "What'd that mean?" Fam asked. "I think it means they like to watch how we animals get along with each other." "Like rats," Fam said. On the notepad I wrote, "Are we your science project?" The block letters on the card read, "One of many, nothing personal." "Like rats," Fam said. There was some clomping around in the living room. The screen door banged, and I heard Heng jabbering something angry-sounding. Fam and I both got over to the door to see Ray holding off Heng with one arm. He turned his head and gave us a quick tongue-flicking grin. In his free hand, he held a drawstring bag with a cat in it. He had the string pulled tight around the cat's neck, so only its head stuck out, its eyes bulged from choking. "Hi, guys," he said, as he swung the bag in a high overhead loop and brought it down on Heng's back. The cat screamed as it whumped on the old man's bent shoulders. Heng staggered off backward and sat down again in his rocker. Ray looked pleased with himself. "See?" he said, pointing at Heng, who was grinning, grimacing fiercely. "Gooks like to be knocked around." "Why, shit," Heng said through his teeth. Ray didn't understand him. "Look at here," Ray said, holding up the bag by the drawstring. "This one's bigger. It'll be easier to get to his parts, Aztec style." It was Kubo. His eyes were going wide and glassy, and then the lids would close halfway. "This one's for tomorrow," Ray said with a smile. "What's the matter?" "That's my cat," I said. One of us wasn't going to walk away from this one. "It's mine now, unless you want to try to take him away from me." He had his bright spade-shaped knife out before I knew what he was doing and held the tip at Kubo's throat. "Want to try to take him away from me, pinprick?" "I'll buy him from you," I said. "How much?" "I give you 20 minutes with me," Fam interrupted. "Half hour," Ray said, poking Kubo's neck with the knife point. Kubo made a slow, yeah squeak.
20 minutes, Fam said. If you need more, you a Waiweenie.
Okay, let's do it, in there, he said, nodding at the room with the weird closet. Come on, Zitbrain. You need to see my technique. I backed through the door, thinking about where I'd last seen the net gun, and then I saw it in the far corner under a tipped-over chair. Ray saw it, too. He hooked the drawstring of the bag over a nail in the wall, and Kubo hung there looking dazed, but he recognized me and opened his mouth but couldn't make any noise. He probably thought I had some part in doing this to him since I wasn't helping him. Hand me that, Ray said to Fam, pointing at the net gun. Pick it up by the open end slot. He didn't take his eyes off me when he reached for it, but I didn't care anymore. He was ruining my life for the fun of it. I grabbed the nearest thing, the broken Curlian frame, and swung it over my head at him, but the net gun made a poof sound, and I was tangled in cords and thrown backward. The edges of the net had weights in them, and they whipped around me, wrapped me tight, and I fell on my back and cracked my head on something very hard. For a second I couldn't see anything. Fam watched it all without expression.
Okay, white boy, she said to Ray. Show it to me.
As he reached for his zipper, he turned and winked at me, and Fam buried the toe of her sneakers square between his legs, right behind his nuts. It sounded like she had kicked a block of cement. Ray took a sudden deep breath and looked surprised, frozen there, still holding his zipper between his fingers. Fam popped him in the same place again, and this time her foot crushed his knuckles, and I could hear fingers breaking. Ray just stood there looking paralyzed. Fam looked around, picked up the empty net gun, and holding it in both hands, swung it back over her head and then brought it forward hard enough that when it slammed down on Ray's head, her toes came off the floor. He rocked around with his mouth hanging open and his arms doing limp-wristed, slow-motion flailing. Fam's lower jaw jutted out, and she put her hands on her hip bones and stepped toward him as though she had a few things she wanted to get off her mind. Ray backed up 2 steps, and his left heel touched the silver bubble in the closet. Whatever was in there liked him. He was pulled slowly through, and when half his leg had disappeared into the thing, he saw what was happening and started to make noises. Up on the wall, Kubo stared with blurry interest. When his other leg slipped through and he was up to his waist, he recovered enough from his beating to focus on Fam and wave his arms at her. "Please," he begged, "save me, pull me out, please." "We do not need more rectums," Fam said. Ray was up to his waist now, and inside the silver bubble, where his body was being slowly pulled through, several dark shapes hovered and bobbled. "I can be good," he whimpered, glancing toward the door. Through the slack in the net, I could barely see Uncle Heng standing there grinning or grimacing as broadly as ever. "Why, Shea," he mumbled. Ray was up to his chest and trying to reach the closet door frame with his hands when Fam came over to me with the knife Ray had dropped and began cutting me out. "I'll be good," Ray said up to his neck. "It was just a joke." And then his face went through, and the last we saw was the greasy top of his head. And as soon as that vanished, a cat popped out just like one of the messages and landed on its feet. It was the one Ray had banged around and cut up the night before, but now the cat looked fine, healthy and well-fed even, like it had had a lot of time to recuperate. It took one look at the 3 of us and trotted out the door between Heng's feet, tail high in the air. "My cat come back," Heng said, and turned and went back to his chair. As I went over to unhook Kubo from the wall, a card with a message popped out of the bubble, and then the bubble blinked out of existence, leaving the closet empty. Fam picked up the card, read it, and showed it to me. It said, "Thanks, this one is bigger." I woke up the next morning to a lot of screaming and thumping. For a few seconds I thought I was in cage 97 again, and the weasels were after me. But when I was completely awake, I realized the yelling had an Italian accent. Sammartini had returned. He'd probably seen his expensive equipment piled in the back seat of the car. It took up a lot less room than it used to. I climbed out of bed and prepared to go take the heat, give Sammartini my college money, and offer myself into slavery to pay off the rest of it. On my dresser was the box of discs, and I blearily thought how neat it would be to just check out, go to cage 17 and watch the hippo cows until Sammartini forgot about me. Or, inspiration is a wonderful thing. I got a robe on and got out there fast. My dad was sitting on the piano bench looking very confused. Most of Sammartini's head was bloodshot. His eyes looked like they'd been washed out with martinis, and cobwebs of broken veins colored his cheeks and nose a blotchy red. But his suit looked very good, very expensive, and custom-tailored to fit his overhung belly and square-cheeked bubble buns. He was a rich man who couldn't believe that anyone who had less money than he had would dare offend him. He just couldn't believe it. It was beyond him. Your father owes me $15,000 for the equipment I loaned him, and another $10,000 for breach of contract. You can't even read music, he bellowed, and stomped his foot. His veins glowed. Go ahead, play that, he said, pointing to the sheet of Chopin on the music rack. Play it, you cockroach. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. My dad shrugged. I wrecked your stuff, Mr. Sammartini. I can't believe this. Jesus H. Christ. A whole family of them. Jesus Christ. Where do you kind of people come from anyway? You guys niggers or something? You lie, you bust up my stuff. You guys don't belong in the real world, you know that? The next time I hear the university needs some test animals, I'll recommend you people. Jesus. Wrecking my stuff, you know, could result in you having some serious medical problems. Jesus H. Christ. Actually, sir, I said, I'll pay for the stuff if you want me to. My dad looked amused. Want you to? Mr. Sammartini looked amazed. He threw his manicured hands over his head. And, I said, as a token of my appreciation for the loan of the equipment, I wanted to give this to you as a kind of prepayment. He looked at the disc carefully. What kind of shit is this? Well, sir, I handed him the toothpick out of my Swiss knife and stood back. If you just press the little red light with this... What is this 97 shit on here? I don't need this. I need my theme song and $15,000, snot brain. But he took the toothpick and he pressed the red light on the disc. And then he just stood there looking like somebody had hit him with a Cadillac. Originally, I'd set it on 38 just to get him worried and settle him down a little, but he was a 97-type scuzz. After 20 seconds or so, my dad said, Mr. Sammartini, are you all right? He looked at me. Is he all right? I shrugged. Looks to me like he's having some kind of seizure. Out the front window, I could see his Continental with his driver leaning on the roof smoking a cigarette. Why don't you go call that guy to come in and get him? While my dad was out of the room, I got the yardstick out of the hall closet and knocked the disc out of Sammartini's hands. I would deal with turning it off later. When my dad got back into the room with the driver, Sammartini was sitting on the floor in the doorway, saying, Face. Face. Having dealt once with those weasels, I guessed they'd probably been throwing him around like a piece of meat and nibbling on his eyelids. Gosh, Dad said. He looks like a little boy does. A strange look came over his face. He looked at the piano and murmured, Who does fine? And then he looked back at Sammartini, who was mumbling, Face, face, and then back at the piano again and shouted, That's it. It is, the driver said. He was a big horse-faced guy in a cheap suit, and he looked confused, a thoroughbred bent nose. Dad sat down at the piano bench, glanced at the sheet of Chopin, and started ripping it off across the keyboard at incredible speed. When he finished, he turned around, beaming, and pointed to the sheet music and said, F-A-C-E, and every good boy does fine. Ah, I couldn't remember what notes went on the lines and spaces, but that's it. He turned around and played a few measures of something big and dramatic, and then looked back over his shoulder and said expansively, How about a margarita, everybody? Well, I said, it's only 7:30 and I have to go to school. I'll have one, the driver said nervously. I get,
nervous if I have to, touch him, like, physically." The fat man sat there on the floor mumbling like an idiot, and I kind of felt sorry for him, but geez, when you threaten somebody's family, I guess you can't kick too much if somebody throws a bunch of weasels at you and you get a bit chewed up. "Dad?" "Yes, son." "You still have that button maker thing? That makes buttons that pin on your shirt?" "It's in the top of my closet." "Thanks. I might need it for my science project today." The bent-nose had a margarita with my dad, and while I was getting ready for school, I heard him say he always suspected this would happen, since Mr. S. had such a temper. He was very apologetic, and after a nice little chat about his wife and kids, he and my dad dragged Sammartini out and dumped him in the back seat of the Continental. Sammartini drooled and babbled the whole way. Now he had a cage all to himself. When I finally left, with my books under my arm, my dad was at the piano with a smile on his face, and he was playing beautiful stuff. Right straight out of his head. My dad. Fam had wished me well when she met me in the corridor outside my science class, and while we were talking, Andrea went in, smiled, and stuck her chest out a bit more. "You got speech memorized?" Fam asked at the last minute. "Well, sort of." "You do okay," she said, and gave my arm a squeeze. "School be all over next week." "I'm just a little worried Zick's going to be all over me in the meantime." The bell rang, but I was in my seat before it stopped, and Zick was waiting for me, grinning and leaning forward on the demonstration table. "Good morning, Dell. Spend last night with your demon friends?" Today, the top of his pimple was white. "My report's ready, sir." "Report? Just a report? Where are your visual aids?" There were some diagrams I was going to put on the board." "Sure," I heard Andrea whisper. "No demonstrations and no visual aids? Chalk diagrams alone aren't good enough, Dell. Don't you have any other visual aids? If you don't have any visual aids to go with your project, it just isn't going to be acceptable." "I have lots of information to present." He was looking at the ceiling and shaking his head. "You have no charts, no demonstrations, and you expect me to let you try to brainwash these students into believing some satanic litany you've got cooked up? You expect me to do that?" "I just expected to be able to present my project, sir." He was looking at me now. Behind her hand, Andrea whispered, "Bye-bye, lover boy." "You expected to use my class as a forum for your deviant ideas, and that isn't going to happen. I've looked at your high school records, Dell, and I think a little extra college science would do you some good. Next project." Before anyone could answer, I raised my hand and said, "Mr. Zick, I accept your decision. And to show you there are no hard feelings on my part, I wanted to give you this." I took the button out of my pocket. I hadn't had time to do a great job on it that morning, but a little glue and some low-grade artwork was all it took. I got out of my desk and held the button in front of me so he could read it before he could tell me to sit down, and a big smile broke across his face. "Ha, ha, ha," he sort of laughed. "Darwin was a red. Maybe there's hope for you yet, Dell." I moved fast, hit the red dot of the disc I'd glued into the back of the button, and tried to get away from him in 3 seconds before the field took hold. I dropped it on his desk in front of him and caught just a glimpse of buzzard-sized bats coming out of the air at us, and hoped my momentum would carry me past him and out of range of the thing before he could get a hold on me. And I made it. So there was Zick standing immobilized in front of the class, his glasses sliding slowly over his pimple and down his nose as his head filled with visions of Cage 58. 58 wasn't so bad if you didn't mind rather large bats. The class watched him for half a minute, and during that time all he did was make a kind of "bleh" sound and start to sweat pretty heavily. I sat back down, and then, like everyone else, I took out some homework and started doing that. The class was calm. After dealing with puberty for a few years, not much strikes us as too weird. Zick "buhed" a few more times, and then the bell rang, and we all left. It was a beautiful day. Fam offered me part of her lunch, and we sat and ate and watched some people out on the field play frisball. what you want to do with all those little metal things?" Fam asked.
"Well, I'd kind of like to check out some of the other cages, but on the other hand, I'm using those things like a big animal who wants to beat up on the littler ones." I looked out across the football field and watched the white frisbee sail in a long, slow-motion arc. "I don't know. It seems like everybody is doing something mean to someone else, all for the best of reasons, of course." A yellow butterfly landed on the plastic box her lunch had been in. It dipped its wings twice and flew toward the field.
"Maybe cage 37 made to be that way," she said.
A depressing thought.
"Yes," she said, spreading out her hands and grinning. "But here we are."
She had a point. She had the point. It's a mean miracle, but here we are. Across from us, the white frisbee sailed through the summer air, and yellow butterflies flickered in the sun like scraps of notepaper dropped from the sky. While You're Up, Avram Davidson. Avram Davidson is a former editor of F&SF, one of only 5 in 40 years, and the only one to have edited the magazine from Central America. His wonderful and distinctive short stories have been appearing in F&SF since 1954. My Boyfriend's Name is Jello, and 1955, The Golem. His most recent story is While You're Up, a very short tale about an almost perfect moment. The scene might have been painted by Maxfield Parrish, perhaps the best of painters during that rich lost era that also gave the world Leonardo and Rembrandt. While the latter two have their spokesmen, nay, their devotees, even they would have to concede that neither ever painted so blue a sky. And that there are those who deny that such blue skies ever indeed existed is, as Sexton often explained, beside the point. They ought to have existed, Tony said now to the few friends, to Mother Ruth, his wife of many years, all sitting in the large front room to which his preeminence and seniority entitled him. They ought to have existed, for, as we see now, sometimes they almost do, and, look, a cloud. Mother Ruth, who had certainly seen clouds from this room before, merely smiled and murmured something soft and inaudible. The others craned and clearly spoke of their delight and good fortune, all except, of course, for Samjo, who continued sitting with his mouth open. Tony Sexton more than once had said, though they could all well remember, "Don't ever underestimate Samjo. He sees more than you think, and he adds things up, too." "The wine should be warm enough to drink in a few minutes," Sexton said now. "We brought it up from the cellar several hours ago." Barnes, from his chair with the wooden arms, declared, hands sweeping the air, "Good friends, a good view, good thoughts, and good wine, too." Over-familiarity may have perhaps tarnished the quotation, but Barnes's enthusiasm was always contagious. Maria said, "This moment, with the view and the blue and the cloud and shortly the wine, will be a moment that I shall always remember." She peered forward, probably seeking to look into Mother Ruth's eyes, for such was Maria's habit. When she said something worthy she felt of notice, she sought someone's eyes and, as it were, sought to bring forth an evident approval, a smile, a nod, an expression of the face, a gesture. But this time it was not forthcoming. Perhaps Maria, for all she knew, was just a bit annoyed. Perhaps Tony understood all this, for he smiled his famous Sexton smile and said, "Mother Ruth often looks into her apron as the ancient Sibyls did into their crystal bowls." For it was true. Mother Ruth dared to wear the antique apron so long outlawed, and almost it did seem to make her look like something from antique eras. Barnes picked up the metaphor and asked. Barnes often asked very odd questions. "Father, were those crystal bowls empty when the Sibyls looked into them, or did they contain something? A liquid, perhaps?" Tony Sexton very slightly pursed his lips. "Wine, I suppose, would have been too precious for such a use. Water would always be in short supply. What then? A thick soup would surely have interfered with the visioning, so broth, perhaps?" Barnes in a moment went bright. A new concept. Then the brightness went.
One never knows when you are making a joke, he muttered.
I wanted to have a few friends over, Sexton said, lightly leaving the subject. Wine and 5 glasses waiting. A day with a lot of blue. And, if we were lucky, and I felt we would be lucky, even a cloud. A day to be remembered. Murmurs from all assured him that the day would surely be remembered. With an effect most odd, Sexton's face turned gray, and his body seemed to fall in upon itself. For a second only, his face, like a dim, thin-crusted mask, rested on what seemed a pile of ashes. Then it, too, dissolved. The reaction of the others was varied. Maria started to rise, fell back, composed herself, looked about with a rueful air. Mother Ruth sagged. "Oh, Tony, Tony," she said, her voice very small. Barnes exclaimed loudly, beat his hands upon the costly arms of his chair. "He didn't renew," cried Barnes. "Time and time again I asked, I begged. Much good that will do now," he said, deeply annoyed. He bent over, removed from the still-settling pile the small tag of malleable substance, read aloud, "Your warranty expires on or about the hour of noon on the 23rd of April, 2323. Several voices declared that Tony Sexton had timed it just about right. "Leave it to Sexton," they said. Maria now rose all the way. "I think," she said, "that now is just the time to drink that container of wine Sexton was saving. He'd want that, wouldn't he?" "Bound to," exclaimed Barnes. "Absolutely." Mother Ruth looked up from her lap. "Maria, dear, while you're up, would you mind also bringing back with you the dustpan and the broom?" "Thank you, dear." Sam Joe had, as usual, seemed to have been thinking of nothing at all. As often, this semblance was deceptive. He had been wiping first his eyes, then his nose, with an article of cloth quite as archaic as Mother Ruth's apron. Then he spoke. "Only 4 glasses now, Maria," said he. Who could help chuckling? Eidolons, Harlan Ellison. Most F and SF readers know Harlan Ellison through his passionate and uncompromising films column, Harlan Ellison's Watching, which has been appearing since 1984. Ellison has also written book reviews for F and SF, and who knows, one day he may even contribute a science column. We've also been fortunate to publish a fair sampling of his short fiction, including such classics as The Deathbird, Jeff D. is 5, and All the Lies That Are My Life. His most recent story is this strange and unsettling tale, which offers the parting gift of the man known as v40. Eidolon, a phantom, an apparition, an image. Ancient geographers gave a mystic significance to that extremity of land, the borderland of the watery unknown at the southwestern tip of Europe. Marinus and Ptolemy knew it as Promontorium Sacrum, the sacred promontory. Beyond that, beyondmost edge, lay nothing, or rather, lay a place that was fearful and unknowable, a place in which it was always the 25th hour of the day, the 30th or 31st of February. A turbid ocean of lost islands where golden mushroom trees reached always toward the whispering face of the moon, where tricksy life had spawned beasts and beings more of satin and ash than of man and woman. Dominion of dreams, to which the unwary might journey, but whence they could never return. My name is v40, and my background is too remarkable to be detailed here. Suffice to note that before Mr. Brown died in my arms, I had distinguished myself principally with occupations and behavior most cultures reward by the attentions of the headsman and the strappado. Suffice to note that before Mr. Brown died in my arms, the most laudable engagement in my vita was as the manager and sole roustabout of an abattoir and ossuary in Li Shi Min. Suffice to note that there were entire continents I was forbidden to visit, and that even my closest acquaintances, the family of Sawney Bean, chose to avoid social intercourse with me. I was a pariah. Whatever land in which I chose to abide became a land of darkness. Until Mr. Brown died in my arms, I was a thing without passion, without kindness. While in Sydney, Australia being one of the 3 remaining continents where hunting dogs would not be turned out to track me down, I inquired if there might be a shop where authentic military miniatures, toy soldiers of the sort H.G. Wells treasured, could be purchased. A clerk in a bookstore recalled, "A customer of mine in special orders mentioned something like that. A curious little man, a Mr. Brown." I got on to him through the clerk, and was sent round to see him at his home. The moment he opened the door and our eyes met, he was frightened of me. For the brief time we spent in each other's company, he never ceased for a moment to fear me. Ironically, he was one of the few ambulatory creatures on this planet that I meant no harm. Toy soldiers were my hobby, and I held in high esteem those who crafted, painted, amassed, or sold them. In truth, it might be said of the Vizinci that was I in those times before Mr. Brown died in my arms, that my approbation for toy soldiers and their aficionados was the sole salutary aspect of my nature. So, you see, he had no reason to fear me. Quite the contrary. I mention this to establish, in spite of the police records and the warrants still in existence seeking my apprehension, I had nothing whatever to do with the death of Mr. Brown. He did not invite me in, though he stepped aside with a tremor and permitted entrance. Cognizant of his terror at my presence, I was surprised that he locked the door behind me. Then, looking back over his shoulder at me with mounting fear, he led me into an enormous central drawing-room of his home, a room expanded to inordinate size by the leveling of walls that had formed adjoining areas. In that room, on every horizontal surface, Mr. Brown had positioned rank after rank of the most astonishing military miniatures I had ever seen. Perfect in the most minute detail, painted so artfully that I could discern no brushstroke, in colors and tones and hues so accurate and lifelike that they seemed rather to have been created with pigmentations inherent. The battalions, cohorts, regiments, legions, phalanxes, brigades, and squads of metal figurines blanketed in array without a single empty space. Every inch of floor, tables, cabinets, shelves, window ledges, risers, showcases, and countless numbers of stacked display boxes. Enthralled, I bent to study more closely the infinite range of fighting men. There were Norman knights and German Landsknecht, Japanese samurai and Prussian dragoons, foot grenadiers of the French Imperial Guard and Spanish conquistadors, U.S. 7th Cavalry troopers from the Indian Wars, Dutch musketeers and pikemen who marched with the army of Maurice of Nassau during the long war of independence fought by the Netherlands against the Spanish Habsburgs, Greek hoplites in bronze helmets and stiff cuirasses, cocked-hat riflemen of Morgan's Virginia rifles who repulsed Burgoyne's troops with their deadly accurate Pennsylvania long barrels, Egyptian chariot spearmen and French foreign legionnaires, Zulu warriors from Shaka's legions, and English longbowmen from Agincourt, Anzacs and Persian immortals and Assyrian slingers, Cossacks and Saracen warriors in chainmail and padded silk, 82nd Airborne paratroopers, and Israeli jet pilots and Wehrmacht panzer commanders and Russian infantrymen and black hussars of the 5th Regiment. And, as I drifted through a mist of wonder and pleasure, from array to array, one overriding observation dominated even my awe in the face of such artistic grandeur. Each and every figure, to the last turbaned Scythian, trousered Scythian, wooden-helmeted Colchian or Pisidian with an ox-hide shield. Every one of them bore the most exquisite expression of terror and hopelessness. Faces twisted in anguish at the precise moment of death, or, more terribly, the moment of realization of personal death. Each soldier looked up at me with eyes just fogging with tears, with mouth half open to emit a scream, with fingers reaching toward me in splay-fingered hope of last-minute reprieve. These were not merely painted representations. The faces were individual. I could see every follicle of beard, every drop of sweat, every frozen tick of agony. They seemed able to complete the shriek of denial. They looked as if, should I blink, they would spring back to life and then fall dead as they were intended. Mr. Brown had left narrow aisles of carpet among the vast armadas, and I had wandered deep into the shoe-top grassland of the drawing-room, with the little man behind me, still locked up with fear, but attendant at my back. Now I rose from examining a raiding party of Viet Cong, frozen in attitudes of agony as the breath of life stilled in them, and I turned to Mr. Brown with apparently such a look on my face that he blurted it out. I could not have stopped the confession had I so desired. They were not metal figurines. They were flesh turned to pewter. Mr. Brown had no artistic skill save the one ability to snatch soldiers off the battlefields of time, to freeze them in metal, to miniaturize them, and to sell them. Each commando and halberdier captured in the field and reduced at the moment of his death, realizing in that moment that heaven, or whatever Valhalla in which he believed, was to be denied him, an eternity of death in miniature. "You are a greater ghoul than ever I could have aspired to become," I said. His fright overcame him at that moment. Why, I do not know. I meant him no harm. Perhaps it was the summation of his existence, the knowledge of the monstrous hobby that had brought him an unspeakable pleasure through his long life, finally caught up with him. I do not know. He spasmed suddenly, as though struck at the base of his spine by a maul, and his eyes widened, and he collapsed toward me. To prevent the destruction of the exquisite figurines, I let him fall into my arms, and I carefully lowered him into the narrow aisle. Even so, his lifeless left leg decimated the ranks of the 13th century Mongol warriors who had served Genghis Khan from the China Sea in the east to the gates of Austria in the west. He lay face down, and I saw a drop of blood at the base of his neck. I bent closer as he struggled to turn his head to the side to speak, and saw the tiniest crossbow quarrel protruding from his rapidly discoloring flesh, just below the hairline. He was trying to say something to me, and I knelt close to his mouth, my ear close to the exhalations of dying breath, and he lamented his life, for though he might well have been judged a monster by those who exist in conformity and abide within the mundane strictures of accepted ethical behavior, he was not a bad man. An obsessed man, certainly, but not a bad man. And to prove it, he told me haltingly of the Promontorium Sacrum, and of how he had found his way there, how he had struggled back. He told me of the lives and the wisdom and the wonders to be found there, and he made one last feeble gesture to show me where the scroll was hidden, the scroll he had brought back, which had contained such knowledge as had permitted him to indulge his hobby. He made that last feeble gesture, urging me to find the scroll and to remove it from its hidden niche, and to use it for ends that would palliate his life's doings. I tried to turn him over to learn more, but he died in my arms. And I left him there, in the narrow aisle among the Nazi werewolves and Royal Welsh Fusiliers, and I threaded my way through the drawing-room large enough to stage a cotillion, and I found the secret panel behind which he had secreted the scroll, and I removed it, and saw the photograph he had taken in that beyond that lay beyond the beyondmost edge, the only image of that land that has ever existed, the whispering moon, the golden mushroom trees, the satin sea, the creatures that sit and ruminate there. I took the scroll and went far away, into the outback above Arkaroo Rock, where the dream-time reigns, and I spent many years learning the wisdom contained in the scroll of Mr. Brown. It would not be hyperbole to call it an epiphany, for when I came back down and re-entered the human stream, I was a different Vizinci. I was recast in a different nature. All that I had been, all that I had done, all the blight I had left in my track, all of it was as if from someone else's debased life. I was now equipped and anxious to honor Mr. Brown's dying wish. And that is how I have spent my time for the past several lifetimes. The scroll, in a minor footnote, affords the careful reader the key to immortality, or as much immortality as one desires. So with this added benison of longevity, I have expended entire decades improving the condition of life for the creatures of this world that formerly I savaged and destroyed. Now, due to circumstances I will not detail, there is no need to distress you with the specifics of vegetables and rust. The time of my passing is at hand. Vizinci will be no more in a very short while, and all the good I have done will be the last good I can do. I will cease to be, and I will take the scroll with me. Please trust my judgment in this. But for a very long time, I have been your guardian angel. I have done you innumerable good turns. Yes, even you reading these words, I did you a good turn just last week. Think back, and you will remember a random small miracle that made your existence prettier. That was I. And as parting gift, I have extracted a brief number of the most important thoughts and skills from the scroll of the Promontorium Sacrum. They are the most potent runes from that astonishing document. So they will not burn, but rather will serve to warm if properly adduced, if slowly deciphered and assimilated and understood. I've couched them in more contemporary, universal terms. I do this for your own good. They are not quite epigraphs, nor are they riddles. Though set down in simple language, if pierced to the nidus, they will enrich and reify. They are potentially analeptic. I present them to you now, because you will have to work your lives without me from this time forward. You are, as you were for millennia, alone once again, but you can do it. I present them to you because, from the moment Mr. Brown died in my arms, I have been unable to forget the look of human misery, endless despair, and hopelessness on the face of a Spartan soldier who lay on a carpet in a house in Sydney, Australia. This is for him, for all of them, and for you. 1. It's the dark of the sun. It's the hour in which worms sing madrigals, tea leaves tell their tales in languages we once used to converse with the trees, and all the winds of the world have returned to the great throat that gave them life. Messages come to us from the core of quiet. A friend now gone tries desperately to pass a message from the beyond, but the strength of ghosts is slight. All he can do is move dust motes with great difficulty, arranging them with excruciating slowness to form words. The message comes together on the glossy jacket of a book casually dropped on a table more than a year ago. Laboriously laid, mote by mote, the message tells the friend still living that friendship must involve risk, that it is merely a word if it is never tested, that anyone can claim friend if there is no chance of cost. It is phrased simply. On the other side, the shade of the friend now departed waits and hopes. He fears the inevitable. His living friend despises disorder and dirt. What if he chances on the misplaced book while wearing his white gloves? 2. Do they chill? The breezes that whisper of yesterday, the winds that come from a hidden valley near the top of the world? Do they bite? The shadowy thoughts that lie at the bottom of your heart during daylight hours, that swirl up like wood smoke in the night? Can you hear the memories of those who have gone before, calling to you when the weariness takes you close on midnight? They are the winds, the thoughts, the voices of memory that prevail in the hour that lies between awareness and reverie. And on the other side of the world, hearing the same song, is your one true love, understanding no better than you that those who cared and went away are trying to bring you together. Can you breach the world that keeps you apart? 3. This is an emergency bulletin. We've made a few necessary alterations in the status quo. For the next few weeks, there will be no madness, no imbecile beliefs, no paralogical, prelogical, or paleological thinking. No random cruelty. For the next few weeks, all the impaired mentalities will be frozen in stasis. No attempts to get you to believe that vast and cool intelligences come from space regularly in circular vehicles. No runaway tales of yetis, Sasquatches, hairy shamblers of a lost species. No warnings that the cards, the stones, the running water, or the stars are against your best efforts. This is the time known in Indonesia as Jam Karat, the hour that stretches. For the next few weeks, you can breathe freely and operate off these words by one who learned too late, by one who has gone away, who is called Camus. It is not man who must be protected, but the possibilities within him. You have a few weeks without hindrance. Move quickly. 4. The casement window blows open. The nightmare has eluded the guards. It's over the spiked wall, and it's in here with you. The lights go out. The temperature drops sharply. The bones in your body sigh. You're all alone with it, circling with your back to the wall. Hey, don't be a nasty little coward. Face it and disembowel it. You've got time. You have always had time, but the fear slowed you, and you were overcome. But this is the hour that stretches, and you've got a chance. After all, it's only your conscience come to kill you. Stop shivering and put up your dukes. You might beat it this time, now that you know you have some breathing space. For in this special hour, anything that has ever happened will happen again, except this time, it's your turn to risk it all. 5. In the cathedral at the bottom of the Maracant Deep, the carillon chimes for all the splendid thinkers you never got to be. The memories of great thoughts left unspoken rise from their watery tomb and ascend to the surface. The sea boils at their approach, and a siege of sea eagles gathers in the sky above the disturbance. Fishermen in small boats listen as they have never listened before, and all seems clear for the first time. These are warnings of storms made only by men. Tempests and sea spouts, tsunamis and bleeding oceans the color of tragedy. For men's tongues have been stilled, and more great thoughts will die never having been uttered. Memories from the pit of the deep rise to lament their brethren. Even now, even in the hour that stretches, the past silently cries out not to be forgotten. Are you listening? Or must you be lost at sea forever? 6. Did you have one of those days today, like a nail in the foot? Did the pterodactyl corpse dropped by the ghost of your mother from the spectral Hindenburg, forever circling the earth, come smashing through the lid of your glass coffin? Did the New York strip steak you attacked at dinner suddenly show a mouth filled with needle-sharp teeth, and did it snap off the end of your fork? The last solid gold fork from the set Anastasia pressed into your hands as they took her away to be shot? Is the slab under your apartment building moaning that it cannot stand the weight on its back a moment longer? And is the building stretching and creaking? Did a good friend betray you today, or did that good friend merely keep silent and fail to come to your aid? Are you holding the razor at your throat this very instant? Take heart. Comfort is at hand. This is the hour that stretches. Jam Karat. We are the cavalry. We're here. Put away the pills. We'll get you through this bloody night. Next time it'll be your turn to help us. 7. You woke in the night last night, and the fiery, bony hand was inscribing mystic passes in the darkness of your bedroom. It carved out words in the air, flaming words, messages that required answers. 1 picture is worth 1,000 words, the hand wrote. Not in this life, you said to the dark and the fire. Give me 1 picture that shows how I felt when they gassed my dog. I'll take less than 1,000 words and make you weep for the last Neanderthal crouched at the cliff's edge at the moment he realized his kind were gone. Show me your 1 picture. Commend to me the 1 picture that captures what it was like for me in the moment she said it was all over between us. Not in this life, Bonehand. So here we are, once again in the dark, with nothing between us in this hour that stretches but the words. Sweet words, and harsh words, and words that tumble over themselves to get born. We leave the pictures for the canvas of your mind. Seems only fair. 8. Rain fell in a special pattern. I couldn't believe it was doing that. I ran to the other side of the house and looked out the window. The sun was shining there. I saw a hummingbird bury his stiletto beak in a peach on one of the trees, like a junkie who had turned himself into the needle. He sucked deeply, and shadows flowed out of the unripe peach. A dreamy vapor that enveloped the bird, changing its features to something jubilantly malevolent. With juice glowing in one perfect drop at the end of its beak, it turned a yellow eye toward me as I pressed against the window. "Go away," it said. I fell back and rushed to the other side of the house, where rain fell in one place on the sunny street. In my soul, I knew that not all inclement weather meant sorrow, that even the brightest day held dismay. I knew this all had meaning, but there was no one else in the world to whom I could go for interpretation. There were only dubious sources, and none knew more than I, not really. Isn't that the damnedest thing? There's never a good reference when you need one. 9. Through the jaws of night we stormed, banners cracking against the icy wind, the vapor our beasts panted preceding us like smoke signals, warning the enemy that we looked forward to writing our names in the blood of the end of their lives. We rode for art, for the singing soul of creativity. Our cause was just because it was the only cause worth dying for. All others were worth living for. They stood there on the black line of the horizon, their pikes angrily tilted toward us. "For commerce!" they shouted with one voice. "For commerce!" And we fell upon them, and the battle was high-wave traffic, with the sound of metal on metal, the sound of hooves on stone, the sound of bodies exploding. We battled all through the endless midnight, till at last we could see nothing but hills and valleys of dead. And in the end we lost. We always lost, and I alone am left to tell of that time. Only I, alone of all who went to war to measure the height of the dream, only I remain to speak to you here in the settling silence. Why do you feel diminished? You weren't there. It wasn't your war. Hell hath no fury like that of the uninvolved. 10. Hear the music. Listen with all your might, and you needn't clap to keep Tinker Bell from going into a coma. The music will restore her rosy cheeks. Then seek out the source of the melody. Look long and look deep, and somewhere in the murmuring world you will find the storyteller there under the cabbage leaves singing to herself. Or is that a she? Perhaps it's a he. But whichever, or whatever, the poor thing is crippled. Can you see that now? The twisting, the bending, the awkward shape, the milky eye, the humped back. Do you now make it out? But if you try to join in, to work a duet with wonder, the song ceases. When you startle the cricket, its symphony ceases. Art is not by committee, nor is it by wish fulfillment. It is that which is produced in the hour that stretches, the timeless time wherein all songs are sung, in a place devoid of electrical outlets. And if you try to grasp either the singer or the song, all you will hold is sparkling dust as fine as the butter the moth leaves on glass. How the bee flies, how the lights go on, how the enigma enriches and the explanation chills, how the music is made, are not things we were given to know. And only the fools who cannot hear the song ask that the rules be posted. Hear the music, and enjoy, but do not cry. Not everyone was intended to reach A above high C. 11. Ah, there were giants in the land in those days. There was a sweet-faced, honey-voiced girl named Barbara Wire, whom we called Nancy because no one had the heart to call her Barb Wire. She tossed a salamander into a window fan to see what would happen. There was Sophie, who had been bitten by the sun also rises at a tender age, and who took it as her mission in life to permit crippled virginal boys the enjoyment of carnal knowledge of her every body part. Harelips, lepers, paraplegics, albinos with pink eyes, aphasiacs. She welcomed them all to her bed. There was Marissa, who could put an entire unsegmented fried chicken in her mouth all at once, chew without opening her lips or dribbling, and who would then delicately spit out an intact skeleton, as dry and clean as the Gobi Desert. Perdita drew portraits. She would sit you down, and with her pad and charcoal quickly capture the depth and specificity of your most serious flaws of honor, ethic, and conscience so accurately that you would rip the drawing to pieces before anyone else could see the nature of your corruption. Yolanda, who stole cars and then reduced them to metal sculpture in demolition derbies, whose residence was in an abandoned car crusher. Peggy, who never slept, but told endlessly of her waking dreams of the things the birds told her they saw from on high. Naomi, who was white, passing for black, because she felt the need to shoulder some of the guilt of the world. Ah, there were giants in the land in those days. But I left the room, and closed the door behind me so that the hour that stretches would not leak out. And though I've tried portal after portal, I've never been able to find that room again. Perhaps I'm in the wrong house. 12. I woke at 3 in the morning, bored out of sleep by dreams of such paralyzing mediocrity that I could not lie there and suffer my own breathing. Naked, I padded through the silent house. I knew that terrain as my tongue knows my palate. There were rolls of ancient papyrus lying on the counter. I will replace them high in a dark closet, I thought. Then I said it aloud. The house was silent. I could speak to the air. I took a tall stool and went to the closet and climbed up and replaced the papyrus. Then I saw it. A web. Dark and billowing in the corner of the ceiling, not silvery but ashy. Something I could not bear to see in my home. It threatened me. I climbed down, moved through the utter darkness, and struggled with the implements in the broom closet, found the feather duster, and hurried back. Then I killed the foaming web and left the closet. Clean the feather duster, I thought. In the backyard, I moved to the wall and shook it out. Then, as I returned, incredible pain assaulted me. The cactus pup, with its cool, long spikes, had embedded itself in the ball of my naked right foot. My testicles shrank, and my eyes watered. I took an involuntary step, and the spines drove deeper. I reached down to remove the agony, and a spike embedded itself in my thumb. I shouted. I hurt. Limping, I got to the kitchen. In the light of the kitchen, I tried to pinch out the spines. They were barbed. They came away with bits of flesh attached. The poison was already spreading. I hurt very much. I hobbled to the bathroom to put antiseptic or the waters of Lethe on the wounds. They bled freely. I salved myself and returned to the bed, hating my wife who slept unknowing. I hated my friend who lay dreaming in another part of the house. I hated the world for placing random pain in my innocent path. I lay down and hated all natural order for a brief time. Then I fell asleep, relieved. Boredom had been killed with the billowing web. Somehow, the universe always provides. 13. Like all men, my father was a contradiction in terms. Not more than 2 or 3 years after the Great Depression, when my family was still returning pop bottles for the few cents deposit and saving those pennies in a quart milk bottle, my father did one of the kindest things I've ever known. He hired a man as an assistant in his little store, an assistant he didn't really need and couldn't afford. He hired the man because he had 3 children and couldn't find a job. Yet not more than a week later, as we locked up the stationery shop late on a Saturday night, and began to walk down the street to the diner where we would have our hot roast beef sandwiches and French fries with extra country gravy for dipping the fries, another man approached us on the street and asked for 25 cents to buy a bowl of soup. And my father snarled, "No, get away from us." I was more startled at that moment than I had ever been, or ever would be, as it turned out, for my father died not much later that year. More startled than by anything my father had ever said or done. If I had known the word at that age, I was only 12, I would have realized that I was dumbfounded. My gentle father, who never raised his voice to me or to anyone else, who was unfailingly kind and polite even to the rudest customer, who has forever been a model of compassion for me, my father had grown icy and stony in that exchange with an innocent stranger. "Dad," I asked him, as we walked away from the lonely man, "how come you didn't give that fellow a quarter for some soup?" He looked down at me, as if through a crack in the door of a room always kept locked, and he said, "He won't buy a bowl of soup. He'll only buy more liquor." Because my father never lied to me, and because I knew it was important for him always to tell me the truth, I didn't ask anything more about it. But I never forgot that evening, and it is an incident I can never fit into the film strip of loving memories I run and rerun starring my father. Somehow I feel, without understanding, that it was the most important moment of human frailty and compassion in the 12 years through which I was permitted to adore my father. And I wonder when I will grow wise enough to understand the wisdom of my father. Thus, my gift. There were 6 more selections from the scroll of the Promontorium Sacrum, but once having entered them here, I realized they would cause more harm than good. Tell me truly, would you really want the power to bend others to your will? Or the ability to travel at will in an instant to any place in the world? Or the facility for reading the future in mirrors? No, I thought not. It is gratifying to see that just the wisdom imparted here has sobered you to that extent. And what would you do with the knowledge of shaping, the talent for sending, the capturing of rainbows? You already possess such powers and abilities as the world has never known. Now that I've left you the time to master what you already know, you should have no sorrow at being denied these others. Be content. Now I take my leave. Passage of an instant sort has been arranged. Vizinci, the I that I became, goes finally on the journey previously denied. Until I had fulfilled the dying request of Mr. Brown, I felt it was unfair of me to indulge myself. But now I go to the sacred promontory, to return the scroll, to sit at the base of the golden mushroom trees and confabulate with astonishing creatures. Perhaps I will take a camera, and perhaps I will endeavor to send back a snap or two, but that is unlikely. I go contentedly for all my youthful crimes, having left this a prettier venue than I found it. And finally, for those of you who always wash behind your ears, because as children you heeded the admonition, "Go wash behind your ears," seeing motion pictures of children being examined by their parents before being permitted to go to the dinner table, remembering the panels in comic strips in which children were being told, "Go back and wash behind your ears," who always wondered why that was important. After all, your ears fit fairly close to your head. Who used to wonder what one could possibly have behind one's ears? Great masses of mud? Dangerous colonies of germs? Could vegetation actually take root there? What are we talking about, and why such obsessive attention to something so silly? For those of you who were trusting enough to wash behind your ears, and still do, for those of you who know the urgency of tying your shoelaces tightly, who have no fear of vegetables or rust, I answer the question you raise about the fate of those tiny metal figurines left in eternal anguish on the floor of Mr. Brown's drawing-room. I answer the question in this way. There was a man standing behind you yesterday in the checkout line at the grocery store. You casually noticed that he was buying the most unusual combinations of exotic foods. When you dropped the package of frozen peas and he stooped to retrieve it for you, you noticed that he had a regal, almost, one might say, militaristic bearing. He clicked his heels as he proffered the peas, and when you thanked him, he spoke with a peculiar accent. Trust me in this. Not even if you were Professor Henry Higgins could you place the point of origin of that accent. Dedicated to the memory of Mike Harlan. Face value. Karen Joy Fowler. Karen Joy Fowler is another of the fine new voices in science fiction. A collection of her short fiction, Artificial Things, was published in 1987. This story, about a husband-wife team and their study of an alien race that has lost the ability to fly, is SF at its best, in which we read about something truly alien and discover something about humans. It was almost like being alone. Taki, who had been alone one way or another most of his life, recognized this and thought he could deal with it. What choice did he have? It was only that he had allowed himself to hope for something different. A second star, small and dim, joined the sun in the sky, making its appearance over the rope bridge that spanned the empty river. Taki crossed the bridge in a hurry to get inside before the hottest part of the day began. Something flashed briefly in the dust at his feet, and he stooped to pick it up. It was one of Hesper's poems, half-finished, left out all night. Taki had stopped reading Hesper's poetry. It reflected nothing, not a whisper of her life here with him, but was filled with longing for things and people behind her. Taki pocketed the poem on his way to the house, stood outside the door, and removed what dust he could with the stiff brush that hung at the entrance. He keyed his admittance. The door made a slight sucking sound as it resealed behind him. Hesper had set out an iced glass of Aid for him. Taki drank it at a gulp, superimposing his own dusty fingerprints over hers sketched lightly in the condensation on the glass. The drink was heavily sugared and only made him thirstier. A cloth curtain separated one room from another, a blue sheet, Hesper's innovation since the dwelling was designed as a single multifunctional space. Through the curtain, Taki heard a voice and knew Hesper was listening again to her mother's letter. Earth weather, the romances of her younger cousins. The letter had arrived weeks ago, but Taki was careful not to remind Hesper how old its news really was. If she chose to imagine the lives of her family moving along the same timeline as her own, then this must be a fantasy she needed. She knew the truth. In the time it had taken her to travel here with Taki, her mother had grown old and died. Her cousins had settled into marriages happy or unhappy, or had faced life alone. The letters that continued to arrive with some regularity were an illusion. A lifetime later, Hesper would answer them. Taki ducked through the curtain to join her. "Hot," he told her as if this were news. She lay on their mat, stomach down, legs bent at the knees, feet crossed in the air. Her hair, the color of dried grasses, hung over her face. Taki stared for a moment at the back of her head. "Here," he said. He pulled out her poem from his pocket and laid it by her hand. "I found this out front." Hesper switched off the letter and rolled onto her back away from the poem. She was careful not to look at Taki. Her cheeks were stained with irregular red patches, so that Taki knew she had been crying again. The observation caused him a familiar mixture of sympathy and impatience. His feelings for Hesper always came in these uncomfortable combinations. It tired him. "Out front," Hesper repeated, and her voice held a practiced tone of uninterested nastiness. "And how did you determine that one part of this featureless landscape was the front?" "Because of the door. We have only the one door, so it's the front door." "No," said Hesper. "If we had two doors, then one might arguably be the front door, and the other the back door, but with only one, it's just the door." Her gaze went straight upward. "You use words so carelessly, words from another world. They mean nothing here." Her eyelids fluttered briefly, the lashes darkened with tears. "It's not just an annoyance to me, you know," she said. "It can't help but damage your work." "My work is the study of the meaning," Taki answered, "not the creation of a new language." And Hesper's eyes closed. "I really don't see the difference," she told him. She lay a moment longer without moving, then opened her eyes and looked at Taki directly. "I don't want to have this conversation. I don't know why I started it. Let's rewind, run it again. I'll be the wife this time. You come in and say, 'Honey, I'm home,' and I'll ask you how your morning was." Taki began to suggest that this was a scene from another world and would mean nothing here. He had not yet framed the sentence when he heard the door seal release and saw Hesper's face go hard and white. She reached for her poem and slid it under the scarf at her waist. Before she could get to her feet, the first of the meanie had joined them in the bedroom. Taki ducked through the curtain to fasten the door before the temperature inside the house rose. The outer room was filled with dust, and the hands that reached out to him as he went past left dusty streaks on his clothes and his skin. He counted 8 of the meanie, fluttering about him like large moths the size of human children, but with furry vestigial wings, hourglass abdomens, stick-like limbs. They danced about him in the open spaces, looked through the cupboards, and pulled the tapes from his desk. When they had their backs to him, he could see the symmetrical arrangement of dark spots that marked their wings in a pattern resembling a human face, a very sad face, very distinct. Masculine, Taki had always thought, but Hesper disagreed. The party that had made initial contact under the leadership of Hans Meany so many years ago had wisely found the faces too whimsical for mention in their report. Instead, they had included pictures and allowed them to speak for themselves. Perhaps the original explorers had been asking the same question Hesper posed the first time Taki showed her the pictures. Was the face really there? Or was this only evidence of the ability of humans to see their own faces in everything? Hesper had a poem titled "The Kitchen God," which recounted the true story of a woman about a century ago who had found the image of Christ in the burn marks on a tortilla. "Do they see it too?" she had asked Taki. But there was, as yet, no way to ask this of the meanie, no way to know if they had reacted with shock and recognition to the faces of the first humans they had seen, though studies of the meanie eye suggested a finer depth perception which might significantly distort the flat image. Taki thought that Hesper's own face had changed since the day, only 6 months ago calculated as travel time, when she had said she would come here with him, and he thought it was because she loved him. They had sorted through all the information that had been collected to date on the meanie, and her face had been all sympathy then. What would it be like, she asked him, to be able to fly and then to lose this ability, to outgrow it? What would a loss like that do to the racial consciousness of a species? It happened so long ago, I doubt it's even noticed as a loss, Taki had answered. Legends, myths not really believed, perhaps. Probably not even that. In the racial memory, not even a whisper. Hesper had ignored him. What a shame they don't write poetry, she had said. She was finding them less romantic now as she joined Taki in the outer room, her face stoic. The meanie surrounded her, ran their string-fingered hands all over her body, inside her clothing. One meanie attempted to insert a finger into her mouth, but Hesper tightened her lips together resolutely, dust on her chin. Her eyes were fastened on Taki. Accusingly? Beseechingly? Taki was no good at reading people's eyes. He looked away. Eventually the meanie grew bored. They left in groups, a few lingering behind to poke among the boxes in the bedroom, then following the others until Hesper and Taki were left alone. Hesper went to wash herself as thoroughly as their limited water supply allowed. Taki swept up the loose dust. Before he finished, Hesper returned, showing him her empty jewelry box without a word. The jewelry had all belonged to her mother. I'll get them when it cools, Taki told her. Thank you. It was always Hesper's things that the meanie took. The more they disgusted her, pawing over her, rummaging through her things, no way to key the door against clever meanie fingers, even if Taki had agreed to lock them out, which he had not. The more fascinating they seemed to find her. They touched her twice as often as they touched Taki, and much more insistently. They took her jewelry, her poems, her letters, all the things she treasured most, and Taki believed, although it was far too early in his studies really to speculate with any assurance, that the meanie read something off the objects. The initial explorers had concluded that meanie communication was entirely telepathic, and if this were accurate, then Taki's speculation was not such a leap. Certainly the meanie didn't value the objects for themselves. Taki always found them discarded in the dust on this side of the rope bridge. The fact that everything would be easily recovered did nothing to soften Hesper's sense of invasion. She mixed herself a drink, stirring it with the metal straw that poked through the dust-proof lid. "You shouldn't allow it," she said at last, and Taki knew from the time that had elapsed that she had tried not to begin this familiar conversation. He appreciated her effort as much as he was annoyed by her failure. "It's part of my job," he reminded her. "We have to be accessible to them. I study them, they study us. There's no way to differentiate the two activities, and certainly no way to establish communication except simultaneously." "You're letting them study us, but you're giving them a false picture. You're allowing them to believe that humans intrude on each other in this way. Does it occur to you that they may be involved in similar charades? If so, what can either of us learn?" Taki took a deep breath. "The need for privacy may not be as intrinsically human as you imagine. I could point to many societies prior to the plagues that afforded very little of this. As for any deliberate misrepresentations on their part, well, isn't that the whole rationale for not sending a study team? Wouldn't I be further along if I were working with environmentalists, physiologists, linguists? But the risk of contamination increases exponentially with each additional human. We would be too much of a presence. Of course I will be very careful. I am far from the stage in my study where I can begin to draw conclusions. When I visit them, reinforcing the notion that such visits are ordinary human behavior." Hesper was looking at Taki with great coolness. "When I visit them, I am much more circumspect," Taki finished. "I conduct my study as unobtrusively as possible." "And what do you imagine you are studying?" Hesper asked. She closed her lips tightly over the straw and drank. Taki regarded her steadily and with exasperation. "Is this a trick question?" he asked. "I imagine I am studying the meanie. What do you imagine I am studying?" "What humans always study," said Hesper. "Humans." "You never saw one of the meanie alone, not ever. One never wandered off to watch the sunset or took its food to a solitary hole to eat without sharing. They did everything in groups, and although Taki had been observing them for weeks now and was able to identify individuals and had compiled charts of the groupings he had seen, trying to isolate families or friendships or work castes, still the results were inconclusive. His attempts at communication were similarly discouraging. He had tried verbalizations, but had not expected a response to them. He had no idea how they processed audio information, although they could hear. He had tried clapping and gestures, simple hand signals for the names of common objects. He had no sense that these efforts were noticed. They were so unfocused when he dealt with them, fluttering here, fluttering there. Taki's ESP quotient had never been measurable, yet he tried that route, too. He tried to send a simple command. He would trap a meanie hand and hold it against his own cheek, trying to form in his mind the picture that corresponded to the action. When he released the hand, sticky meanie fingers might linger for a moment, or they might slip away immediately, tangle in his hair instead, or tap his teeth. Meanie teeth were tiny and pointed like wires. Taki saw them only when the meanie ate. At other times, they were hidden inside the folds of skin that almost hid their eyes as well. Taki speculated that the skin flaps protected their mouths and eyes from the dust. Taki found meanie faces less expressive than their backs. Head-on, they appeared petaled and blind as flowers. When he wanted to differentiate one meanie from another, Taki looked at their wings. Hesper had warned him there would be no art, and he had asked her how she could be so sure. "Because their communication system is perfect," she said. "Out of one brain and into the next with no loss of meaning, no need for abstraction. Art arises from the inability to communicate. Art is the imperfect symbol, isn't it?" But Taki, watching the meanie carry water up from their underground deposits, asked himself where the line between tools and art objects should be drawn. For no functional reason that he could see, the water containers curved in the centers like the shapes of the meanie's own abdomens. Taki followed the meanie below ground, down some shallow, rough-cut stairs into the darkness. The meanie themselves were slightly luminescent when there was no other light. At times and seasons, some were spectacularly so, and Taki's best guess was that this was sexual. Even with the dimmer members, Taki could see well enough. He moved through a long tunnel with a low ceiling that made him stoop. He could hear water at the other end of it, not the water itself, but a special quality to the silence that told him water was near. The lake was clearly artificial, collected during the rainy season, which no human had seen yet. The tunnel narrowed sharply. Taki could have gone forward, but felt suddenly claustrophobic and backed out instead. What did the meanie think, he wondered, of the fact that he came here without Hesper? Did they notice this at all? Did it teach them anything about humans that they were capable of understanding? "Their lives together are perfect," Hesper said, "except for those useless wings. If they are ever able to talk with us at all, it will be because of those wings." Of course, Hesper was a poet. The world was all language as far as she was concerned. When Taki first met Hesper at a party given by a colleague of his, he had asked her what she did. "I name things," she had said. "I try to find the right names for things." In retrospect, Taki thought it was bullshit. He couldn't remember why he had been so impressed with it at the time, a deliberate miscommunication when a simple answer, "I write poetry," would have been so clear and easy to understand. He felt the same way about her poetry itself, needlessly obscure, slightly evocative, but it left the reader feeling that he had fallen short somehow, that it had been a test and he had flunked it. It was unkind poetry, and Taki had worked so hard to read it then. "Am I right?" he would ask her anxiously when he finished. "Is that what you're saying?" But she would answer that the poem spoke for itself. "Once it's on the page, I've lost control over it. Then the reader determines what it says or how it works." Hesper's eyes were gray, the irises so large and intense within their dark rings that they made Taki dizzy. "So you're always right, by definition, even if it's not remotely close to what I intended." What Taki really wanted was to find himself in Hesper's poems. He would read them anxiously for some symbol that could be construed as him, some clue as to his impact on her life, but he was never there. It was against policy to send anyone into the field alone. There were pros and cons, of course, but ultimately the isolation of a single professional was seen as too cruel. For shorter projects, there were advantages in sending a threesome, but during a longer study, the group dynamics in a trio often became difficult. 2 was considered ideal, and Taki knew that Raji and Hayan had applied for this post, a husband and wife team in which both members were trained for this type of study. He had never stopped being surprised that the post had been offered to him instead. He could not even have been considered if Hesper had not convinced the committee of her willingness to accompany him, but she must have done much more. She must have impressed someone very much for them to decide that one trained xenologist and one poet might be more valuable than 2 trained xenologists. The committee had made some noises about possible contamination occurring between the 2 trained professionals, but Taki found this argument specious. "What did you say to them?" he asked her after her interview, and she shrugged. "You know," she said, "words." Taki had hidden things from the committee during his own interview, things about Hesper, her moods, her deep attachment to her mother, her unreliable attachment to him. He must have known it would never work out, but he walked about in those days with the stunned expression of a man who had been given everything. Could he be blamed for accepting it? Could he be blamed for believing in Hesper's unexpected willingness to accompany him? It made a sort of equation for Taki. If Hesper were willing to give up everything and come with Taki, then Hesper loved Taki. An ordinary marriage commitment was reviewable every 5 years. This was something much greater. No other explanation made any sense. The equation still held a sort of inevitability for Taki. Then Hesper loved Taki, if Hesper were willing to come with him. So somehow, sometime, Taki had done something that lost him Hesper's love. If he could figure out what, perhaps he could make her love him again. "Do you love me?" he had asked Hesper only once. He had too much pride for these thinly disguised pleadings. "Love is such a difficult word," she had answered, but her voice had been filled with a rare softness and had not hurt Taki as much as it might. The day star was appearing again when Taki returned home. Hesper had made a meal which suggested she was coping well today. It included a sort of pudding made of a local fruit they had found themselves able to tolerate. Hesper called the pudding Boxty. It was apparently a private joke. Taki was grateful for the food and the joke, even if he didn't understand it. He tried to keep the conversation light-hearted, talking to Hesper about the meanie water jars. Taki's position was that when the form of a practical object was less utilitarian than it might be, then it was art. Hesper laughed. She ran through a list of human artifacts and made him classify them. "A paperclip," she said. "The shape hasn't changed in centuries," he told her. "Not art." "A safety pin." Taki hesitated. How essential was the coil at the bottom of the pin? Very. "Not art," he decided. "A hairbrush." "Boar bristle?" "Wood handle." "Art. Definitely." She smiled at him. "You're confusing ornamentation with art, but why not? It's as good a definition as any," she told him. "Eat your boxty." They spent the whole afternoon alone, uninterrupted. Taki transcribed the morning's notes into his files and reviewed his tapes. Hesper recorded a letter whose recipient would never hear it and sang softly to herself. That night, he reached for her, his hand along the curve at her waist. She stiffened slightly, but responded by putting her hand on his face. He kissed her, and her mouth did not move. His movements became less gentle. It might have been passion, it might have been anger. She told him to stop, but he didn't. Couldn't. Wouldn't. "Stop," she said again, and he heard she was crying. "They're here. Please stop. They're watching us." "Studying us," Taki said. "Let them." But he rolled away and released her. They were alone in the room. He would have seen the meanie easily in the dark. "Hesper," he said. "There's no one here." She lay rigid on her side of their bed. He saw the stitching of her backbone disappearing into her neck, and had a sudden feeling that he could see everything about her, how she was made, how she was held together. It made him no less angry. "I'm sorry," Hesper told him, but he didn't believe her. Even so, he was asleep before she was. He made his own breakfast the next morning without leaving anything out for her. He was gone before she had gotten out of bed. The meanie were gathering food, dried husks, thick enough to protect the liquid fruit during the 2-star dry season. They punctured the husks with their needle-thin teeth. Several crowded about him, greeting him with their fingers, checking his pockets, removing his recorder and passing it about until one of them dropped it in the dust. When they returned to work, Taki retrieved it, wiped it as clean as he could. He sat down to watch them, logged everything he observed. He noted in particular how often they touched each other and wondered what each touch meant. Affection? Communication? Some sort of chain of command? Later he went underground again, choosing another tunnel, looking for one that wouldn't narrow so as to exclude him, but finding himself beside the same lake with the same narrow access ahead. He went deeper this time, until it gradually became too close for his shoulders. Before him, he could see a luminescence. He smelled the dusty odor of the meanie and could just make out a sound, too, a sort of movement, a grass rubbing together sound. He stooped and strained his eyes to see something in the faint light. It was like looking into the small end of a pair of binoculars. The tunnel narrowed and narrowed. Beyond it must be the meanie homes, and he could never get into them. He contrasted this with the easy access they had to his home. At the end of his vision, he thought he could just see something move, but he wasn't sure. A light touch on the back of his neck and another behind his knee startled him. He twisted around to see a group of the meanie crowded into the tunnel behind him. It gave him the feeling of being trapped, and he had to force himself to be very gentle as he pushed his way back and let the meanie go through. The dark pattern of their wings stood in high relief against the luminescent bodies. The human faces grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared. "Leave me alone," Hesper told him. It took Taki completely by surprise. He had done nothing but enter the bedroom. He had not even spoken yet. "Just leave me alone." Taki saw no signs that Hesper had ever gotten up. She lay against the pillow, and her cheek was still creased from the wrinkles in the sheets. She had not been crying. There was something worse in her face, something that alarmed Taki. "Hesper?" he asked. "Hesper? Did you eat anything? Let me get you something to eat." It took Hesper a moment to answer. When she did, she looked ordinary again. "Thank you," she said. "I am hungry." She joined him in the outer room, wrapped in their blanket, her hair tangled around her face. She got a drink for herself, dropping the empty glass once, stooping to retrieve it. Taki had the strange impression that the glass fell slowly. When they had first arrived, the gravitational pull had been light, just perceptibly lighter than Earth's. Without quite noticing, this had registered on him in a sort of light-heartedness, but Hesper had complained of feelings of dislocation, disconnection. Taki put together a cold breakfast that Hesper ate slowly, watching her own hands as if they fascinated her. Taki looked away. "Fork," she said. He looked back. She was smiling at him. "What?" "Fork." He understood. "Not art." "4 tines." He didn't answer. "Roses carved on the handle." "Well, then, art, because of the handle, not because of the tines." He was greatly reassured. The meanie came while he was telling her about the tunnel. They put their dusty fingers in her food, pulled it apart. Hesper set her fork down and pushed the plate away. When they reached for her, she pushed them away, too. They came back. Hesper shoved harder. "Hesper," said Taki, "I just want to be left alone. They never leave me alone." Hesper stood up, towering above the meanie. The blanket fell to the floor. "We flew here," Hesper said to the meanie. "Did you see the ship? Didn't you see the pod? Doesn't that interest you? Flying?" She laughed and flapped her arms until they froze horizontal at her sides. The meanie reached for her again, and she brought her arms in to protect her breasts, pushing the meanie away repeatedly, harder and harder, until they tired of approaching her and went into the bedroom, reappearing with her poems in their hands. The door sealed behind them. "I'll get them back for you," Taki promised, but Hesper told him not to bother. "I haven't written in weeks," she said, "in case you hadn't noticed. I haven't finished a poem since I came here. I've lost that, along with everything else." She brushed at her hair rather frantically with one hand. "It doesn't matter," she added. "My poems? Not art." "Are you the best person to judge that?" Taki asked. "Don't patronize me." Hester returned to the table, looked again at the plate that held her unfinished breakfast, dusty from handling. "My critical faculties are still intact. It's just the poetry that's gone." She took the dish to clean it, scraped the food away. "I was never any good," she said. "Why do you think I came here? I had no poetry of my own, so I thought I'd write the meanies. I came to a world without words. I hoped it would be clarifying. I knew there was a risk." Her hands moved very fast. "I want you to know I don't blame you." "Come and sit down a moment, Hesper," Taki said, but she shook her head. She looked down at her body and moved her hands over it. "They feel sorry for us, did you know that? They feel sorry about our bodies." "How do you know that?" Taki asked. "Logic. We have these completely functional bodies, no useless wings. Not art." Hesper picked up the blanket and headed for the bedroom. At the cloth curtain she paused a moment. "They love our loneliness, though. They've taken all mine. They never leave me alone now." She thrust her right arm suddenly out into the air. It made the curtain ripple. "Go away," she said, ducking behind the sheet. Taki followed her. He was very frightened. "No one is here but us, Hesper," he told her. He tried to put his arms around her, but she pushed him back and began to dress. "Don't touch me all the time," she said. He sank onto the bed and watched her. She sat on the floor to fasten her boots. "Are you going out, Hesper?" he asked, and she laughed. "Hesper is out," she said. "Hesper is out of place, out of time. Out of luck and out of her mind. Hesper has vanished completely. Hesper was broken into and taken. Taki fastened his hands tightly together. Please don't do this to me, Hesper, he pleaded. It's really so unfair. When did I ask so much of you? I took what you offered me. I never took anything else. Please don't do this. Hesper had found the brush and was pulling it roughly through her hair. He rose and went to her, grabbing her by the arms, trying to turn her to face him. Please, Hesper. She shook loose from him without really appearing to notice his hands, and continued to work through the worst of her tangles. When she did turn around, her face was familiar, but somehow not Hesper's face. It was a face that startled him. Hesper is gone, it said. We have her. You've lost her. We are ready to talk to you, even though you will never, never, never understand. She reached out to touch him, laying her open palm against his cheek and leaving it there. Buffalo gals, won't you come out tonight? Ursula K. Le Guin. One of science fiction's most distinguished novelists, Ursula Le Guin has been honored with both the Hugo and Nebula Awards, as well as a National Book Award. Her books include The Left Hand of Darkness, The Dispossessed, and Always Coming Home. Buffalo Gals, a wonderfully different animal story, won a Hugo Award and a World Fantasy Award in 1988. You fell out of the sky, the coyote said. Still curled up tight, lying on her side, her back pressed against the overhanging rock, the child watched the coyote with one eye. Over the other eye, she kept her hand cupped, its back on the dirt. There was a burned place in the sky up there alongside the rim rock, and then you fell out of it, the coyote repeated patiently, as if the news was getting a bit stale. Are you hurt? She was all right. She was in the plane with Mr. Michaels, and the motor was so loud she couldn't understand what he said, even when he shouted. And the way the wind rocked the wings was making her feel sick, but it was all right. They were flying to Canyonville, in the plane. She looked. The coyote was still sitting there. It yawned. It was a big one, in good condition, its coat silvery and thick. The dark tear line back from its long yellow eye was as clearly marked as a tabby cat's. She sat up slowly, still holding her right hand pressed to her right eye. Did you lose an eye? The coyote asked, interested. I don't know, the child said. She caught her breath and shivered. I'm cold. I'll help you look for it, the coyote said. Come on, if you move around you won't have to shiver. The sun's up. Cold, lonely brightness lay across the falling land, 100 miles of sagebrush. The coyote was trotting busily around, nosing under clumps of rabbit brush and cheatgrass, pawing at a rock. Aren't you going to look? It said, suddenly sitting down on its haunches and abandoning the search. I knew a trick once where I could throw my eyes way up into a tree and see everything from up there, and then whistle and they'd come back into my head. But that goddamn blue jay stole them, and when I whistled, nothing came. I had to stick lumps of pine pitch into my head so I could see anything. You could try that. But you've got one eye. That's okay. What do you need two for? Are you coming, or are you dying there? The child crouched, shivering. Well, come if you want to, said the coyote, yawned again, snapped at a flea, stood up, turned, and trotted away among the sparse clumps of rabbit brush and sage, along the long slope that stretched on down and down into the plain streaked across by long shadows of sagebrush. The slender, gray-yellow animal was hard to keep in sight, vanishing as the child watched. She struggled to her feet, and without a word, though she kept saying in her mind, Wait, please, wait, she hobbled after the coyote. She could not see it. She kept her hand pressed over the right eye socket. Seeing with one eye, there was no depth. It was like a huge, flat picture. The coyote suddenly sat in the middle of the picture, looking back at her, its mouth open, its eyes narrowed, grinning. Her legs began to steady, and her head did not pound so hard, though the deep black ache was always there. She had nearly caught up to the coyote when it trotted off again. This time she spoke. Please wait, she said. Okay, said the coyote, but it trotted right on. She followed, walking downhill into the flat picture that at each step was deep. Each step was different underfoot. Each sage bush was different, and all the same. Following the coyotes, she came out from the shadow of the rimrock cliffs, and the sun at eye level dazzled her left eye. Its bright warmth soaked into her muscles and bones at once. The air, which all night had been so hard to breathe, came sweet and easy. The sage bushes were pulling in their shadows, and the sun was hot on the child's back when she followed the coyote along the rim of a gully. After a while, the coyote slanted down the undercut slope, and the child scrambled after through scrub willows to the thin creek in its wide sand bed. Both drank. The coyote crossed the creek not with a careless charge and splashing like a dog, but single-foot and quiet like a cat. Always it carried its tail low. The child hesitated, knowing that wet shoes make blistered feet, and then waded across in as few steps as possible. Her right arm ached with the effort of holding her hand up over her eye. "I need a bandage," she said to the coyote. It cocked its head and said nothing. It stretched out its forelegs and lay watching the water, resting but alert. The child sat down nearby on the hot sand and tried to move her right hand. It was glued to the skin around her eye by dried blood. At the little tearing away pain, she whimpered. Though it was a small pain, it frightened her. The coyote came over close and poked its long snout into her face. Its strong, sharp smell was in her nostrils. It began to lick the awful, aching blindness, cleaning and cleaning with its curled, precise, strong, wet tongue, until the child was able to cry a little with relief, being comforted. Her head was bent close to the gray-yellow ribs, and she saw the hard nipples, the whitish belly fur. She put her arm around the she-coyote, stroking the harsh coat over back and ribs. "Okay," the coyote said, "let's go," and set off without a backward glance. The child scrambled to her feet and followed. "Where are we going?" she said, and the coyote, trotting on down along the creek, answered, "On down along the creek." There must have been a time while she was asleep that she walked because she felt like she was waking up, but she was walking along only in a different place. They were still following the creek, though the gully had flattened out to nothing much, and there was still sagebrush range as far as the eye could see. The eye, the good one, felt rested. The other one still ached, but not so sharply, and there was no use thinking about it. But where was the coyote? She stopped. The pit of cold into which the plane had fallen reopened, and she fell. She stood falling, a thin whimper making itself in her throat. "Over here!" The child turned. She saw a coyote gnawing at the half-dried-up carcass of a crow, black feathers sticking to the black lips and narrow jaw. She saw a tawny-skinned woman kneeling by a campfire, sprinkling something into a conical pot. She heard the water boiling in the pot, though it was propped between rocks off the fire. The woman's hair was yellow and gray, bound back with a string. Her feet were bare. The upturned soles looked as dark and hard as shoe soles, but the arch of the foot was high, and the toes made two neat curving rows. She wore blue jeans and an old white shirt. She looked over at the girl. "Come on, eat crow," she said. The child slowly came toward the woman and the fire and squatted down. She had stopped falling and felt very light and empty, and her tongue was like a piece of wood stuck in her mouth. Coyote was now blowing into the pot or basket or whatever it was. She reached into it with 2 fingers and pulled her hand away, shaking it and shouting, "Ow, shit! Why don't I ever have any spoons?" She broke off a dead twig of sagebrush, dipped it into the pot, and licked it. "Oh, boy," she said. "Come on." The child moved a little closer, broke off a twig, dipped. Lumpy, pinkish mush clung to the twig. She licked. The taste was rich and delicate. "What is it?" she asked after a long time of dipping and licking. "Food. Dried salmon mush," Coyote said. "It's cooling down." She stuck 2 fingers into the mush again, this time getting a good load, which she ate very neatly. The child, when she tried, got mush all over her chin. It was like chopsticks. It took practice. She practiced. They ate turn and turn until nothing was left in the pot but 3 rocks. The child did not ask why there were rocks in the mush pot. They licked the rocks clean. Coyote licked out the inside of the pot basket, rinsed it once in the creek, and put it onto her head. It fit nicely, making a conical hat. She pulled off her blue jeans. "Piss on the fire," she cried, and did so, standing straddling it. "Ah, steam between the legs," she said. The child, embarrassed, thought she was supposed to do the same thing, but did not want to, and did not. Bare-assed, Coyote danced around the dampened fire, kicking her long, thin legs out and singing, "Buffalo gals, won't you come out tonight, come out tonight, come out tonight? Buffalo gals, won't you come out tonight and dance by the light of the moon?" She pulled her jeans back on. The child was burying the remains of the fire in creek sand, heaping it over seriously, wanting to do it right. Coyote watched her. "Is that you?" she said. "A buffalo gal? What happened to the rest of you?" "The rest of me?" The child looked at herself, alarmed. "All your people." "Oh. Well, Mom took Bobby, he's my little brother, away with Uncle Norm. He isn't really my uncle or anything. So Mr. Michaels was going there anyway, so he was going to fly me over to my real father in Canyonville. Linda, my stepmother, you know, she said it was okay for the summer anyhow if I was there, and then we could see. But the plane—" In the silence, the girl's face became dark red, then grayish-white. Coyote watched, fascinated. "Oh," the girl said. Oh, Mr. Michaels, he must be... Did the..." "Come on," said Coyote, and set off walking. The child cried, "I ought to go back." "What for?" said Coyote. She stopped to look round at the child, then went on faster. "Come on, gal." She said it as a name. Maybe it was the child's name, Myra, as spoken by Coyote. The child, confused and despairing, protested again, but followed her. "Where are we going? Where are we?" "This is my country," Coyote answered with dignity, making a long, slow gesture all round the vast horizon. "I made it, every goddamn sagebrush." And they went on. Coyote's gait was easy, even a little shambling, but she covered the ground. The child struggled not to drop behind. Shadows were beginning to pull themselves out again from under the rocks and shrubs. Leaving the creek, Coyote and the child went up a long, low, uneven slope that ended away off against the sky in rim rock. Dark trees stood, one here, another way, other there. What people called a juniper forest, a desert forest, one with a lot more between the trees than trees. Each juniper they passed smelled sharply. Cat pea smell, the kids at school called it, but the child liked it. It seemed to go into her mind and wake her up. She picked off a juniper berry and held it in her mouth, but after a while spat it out again. The aching was coming back in huge black waves, and she kept stumbling. She found that she was sitting down on the ground. When she tried to get up, her legs shook and would not go under her. She felt foolish and frightened, and began to cry. "We're home," Coyote called from way on up the hill. The child looked with her one weeping eye and saw sagebrush, juniper, cheatgrass, rimrock. She heard a coyote yip far off in the dry twilight. She saw a little town up under the rimrock, board houses, shacks, all unpainted. She heard Coyote call again, "Come on, pup. Come on, gal, we're home." She could not get up, so she tried to go on all fours the long way up the slope to the houses under the rimrock. Long before she got there, several people came to meet her. They were all children, she thought at first, and then began to understand that most of them were grown people, but all were very short. They were broad-bodied, fat, with fine, delicate hands and feet. Their eyes were bright. Some of the women helped her stand up and walk, coaxing her. "It isn't much farther. You're doing fine." In the late dusk, lights shone yellow-bright through doorways and through unchinked cracks between boards. Wood smoke hung sweet in the quiet air. The short people talked and laughed all the time softly. "Where's she going to stay?" "Put her in with Robin. They're all asleep already." "Oh, she can stay with us." The child asked hoarsely, "Where's Coyote?" "Out hunting," the short people said. A deeper voice spoke. "Somebody new has come into town?" "Yes, a new person. one of the short men answered. Among these people, the deep-voiced man bulked impressive. He was broad and tall, with powerful hands, a big head, a short neck. They made way for him respectfully. He moved very quietly, respectful of them also. His eyes, when he stared down at the child, were amazing. When he blinked, it was like the passing of a hand before a candle flame. "It's only an owlet," he said. "What have you let happen to your eye, new person?"
We were flying."
"You're too young to fly," the big man said in his deep, soft voice. "Who brought you here?"
"Coyote."
And one of the short people confirmed.
"She came here with Coyote, young owl."
"Then maybe she should stay in Coyote's house tonight," the big man said.
"It's all bones and lonely in there," said a short woman with fat cheeks and a striped shirt. "She can come with us."
That seemed to decide it. The fat-cheeked woman patted the child's arm and took her past several shacks and shanties to a low, windowless house. The doorway was so low, even the child had to duck down to enter. There were a lot of people inside, some already there and some crowding in after the fat-cheeked woman. Several babies were fast asleep in cradle boxes in the corner. There was a good fire and a good smell, like toasted sesame seeds. The child was given food and ate a little, but her head swam, and the blackness in her right eye kept coming across her left eye, so she could not see at all for a while. Nobody asked her name or told her what to call them. She heard the children call the fat-cheeked woman Chipmunk. She got up courage finally to say,
"Is there somewhere I can go to sleep, Mrs. Chipmunk?"
"Sure. Come on," one of the daughters said. "In here," and took the child into a back room, not completely partitioned off from the crowded front room, but dark and uncrowded. Big shelves with mattresses and blankets lined the walls.
"Crawl in,"
said Chipmunk's daughter, patting the child's arm in the comforting way they had. The child climbed onto a shelf under a blanket. She laid down her head. She thought, "I didn't brush my teeth." 2. She woke. She slept again. In Chipmunk's sleeping room, it was always stuffy, warm, and half-dark day and night. People came in and slept and got up and left night and day. She dozed and slept, got down to drink from the bucket and dipper in the front room, and went back to sleep and doze. She was sitting up on the shelf, her feet dangling, not feeling bad anymore, but dreamy, weak. She felt in her jeans pocket. In the left front one was a pocket comb and a bubblegum wrapper. In the right front, $2 bills and a quarter and a dime. Chipmunk and another woman, a very pretty, dark-eyed, plump one, came in. "So, you woke up for your dance?" Chipmunk greeted her, laughing, and sat down by her with an arm around her. "Jay's giving you a dance," the dark woman said. "He's going to make you all right. Let's get you all ready." There was a spring up under the rimrock which flattened out into a pool with slimy, reedy shores. A flock of noisy children splashing in it ran off and left the child and the two women to bathe. The water was warm on the surface, cold down on the feet and legs. All naked, the two soft-voiced, laughing women, their round bellies and breasts, broad hips and buttocks gleaming warm in the late afternoon light, sluiced the child down, washed and stroked her limbs and hands and hair, cleaned around the cheekbone and eyebrow of her right eye with infinite softness, admired her, sudsed her, rinsed her, splashed her out of the water, dried her off, dried each other off, got dressed, dressed her, braided her hair, braided each other's hair, tied feathers on the braid ends, admired her and each other again, and brought her back down into the little straggling town and to a kind of playing field or dirt parking lot in among the houses. There were no streets, just paths and dirt, no lawns and gardens, just sagebrush and dirt. Quite a few people were gathering or wandering around the open place looking dressed up, wearing colorful shirts, bright dresses, strings of beads, earrings. "Hey there, Chipmunk, Whitefoot," they greeted the women. A man in new jeans, with a bright blue velveteen vest over a clean faded blue work shirt, came forward to meet them, very handsome, tense, and important. "All right, gal," he said in a harsh, loud voice, which startled among all these soft-speaking people. "We're going to get that eye fixed right up tonight. You just sit down here and don't worry about a thing." He took her wrist, gently despite his bossy, brassy manner, and led her to a woven mat that lay on the dirt near the middle of the open place. There, feeling very foolish, she had to sit down and was told to stay still. She soon got over feeling that everybody was looking at her, since nobody paid her more attention than a checking glance or, from Chipmunk or Whitefoot and their families, a reassuring wink. Every now and then, Jay rushed over to her and said something like, "Going to be as good as new," and went off again to organize people, waving his long blue arms and shouting. Coming up the hill to the open place, a lean, loose, tawny figure, and the child started to jump up, remembered she was to sit still, and sat still, calling out softly, "Coyote! Coyote!" Coyote came lounging by. She grinned. She stood looking down at the child. "Don't let that blue jay fuck you up, gal," she said, and lounged on. The child's gaze followed her, yearning. People were sitting down now over on one side of the open place, making an uneven half-circle that kept getting added to at the ends until there was nearly a circle of people sitting on the dirt around the child 10 or 15 paces from her. All the people wore the kind of clothes the child was used to, jeans and jeans jackets, shirts, vests, cotton dresses, but they were all barefoot, and she thought they were more beautiful than the people she knew, each in a different way, as if each one had invented beauty. Yet some of them were also very strange, thin, black, shining people with whispery voices, a long-legged woman with eyes like jewels. The big man called Young Owl was there, sleepy-looking and dignified, like Judge McCown, who owned a 60,000-acre ranch. And beside him was a woman the child thought might be his sister, for like him, she had a hook nose and big, strong hands. But she was lean and dark, and there was a crazy look in her fierce eyes. Yellow eyes, but round, not long and slanted like Coyote's. There was Coyote sitting yawning, scratching her armpit, bored. Now somebody was entering the circle, a man wearing only a kind of kilt and a cloak painted or beaded with diamond shapes, dancing to the rhythm of the rattle he carried and shook with a buzzing fast beat. His limbs and body were thick yet supple, his movements smooth and pouring. The child kept her gaze on him as he danced past her, around her, past again. The rattle in his hand shook almost too fast to see. In the other hand was something thin and sharp. People were singing around the circle now, a few notes repeated in time to the rattle, soft and tuneless. It was exciting and boring, strange and familiar. The rattler wove his dancing closer and closer to her, darting at her. The first time she flinched away, frightened by the lunging movement and by his flat, cold face with narrow eyes, but after that she sat still, knowing her part. The dancing went on, the singing went on, till they carried her past boredom into a floating that could go on forever. Jay had come strutting into the circle and was standing beside her. He couldn't sing, but he called out, "Hey, hey, hey, hey," in his big, harsh voice, and everybody answered from all round, and the echo came down from the rim rock on the second beat. Jay was holding up a stick with a ball on it in one hand and something like a marble in the other. The stick was a pipe. He got smoke into his mouth from it and blew it in 4 directions and up and down, and then over the marble, a puff each time. Then the rattle stopped suddenly, and everything was silent for several breaths. Jay squatted down and looked intently into the child's face, his head cocked to one side. He reached forward, muttering something in time to the rattle and the singing that had started up again louder than before. He touched the child's right eye in the black center of the pane. She flinched and endured. His touch was not gentle. She saw the marble, a dull yellow ball like beeswax, in his hand. Then she shut her seeing eye and set her teeth. "There," Jay shouted. "Open up. Come on, let's see." Her jaw clenched like a vice. She opened both eyes. The lid of the right one stuck and dragged with such a searing white pain that she nearly threw up as she sat there in the middle of everybody watching. "Hey, can you see? How's it work? It looks great." Jay was shaking her arm, railing at her. "How's it feel? Is it working?" What she saw was confused, hazy, yellowish. She began to discover, as everybody came crowding around, peering at her, smiling, stroking, and patting her arms and shoulders, that if she shut the hurting eye and looked with the other, everything was clear and flat. If she used them both, things were blurry and yellowish, but deep. There, right close, was Coyote's long nose and narrow eyes and grin. "What is it, Jay?" she was asking, peering at the new eye. One of mine you stole that time? It's pine pitch, Jay shouted furiously. You think I'd use some stupid second-hand coyote eye? I'm a doctor. Oh, a doctor, Coyote said. Boy, that is one ugly eye. Why didn't you ask Rabbit for a rabbit dropping? That eye looks like shit. She put her lean face yet closer, till the child thought she was going to kiss her. Instead, the thin, firm tongue once more licked accurately across the pane, cooling, clearing. When the child opened both eyes again, the world looked pretty good. It works fine, she said. Hey, Jay yelled. She says it works fine. It works fine. She says so. I told you. What did I tell you? He went off, waving his arms and yelling. Coyote had disappeared. Everybody was wandering off. The child stood up, stiff from long sitting. It was nearly dark. Only the long west held a great depth of pale radiance. Eastward the plains ran down into night. Lights were on in some of the shanties. Off at the edge of town, somebody was playing a creaky fiddle, a lonesome, chirping tune. A person came beside her and spoke quietly. Where will you stay? I don't know, the child said. She was feeling extremely hungry. Can I stay with Coyote? She isn't home much, the soft-voiced woman said. You were staying with Chipmunk, weren't you? Or this Rabbit, or Jack Rabbit. They have families. Do you have a family? The girl asked, looking at the delicate, soft-eyed woman. 2 fawns, the woman answered, smiling. But I just came into town for the dance. I'd really like to stay with Coyote, the child said after a pause, timid but obstinate. Okay, that's fine. Her house is over here. Doe walked along beside the child to a ramshackle cabin on the high edge of town. No light shone from inside. A lot of junk was scattered around the front. There was no step up to the half-open door. Over a battered pine board, nailed up crooked, said, Bide-a-wee. Hey, Coyote? Visitors, Doe said. Nothing happened. Doe pushed the door farther open and peered in. She's out hunting, I guess. I better be getting back to the fawns. You're going to be okay? Anybody else here will give you something to eat, you know. Okay? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, the child said. She watched Doe walk away through the clear twilight, a severely elegant walk, small steps, like a woman in high heels, quick, precise, very light. Inside Bide-a-wee, it was too dark to see anything, and so cluttered that she fell over something at every step. She could not figure out where or how to light a fire. There was something that felt like a bed, but when she lay down on it, it felt more like a dirty clothes pile and smelled like one. Things bit her legs, arms, neck, and back. She was terribly hungry. By smell, she found her way to what had to be a dead fish hanging from the ceiling in one corner. By feel, she broke off a greasy flake and tasted it. It was smoked, dried salmon. She ate one succulent piece after another until she was satisfied, and licked her fingers clean. Near the open door, starlight shone on water in a pot of some kind. The child smelled it cautiously, tasted it cautiously, and drank just enough to quench her thirst, for it tasted of mud and was warm and stale. Then she went back to the bed of dirty clothes and fleas and lay down. She could have gone to Chipmunk's house or other friendly households. She thought of that as she lay forlorn in Coyote's dirty bed. But she did not go. She slapped at fleas until she fell asleep. Along in the deep night, somebody said, Move over, pup, and was warm beside her. Breakfast, eaten sitting in the sun in the doorway, was dried salmon powder mush. Coyote hunted mornings and evenings, but what they ate was not fresh game, but salmon, and dried stuff, and any berries in season. The child did not ask about this. It made sense to her. She was going to ask Coyote why she slept at night and waked in the day like humans, instead of the other way round like coyotes, but when she framed the question in her mind, she saw at once that night is when you sleep and day when you're awake. That made sense, too. But one question she did ask, one hot day when they were lying around slapping fleas. I don't understand why you all look like people, she said. We are people. I mean, people like me, humans. Resemblance is in the eye, Coyote said. How is that lousy eye, by the way? It's fine, but, like, you wear clothes and live in houses with fires and stuff. That's what you think. If that loudmouth Jay hadn't horned in, I could have done a really good job. The child was quite used to Coyote's disinclination to stick to any one subject, and to her boasting. Coyote was like a lot of kids she knew in some respects, not in others. You mean what I'm seeing isn't true, isn't real, like TV or something? No, Coyote said. Hey, that's a tick on your collar. She reached over, flicked the tick off, picked it up on one finger, bit it, and spat out the bits. Yuck, the child said. So? So, to me, you're basically grayish-yellow and run on 4 legs. To that lot, she waved disdainfully at the warren of little houses next down the hill, you hop around twitching your nose all the time. To Hawk, you're an egg, or maybe getting pin feathers. See, it just depends on how you look at things. There are only 2 kinds of people. Humans and animals? No, the kind of people who say there are 2 kinds of people, and the kind of people who don't. Coyote cracked up, pounding her thighs and yelling with delight at her joke. The child didn't get it, and waited. Okay, Coyote said. There are the first people, and then the others. Those are the 2 kinds. The first people are us, the animals and things. All the old ones, you know. And you pups, kids, fledglings, all first people. And the others? Them, Coyote said. You know, the others, the new people, the ones who came. Her fine, hard face had gone serious, rather formidable. She glanced directly, as she seldom did, at the child, a brief gold sharpness. We are here, she said. We are always here. We are always here. Where we are is here. But it's their country now. They're running it. Shit, even I did better. The child pondered and offered a word she had used to hear a good deal. They're illegal immigrants. Illegal, Coyote said, mocking, sneering. Illegal is a sick bird. What the fuck's illegal mean? You want a code of justice from a coyote? Grow up, kid. I don't want to. You don't want to grow up? I'd be the other kind if I do. Yeah. So, Coyote said and shrugged. That's life. She got up and went around the house, and the child heard her pissing in the backyard. A lot of things were hard to take about Coyote as a mother. When her boyfriends came to visit, the child learned to go stay with Chipmunk or the rabbits for the night, because Coyote and her friend wouldn't even wait to get on the bed, but would start doing that right on the floor or even out in the yard. A couple of times, Coyote came back late from hunting with a friend, and the child had to lie up against the wall in the same bed and hear and feel them doing that right next to her. It was something like fighting and something like dancing, with a beat to it, and she didn't mind too much except that it made it hard to stay asleep. Once she woke up, and one of Coyote's friends was stroking her stomach in a creepy way. She didn't know what to do, but Coyote woke up and realized what he was doing, bit him hard, and kicked him out of bed. He spent the night on the floor and apologized next morning. "Aw, hell, Kai, I forgot the kid was there. I thought it was you." Coyote, unappeased, yelled, "You think I don't got any standards? You think I'd let some coyote rape a kid in my bed?" She kicked him out of the house and grumbled about him all day. But a while later he spent the night again, and he and Coyote did that 3 or 4 times. Another thing that was embarrassing was the way Coyote peed anywhere, taking her pants down in public, but most people here didn't seem to care. The thing that worried the child most, maybe, was when Coyote did number 2 anywhere and then turned around and talked to it. That seemed so awful, as if Coyote were, the way she often seemed, but really wasn't, crazy. The child gathered up all the old dried turds from around the house one day while Coyote was having a nap, and buried them in a sandy place near where she and Bobcat and some of the other people generally went and did and buried their number 2s. Coyote woke up, came lounging out of Bidewee, rubbing her hands through her thick, fair, grayish hair, and yawning, looked all round once with those narrow eyes and said, "Hey, where are they?" Then she shouted, "Where are you? Where are you?" And a faint chorus came from over in the draw. "Mommy, we're here." Coyote trotted over, squatted down, raked out every turd, and talked with them for a long time. When she came back, she said nothing, But the child, red-faced and heart-pounding, said, "I'm sorry I did that." "It's just easier when they're all around close by," Coyote said, washing her hands. Despite the filth of her house, she kept herself quite clean in her own fashion. "I kept stepping on them," the child said, trying to justify her deed. "Poor little shits," said Coyote, practicing dance steps. "Coyote," the child said timidly, "did you ever have any children? I mean real pups?" "Did I? Did I have children? Litters. That one that tried feeling you up, that was my son. Pick of the litter. Listen, gal, have daughters. When you have anything, have daughters. At least they clear out." 3. The child thought of herself as Gal, but also sometimes as Myra. So far as she knew, she was the only person in town who had 2 names. She had to think about that, and about what Coyote had said about the 2 kinds of people. She had to think about where she belonged. Some persons in town made it clear that as far as they were concerned, she didn't and never would belong there. Hawk's furious stare burned through her. The skunk children made audible remarks about what she smelled like. And though Whitefoot and Chipmunk and their families were kind, it was the generosity of big families where one more or less simply doesn't count. If one of them, or Cottontail, or Jackrabbit, had come upon her in the desert lying lost and half-blind, would they have stayed with her like Coyote? That was Coyote's craziness, what they called her craziness. She wasn't afraid. She went between the 2 kinds of people. She crossed over. Buck and Doe and their beautiful children were really afraid because they lived so constantly in danger. The Rattler wasn't afraid because he was so dangerous. And yet maybe he was afraid of her, for he never spoke and never came close to her. None of them treated her the way Coyote did. Even among the children, her only constant playmate was one younger than herself, a preposterous and fearless little boy called Horned Toadchild. They dug and built together out among the sagebrush and played at hunting and gathering and keeping house and holding dances, all the great games. A pale, squatty child with fringed eyebrows, he was a self-contained but loyal friend, and he knew a good deal for his age. "There isn't anybody else like me here," she said as they sat by the pool in the morning sunlight. "There isn't anybody much like me anywhere," said Horned Toadchild. "Well, you know what I mean." "Yeah. There used to be people like you around, I guess." "What were they called?" "Oh, people. Like everybody." "But where do my people live? They have towns. I used to live in one. I don't know where they are, is all. I ought to find out. I don't know where my mother is now, but Daddy's in Canyonville. I was going there when—" "Ask Horse," said Horned Toadchild sagaciously. He had moved away from the water, which he did not like and never drank, and was plaiting rushes. "I don't know, Horse." "He hangs around the butte down there a lot of the time. He's waiting till his uncle gets old and he can kick him out and be the big honcho. The old man and the women don't want him around till then. Horses are weird. Anyway, he's the one to ask. He gets around a lot. And his people came here with the new people. That's what they say, anyhow." Illegal immigrants, the girl thought. She took Horned Toad's advice, and one long day when Coyote was gone on one of her unannounced and unexplained trips, she took a pouch full of dried salmon and salmon berries and went off alone to the flat-topped butte miles away in the southwest. There was a beautiful spring at the foot of the butte, and a trail to it with a lot of footprints on it. She waited there under willows by the clear pool, and after a while Horse came running, splendid, with copper-red skin and long, strong legs, deep chest, dark eyes, his black hair whipping his back as he ran. He stopped, not at all winded, and gave a snort as he looked at her. "Who are you?" Nobody in town asked that, ever. She saw it was true. Horse had come here with her people who had to ask each other who they were. "I live with Coyote," she said cautiously. "Oh, sure, I heard about you," Horse said. He knelt to drink from the pool. Long, deep draughts, his hands plunged in the cool water. When he had drunk, he wiped his mouth, sat back on his heels, and announced, "I'm going to be king." "King of the horses?" "Right. Pretty soon now." I could lick the old man already, but I can wait. Let him have his day, said Horse, vainglorious, magnanimous. The child gazed at him in love already, forever. I can comb your hair if you like, she said. Great, said Horse, and sat still while she stood behind him, tugging her pocket comb through his coarse black, shining, yard-long hair. It took a long time to get it smooth. She tied it in a massive ponytail with willow bark when she was done. Horse bent over the pool to admire himself. That's great, he said. That's really beautiful. Do you ever go where the other people are? She asked in a low voice. He did not reply for long enough that she thought he wasn't going to. Then he said, You mean the metal places, the glass places, the holes? I go around them. There are all the walls now. There didn't used to be so many. Grandmother said there didn't used to be any walls. Do you know Grandmother? He asked naively, looking at her with his great dark eyes. Your grandmother? Well, yes, Grandmother, you know. Who makes the web? Well, anyhow, I know there are some of my people, horses, there. I've seen them across the walls. They act really crazy. You know, we brought the new people here. They couldn't have got here without us. They have only 2 legs, and they have those metal shells. I can tell you that whole story. The king has to know the stories. I like stories a lot. It takes 3 nights to tell it. What do you want to know about them? I was thinking that maybe I ought to go there, where they are. It's dangerous. Really dangerous. You can't go through. They'd catch you. I'd just like to know the way. I know the way, Horse said, sounding for the first time entirely adult and reliable. She knew he did know the way. It's a long run for a colt. He looked at her again. I've got a cousin with different color eyes, he said, looking from her right to her left eye. One brown and one blue. But she's an Appaloosa. Blue Jay made the yellow one, the child explained. I lost my own one when... You don't think I could get to those places? Why do you want to? I sort of feel like I have to. Horse nodded. He got up. She stood still. I could take you, I guess, he said. Would you? When? Oh, now, I guess. Once I'm king, I won't be able to leave, you know. Have to protect the women. And I sure wouldn't let my people get anywhere near those places. A shudder ran right down his magnificent body, yet he said with a toss of his head, They couldn't catch me, of course, but the others can't run like I do. How long would it take us? Horse thought for a while. Well, the nearest place like that is over the Red Rocks. If we left now, we'd be back here around tomorrow noon. It's just a little hole. She did not know what he meant by a hole, but did not ask. You want to go? Horse said, flipping back his ponytail. Okay, the girl said, feeling the ground go out from under her. Can you run? She shook her head. I walked here, though. Horse laughed, a large, cheerful laugh. Come on, he said, and knelt and held his hands back turned like stirrups for her to mount to his shoulders. What do they call you? He teased, rising easily, setting right off at a jog trot. Gnat? Fly? Flea? Tick, because I stick, the child cried, gripping the willow bark tie of the black mane, laughing with delight at being suddenly 8 feet tall and traveling across the desert without even trying, like the tumbleweed, as fast as the wind. Moon. A night past full rose to light the plains for them. Horse jogged easily on and on. Somewhere deep in the night they stopped at a pygmy owl camp, ate a little, and rested. Most of the owls were out hunting, but an old lady entertained them at her campfire, telling them tales about the ghost of a cricket, about the great invisible people, tales that the child heard interwoven with her own dreams as she dozed and half woke and dozed again. Then Horse put her up on his shoulders, and on they went at a tireless, slow lope. Moon went down behind them, and before them the sky paled into rose and gold. The soft night wind was gone, the air was sharp, cold still. On it, in it, there was a faint, sour smell of burning. The child felt Horse's gait change, grow tighter, uneasy. "Hey, Prince." A small, slightly scolding voice. The child knew it and placed it as soon as she saw the person sitting by a juniper tree, neatly dressed, wearing an old black cap. "Hey, Chickadee," Horse said, coming round and stopping. The child had observed, back in Coyote's town, that everybody treated Chickadee with respect. She didn't see why. Chickadee seemed an ordinary person, busy and talkative like most of the small birds. Nothing so endearing as quail or so impressive as hawk or great owl. "You going on that way?" Chickadee asked Horse. "The little one wants to see if her people are living there," Horse said, surprising the child. Was that what she wanted? Chickadee looked disapproving, as she often did. She whistled a few notes thoughtfully, another of her habits, and then got up. "I'll come along." "That's great," Horse said thankfully. "I'll scout," Chickadee said, and off she went, surprisingly fast ahead of them, while Horse took up his steady long lope. The sour smell was stronger in the air. Chickadee halted way ahead of them on a slight rise and stood still. Horse dropped to a walk and then stopped. "There," she said in a low voice. The child stared. In the strange light and slight mist before sunrise, she could not see clearly, and when she strained and peered, she felt as if her left eye were not seeing at all. "What is it?" she whispered. "One of the holes across the wall, see?" It did seem. There was a line, a straight, jerky line drawn across the sagebrush plain, and on the far side of it. Nothing? Was it mist? Something moved there. "It's cattle," she said. Horse stood silent, uneasy. Chickadee was coming back toward them. "It's a ranch," the child said. "That's a fence. There are a lot of Herefords." The words tasted like iron, like salt in her mouth. The things she named wavered in her sight and faded, leaving nothing, a hole in the world, a burned place like a cigarette burn. "Go closer," she urged Horse. "I want to see." And, as if he owed her obedience, he went forward, tense but unquestioning. Chickadee came up to them. "Nobody around," she said in her small, dry voice. "But there's one of those fast turtle things coming." Horse nodded but kept going forward. Gripping his broad shoulders, the child stared into the blank, and as if Chickadee's words had focused her eyes, she saw again. The scattered white faces, a few of them looking up with bluish, rolling eyes, the fences, over the rise a chimneyed house roof and a high barn, and then in the distance something moving fast, too fast, burning across the ground straight at them at terrible speed. "Run!" she yelled to Horse. "Run away, run!" As if released from bonds, he wheeled and ran, flat out, in great reaching strides away from sunrise, the fiery burning chariot, the smell of acid, iron, death. And Chickadee flew before them like a cinder on the air of dawn. 4. "Horse?" Coyote said. "That prick? Cat food." Coyote had been there when the child got home to Bidewee, but she clearly hadn't been worrying about where Gal was, and maybe hadn't even noticed she was gone. She was in a vile mood, and took it all wrong when the child tried to tell her about where she had been. "If you're going to do damn fool things, next time do 'em with me. At least I'm an expert," she said, morose, and slouched out the door. The child saw her squatting down, poking an old white turd with a stick, trying to get it to answer some question she kept asking it. The turd lay obstinately silent. Later in the day, the child saw 2 coyote men, a young one and a mangy-looking older one, loitering around near the spring, looking over at Bidewee. She decided it would be a good night to spend somewhere else. The thought of the crowded rooms of Chipmunk's house was not attractive. It was going to be a warm night again tonight, and moonlit. Maybe she would sleep outside. If she could feel sure some people wouldn't come around, like the Rattler. She was standing indecisively halfway through town when a dry voice said, "Hey, gal." "Hey, Chickadee." The trim, black-capped woman was standing on her doorstep shaking out a rug. She kept her house neat. trim like herself. Having come back across the desert with her, the child now knew, though she still could not have said, why Chickadee was a respected person. "I thought maybe I'd sleep out tonight," the child said, tentative. "Unhealthy," said Chickadee. "What are nests for?" "Mom's kind of busy," the child said. "Tisk," went Chickadee, and snapped the rug with disapproving vigor. "What about her little friend? At least they're decent people." "Horny-toad? His parents are so shy." "Well, come in and have something to eat anyhow," said Chickadee. The child helped her cook dinner. She knew now why there were rocks in the mush pot. "Chickadee," she said, "I still don't understand. Can I ask you? Mom said it depends who's seeing it, but still, I mean, if I see you wearing clothes and everything like humans, then how come you cook this way, in baskets, and there aren't any of the things like they have there where we were with Horse this morning?" "I don't know," Chickadee said. Her voice indoors was quite soft and pleasant. "I guess we do things the way they always were done, when your people and my people lived together, and together with everything else here. The rocks, the plants and everything." She looked at the basket of willow bark, fern root, and pitch, at the blackened rocks that were heating in the fire. "You see how it all goes together." "But you have fire. That's different." "Ah," said Chickadee, impatient. "You people, do you think you invented the sun?" She took up the wooden tongs, plopped the heated rocks into the water-filled basket with a terrific hiss and steam and loud bubblings. The child sprinkled in the pounded seeds and stirred. Chickadee brought out a basket of fine blackberries. They sat on the newly shaken-out rug and ate. The child's two-finger scoop technique with mush was now highly refined. "Maybe I didn't cause the world," Chickadee said, "but I'm a better cook than Coyote." The child nodded, stuffing. "I don't know why I made Horse go there," she said after she had stuffed. "I got just as scared as he did when I saw it. But now I feel again like I have to go back there. But I want to stay here, with my friends, with Coyote. I don't understand." "When we lived together, it was all one place," Chickadee said in her slow, soft home voice. "But now the others, the new people, they live apart, and their places are so heavy. They weigh down on our place. They press on it, draw it, suck it, eat holes in it, crowd it out. Maybe after a while longer, there'll be only one place again, their place, and none of us here. I knew bison out over the mountains. I knew antelope right here. I knew grizzly and gray wolf up west there. Gone. All gone. And the salmon you eat at Coyote's house, those are the dream salmon. Those are the true food. But in the rivers, how many salmon now? The rivers that were red with them in spring. Who dances now when the first salmon offers himself? Who dances by the river? Oh, you should ask Coyote about all this. She knows more than I do. But she forgets. She's hopeless, worse than Raven. She has to piss on every post. She's a terrible housekeeper." Chickadee's voice had sharpened. She whistled a note or two and said no more. After a while, the child asked, very softly, "Who is Grandmother?" "Grandmother," Chickadee said. She looked at the child and ate several blackberries thoughtfully. She stroked the rug they sat on. "If I built the fire on the rug, it would burn a hole in it," she said. "Right? So we build the fire on sand, on dirt. Things are woven together. So we call the weaver the grandmother." She whistled 4 notes, looking up the smoke hole. "After all," she added, "maybe all this place, the other places too. Maybe they're all only one side of the weaving. I don't know. I can look with one eye at a time. How can I tell how deep it goes?" Lying that night rolled up in a blanket in Chickadee's backyard, the child heard the wind soughing and storming in the cottonwoods down in the draw, and then slept deeply, weary from the long night before. Just at sunrise she woke. The eastern mountains were a cloudy dark red, as if the level light shone through them as through a hand held before the fire. In the tobacco patch, the only farming anybody in this town did was to raise a little wild tobacco, lizard and beetle were singing some kind of growing song or blessing song, soft and desultory. Ha, 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 ha. And as she lay warm-curled on the ground, the song made her feel rooted in the ground, cradled on it and in it, so where her fingers ended and the dirt began she did not know, as if she were dead. But she was wholly alive. She was the earth's life. She got up dancing, left the blanket folded neatly on Chickadee's nest and already empty bed, and danced up the hill to Bidewee. At the half-open door she sang, danced with a gal with a hole in her stocking, and her knees kept a-knocking, and her toes kept a-rocking, danced with a gal with a hole in her stocking, danced by the light of the moon. Coyote emerged, tousled and lurching, and eyed her narrowly. "She-ute," she said. She sucked her teeth and then went to splash water all over her head from the gourd by the door. She shook her head and the water drops flew. "Let's get out of here," she said. "I have had it. I don't know what got into me. If I'm pregnant again at my age, oh, shit. Let's get out of town. I need a change of air." In the foggy dark of the house, the child could see at least 2 coyote men sprawled snoring away on the bed and floor. Coyote walked over to the old white turd and kicked it. "Why didn't you stop me?" she shouted. "I told you," the turd muttered sulkily. "Dumb shit," Coyote said. "Come on, gal, let's go. Where to?" She didn't wait for an answer. "I know, come on." And she set off through town at that lazy-looking, rangy walk that was so hard to keep up with. But the child was full of pep and came dancing, so the coyote began dancing too, skipping and pirouetting and fooling around all the way down the long slope to the level plains. There she slanted their way off northeastward. Horse Butte was at their backs, getting smaller in the distance. Along near noon, the child said, "I didn't bring anything to eat." "Something will turn up," Coyote said. "Sure to." And pretty soon she turned aside, going straight to a tiny gray shack hidden by a couple of half-dead junipers and a stand of rabbit brush. The place smelled terrible. A sign on the door said, "Fox, private, no trespassing." But Coyote pushed it open and trotted right back out with half a small smoked salmon. "Nobody home but us chickens," she said, grinning sweetly. "Isn't that stealing?" the child asked, worried. "Yes," Coyote answered, trotting on. They ate the fox-scented salmon by a dried-up creek, slept a while, and went on. Before long the child smelled the sour, burning smell and stopped. It was as if a huge, heavy hand had begun pushing her chest, pushing her away, and yet at the same time as if she had stepped into a strong current that drew her forward helpless. "Hey, getting close," Coyote said, and stopped to piss by a juniper stump. "Close to what?" "Their town, see?" She pointed to a pair of sage-spotted hills. Between them was an area of grayish blank. "I don't want to go there." "We won't go all the way in." "No way. We'll just get a little closer and look. It's fun," Coyote said, putting her head on one side, coaxing. "They do all these weird things in the air." The child hung back. Coyote became businesslike, responsible. "We're going to be very careful," she announced, "and look out for big dogs, okay? Little dogs I can handle. Make a good lunch. Big dogs, it goes the other way, right? Let's go then." Seemingly as casual and lounging as ever, but with a tense alertness in the carriage of her head and the yellow glance of her eyes, Coyote led off again, not looking back, and the child followed. All around them the pressures increased. It was as if the air itself were pressing on them, as if time were going too fast, too hard, not flowing but pounding, 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 faster and harder, till it buzzed like rattlers rattle. "Hurry, you have to hurry," everything said. "There isn't time," everything said. Things rushed past, screaming and shuddering. Things turned, flashed, roared, stank, vanished. There was a boy. He came into focus all at once, but not on the ground. He was going along a couple of inches above the ground, moving very fast, bending his legs from side to side in a kind of frenzied swaying dance, and was gone. 20 children sat in rows in the air, all singing shrilly, and then the walls closed over them. A basket, no. A pot, no. A can, a garbage can, full of salmon smelling wonderful. No, full of stinking deer hides and rotten cabbage stalks. Keep out of it. Coyote, where was she? Mom, the child called. Mother? Standing a moment at the end of an ordinary small-town street near the gas station, and the next moment in a terror of blanknesses, invisible walls, terrible smells and pressures, and the overwhelming rush of time straight forward, rolling her, helpless as a twig in the race above a waterfall. She clung, held on, trying not to fall. Mother! Coyote was over by the big basket of salmon, approaching it, wary but out in the open, in the full sunlight, in the full current, and a boy and a man born by the same current were coming down the long sage-spotted hill behind the gas station, each with a gun. Red hats. Hunters. It was killing season. Hey, will you look at that damn coyote in broad daylight, big as my wife's ass, the man said, and cocked, aimed, shot. All as Myra screamed and ran against the enormous drowning torrent. Coyote fled past her, yelling, "Get out of here!" She turned and was borne away. Far out of sight of that place, in a little draw among low hills, they sat and breathed air in searing gasps until after a long time it came easy again. "Mom, that was stupid," the child said furiously. "Sure was," Coyote said, "but did you see all that food?" "I'm not hungry," the child said sullenly. "Not till we get all the way away from here." "But they're your folks," Coyote said, "all yours. Your kith and kin and cousins and kind. Bang, pow. There's Coyote. Bang. There's my wife's ass. Pow. There's anything. Boom. Blow it away, man. Boom. "I want to go home," the child said. "Not yet," said Coyote. "I got to take a shit." She did so, then turned to the fresh turd, leaning over it. "It says I have to stay," she reported, smiling. "It didn't say anything. I was listening." "You know who to understand? You hear everything, Miss Big Ears? Hears all, see all with her crummy gummy eye. You have pine pitch eyes, too. You told me so." "That's a story," Coyote snarled. "You don't even know a story when you hear one. Look, do what you like. It's a free country. I'm hanging around here tonight. I like the action." She sat down and began patting her hands on the dirt in a soft 4/4 rhythm, and singing under her breath one of the endless, tuneless songs that kept time from running too fast, that wove the roots of trees and bushes and ferns and grass in the web that held the stream in the stream bed, and the rock in the rock's place, and the earth together. And the child lay listening. "I love you," she said. Coyote went on singing. Sun went down the last slope of the west and left a pale green clarity over the desert hills. Coyote had stopped singing. She sniffed. "Hey," she said. "Dinner." She got up and moseyed along the little draw. "Yeah," she called back softly. "Come on." Stiffly, for the fear crystals had not yet melted out of her joints, the child got up and went to Coyote. Off to one side along the hill was one of the lines, a fence. She didn't look at it. It was okay. They were outside it. "Look at that!" A smoked salmon, a whole Chinook, lay on a little cedar bark mat. "An offering! Well, I'll be darned." Coyote was so impressed she didn't even swear. "I haven't seen one of these for years. I thought they'd forgotten." "Offering to whom?" "Me. Who else? Boy, look at that." The child looked dubiously at the salmon. "It smells funny." "How funny?" "Like burned." "It's smoked, stupid. Come on." "I'm not hungry." "Okay, it's not your salmon anyhow. It's mine. My offering for me. Hey, you people. You people over there. Coyote thanks you. Keep it up like this, and maybe I'll do some good things for you, too." Don't yell, Mom. They're not that far away." "They're all my people," said Coyote with a great gesture, and then sat down cross-legged, broke off a big piece of salmon, and ate. Evening star burned like a deep, bright pool of water in the clear sky. Down over the twin hills was a dim suffusion of light like a fog. The child looked away from it, back at the star. "Oh," Coyote said. "Oh, shit." "What's wrong?" "That wasn't so smart eating that," Coyote said, and then held herself and began to shiver, to scream, to choke. Her eyes rolled up. Her long arms and legs flew out, jerking and dancing. Foam spurted out between her teeth. Her body arched tremendously backward, and the child, trying to hold her, was thrown violently off by the spasms of her limbs. The child scrambled back and held the body as it spasmed again, twitched, quivered, went still. By moonrise, Coyote was cold. Till then, there had been so much warmth under the tawny coat that the child kept thinking maybe she was alive. Maybe if she just kept holding her, keeping her warm, Coyote would recover. She would be all right. The child held her close, not looking at the black lips drawn back from the teeth, the white balls of the eyes. But when the cold came through the fur as the presence of death, the child let the slight, stiff corpse lie down on the dirt. She went nearby and dug a hole in the stony sand of the draw, a shallow pit. Coyote's people did not bury their dead, she knew that, but her people did. She carried the small corpse to the pit, laid it down, and covered it with her blue and white bandana. It was not large enough. The 4 stiff paws stuck out. The child heaped the body over with sand and rocks and a scurf of sagebrush and tumbleweed held down with more rocks. She also heaped dirt and rocks over the poisoned salmon carcass. Then she stood up and walked away without looking back. At the top of the hill she stood and looked across the draw toward the misty glow of the lights of the town lying in the pass between the twin hills. "I hope you all die in pain," she said aloud. She turned away and walked down into the desert. 5. It was Chickadee who met her on the second evening north of Horse Butte. "I didn't cry," the child said. "None of us do," said Chickadee. "Come with me this way now. Come into Grandmother's house." It was underground, but very large, dark and large, and the grandmother was there at the center, at her loom. She was making a rug or blanket of the hills and the black rain and the white rain, weaving in the lightning. As they spoke, she wove. "Hello, Chickadee. Hello, new person." "Grandmother," Chickadee greeted her. The child said, "I'm not one of them." Grandmother's eyes were small and dim. She smiled and wove. The shuttle thrummed through the warp. "Old person, then," said Grandmother. "You'd better go back there now, granddaughter. That's where you live." "I lived with Coyote. She's dead. They killed her." "Oh, don't worry about Coyote," Grandmother said with a little huff of laughter. "She gets killed all the time." The child stood still. She saw the endless weaving. "Then could I go back home? To her house?" "I don't think it would work," Grandmother said. "Do you, Chickadee?" Chickadee shook her head once, silent. "It would be dark there now, and empty, and fleas. You got outside your people's time into our place, but I think that Coyote was taking you back, see? Her way. If you go back now, you can still live with them. Isn't your father there?" The child nodded. "They've been looking for you." "They have?" "Oh, yes. Ever since you fell out of the sky. The man was dead, but you weren't there. They kept looking." "Serves him right. Served them all right," the child said. She put her hands up over her face and began to cry terribly, without tears. "Go on, little one, granddaughter," Spider said. "Don't be afraid. You can live well there. I'll be there too, you know. In your dreams and your ideas. In dark corners in the basement. Don't kill me or I'll make it rain." "I'll come around," Chickadee said. "Make gardens for me." The child held her breath and clenched her hands until her sobs stopped and let her speak.
"Will I ever see Coyote?"
"I don't know," the grandmother replied. The child accepted this. She said after another silence,
"Can I keep my eye?"
"Yes, you can keep your eye."
"Thank you, grandmother,"
the child said. She turned away then and started up the night slope toward the next day. Ahead of her, in the air of dawn for a long way, a little bird flew, black-capped, light-winged. The Boy Who Plaited Manes, Nancy Springer. The Boy Who Plaited Manes appeared in our 37th anniversary issue, along with stories from some of the best-known writers in SF. Yet this was the story that received the most attention and went on to win several awards. Nancy Springer's recent novels include The Hex Witch of Seldom and Apocalypse. The Boy Who Plaited the Manes of Horses came, fittingly enough, on the day of the midsummer hunt, when he was needed worst, though Wald, the head groom, did not yet know it. The stable was in a muted frenzy of work, as it had been since long before dawn, every groom and apprentice vehemently polishing. The Lord's behest was that all the horses in his stable should be brushed for 2 hours every morning to keep the fine shine and bloom on their flanks, and this morning could be no different. Then there was also all the gear to be tended to. Though old Lord Robley of Oberon was a petty manor lord with only some 100 of horses and less than half the number of grooms to show for a lifetime's striving, his lowly status made him all the more keen to present himself and his retinue grandly before the more powerful lords who would assemble for the hunt, himself and his retinue and his lovely young wife. Therefore, it was an eerie thing when the boy walked up the long stable aisle past men possessed with work, men so frantic they took no notice at all of the stranger, up the aisle brick-paved in chevron style until he came to the stall where the lady's milk-white palfrey stood, covered withers to croup, with a fitted sheet tied on to keep the beast clean. And the boy swung open the heavy stall door and walked in without fear, as if he belonged there, and went up to the palfrey to plait its mane. He was an eerie boy, so thin that he seemed deformed, and of an age difficult to guess because of his thinness. He might have been 10, or he might have been 17, with something wrong about him that made him beardless and narrow-shouldered and thin. His eyes seemed too gathered for a 10-year-old, gray-green and calm, yet feral, like woodland. His hair, dark and shaggy, seemed to bulk large above his thin face. The palfrey's hair was far better cared for than his. Its silky mane, coddled for length, hung down below its curved neck, and its tail was bundled into a wrapping to be let down at the last moment before the lady rose, when it would trail on the ground and float like a white bridal train. The boy did not yet touch the tail, but his thin fingers flew to work on the palfrey's mane. Wald, the head groom, passing nearly at a run to see to the saddling of the Lord's hot-blooded hunter, stopped in his tracks and stared. And to be sure, it was not that he had never seen plaiting before. He himself had probably braided 1,000 horses' manes, and he knew what a time it took to put even a row of small looped braids along a horse's crest, and how hard it was to get them even, and how horsehair seems like a demon with a mind of its own. He frankly gawked, and other grooms stood beside him and did likewise, until more onlookers stood gathered outside the palfrey's stall than could rightly see, and those in the back demanded to know what was happening, and those in the front seemed not to hear them, but stood as if in a trance, watching the boy's thin, swift hands. For the boy's fingers moved more quickly and deftly than seemed human, than seemed possible, each hand by itself combing and plaiting a long, slender braid in one smooth movement, as if he no more than stroked the braid out of the mane. That itself would have been wonder enough, as when a groom is so apt that he can curry with one hand and follow after with the brush in the other, and have a horse done in half the time. A shining braid forming out of each hand every minute, wonder enough, but that was the least of it. The boy interwove them as he worked, so that they flowed into each other in a network, making of the mane a delicate shawl, a veil, that draped the palfrey's fine neck. The ends of the braids formed a silky hem curving down to a point at the shoulder, and at the point the boy spiraled the remaining mane into an uncanny horsehair flower. And all the time, though it was not tied and was by no means a cold-blooded beast, the palfrey had not moved, standing still as stone. Then Wald, the head groom, felt fear prickling at the back of his astonishment. The boy had carried each plait down to the last 3 hairs. Yet he had fastened nothing with thread or ribbon, but merely pressed the ends between 2 fingers, and the braids stayed as he had placed them. Nor did the braids ever seem to fall loose as he was working, or hairs fly out at random, but all lay smooth as white silk, shimmering. The boy, or whatever he was, stood still with his hands at his sides, admiring his work. Uncanny. Still, the lord and lady would be well pleased. Wald jerked himself out of amazement and moved quickly. "Get back to your work, you fellows," he roared at the grooms, and then he strode into the stall. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you mean coming in here like this?" It was best in a lord's household never to let anyone know you were obliged to them. The boy looked at him silently, turning his head in the alert yet indifferent way of a cat. "I have asked you a question. What is your name?" The boy did not speak or even move his lips. Then or thereafter, as long as he worked in that stable, he never made any sound. His stolid manner annoyed Wald, but though the master groom could not yet know that the boy was a mute, he saw something odd in his face, a half-wit perhaps. He wanted to strike the boy, but even worse, he wanted the praise of the lord and lady, so he turned abruptly and snatched the wrapping off the palfrey's tail, letting the cloud of white hair float down to the clean straw of the stall. "Do something with that," he snapped. A sweet, intense glow came into the boy's eyes as he regarded his task. With his fingers he combed the hair smooth, and then he started a row of small braids above the bone. Most of the tail he left loose and flowing, with just a cluster of braids at the top, a few of them swinging halfway to the ground. And young Lady Eidolons gasped with pleasure when she saw them, and with wonder at the mane, even though she was a lord's daughter, born and not unaccustomed to finery. It did not matter that day that Lord Robley's saddle had not been polished to a sufficient shine. He was well pleased with his grooms. Nor did it matter that his hawks flew poorly, his hounds were unruly, and his clumsy hunter stumbled and cut its knees. Lords and ladies looked again and again at his young wife on her white palfrey, its tail trailing and shimmering like her blue silk gown, the delicate open work of its mane as dainty as the lace kerchief tucked between her breasts, or her slender gloved hand that held the caparisoned reins. Every hair of her mount was as artfully placed as her own honey-gold hair looped in gold-beaded curls atop her fair young head. Lord Robley knew himself to be the envy of everyone who saw him for the sake of his lovely wife and the showing she made on her white mount with the plaited mane. And when the boy who plaited manes took his place among the lord's other servants in the kitchen line for the evening meal, no one gainsaid him. Lord Robley was a hard old man, his old body hard and hale, his spirit hard. It took him less than a day to pass from being well pleased to being greedy for more. No longer was it enough that the lady's palfrey should go forth in unadorned braids. He sent a servant to Wald with silk ribbons in the Oberon colors, dark blue and crimson, and commanded that they should be plaited into the palfrey's mane and tail. This the stranger boy did with ease, when Wald ordered him to, and he used the ribbon ends to tie tiny bows and love knots, and leave a few shimmering tendrils bobbing in the forelock. Lady Eidolons was enchanted. Within a few days, Lord Robley had sent to the stable thread of silver and of gold, strings of small pearls, tassels, pendant jewels, and fresh-cut flowers of every sort. All of these things the boy who plaited manes used with ease to dress the lady's palfrey when he was bid. Lady Eidolons went forth to the next hunt with tiny bells of silver and gold chiming at the tip of each of her mount's dainty, ribbon-decked braids, and eyes turned her way wherever she rode. Nor did the boy ever seem to arrange the mane and tail and forelock twice in the same way, but whatever way he chose to plait and weave and dress it seemed the most perfect and poignant and heart-achingly beautiful way a horse had ever been arrayed. Once he did the palfrey's entire mane in one great thick braid along the crest, gathering in the hairs as he went, so that the neck seemed to arch as mightily as a destrier's, and he made the braid drip thick with flowers, roses and great lilies and spires of larkspur trailing down, so that the horse seemed to go with a mane of flowers. But another time he would leave the mane loose and floating, with just a few braids shimmering down behind the ears or in the forelock perhaps, and this also seemed perfect and poignant, and the only way a horse should be adorned. Nor was it sufficient any longer that merely the lady's milk-white palfrey should go forth in braids. Lord Robley commanded that his hot-blooded hunter also should have his mane done up in stubby ribboned braids and rosettes in the Oberon colors, and the horses of his retinue likewise, though with lesser rosettes. And should his wife choose to go out riding with her noble guests, all their mounts were to be prepared like hers, though in lesser degree. All these orders Wald passed on to the boy who plaited manes, and the youngster readily did as he was bid, working sometimes from before dawn until long after dark, and never seeming to want more than what food he could eat while standing in the kitchen. He slept in the hay and straw of the loft, and did not use even a horse blanket for covering until one of the grooms threw one on him. Nor did he ask for clothing, but Wald, ashamed of the boy's shabbiness, provided him with the clothing due to a servant. The master groom said nothing to him of a servant's pay. The boy seemed content without it. Probably he would have been content without the clothing as well, though in fact it was hard to tell what he was thinking or feeling, for he never spoke and his thin face seldom moved. No one knew his name, the boy who plaited manes. Though many of the grooms were curious and made inquiries, no one could tell who he was or where he had come from, or even what he was. Wald thought sourly. No way to tell if the young snip was a half-wit or a bastard, or what, if he would not talk. No way to tell what sort of a young warlock he might be, that the horses never moved under his hands, even the hot-blooded hunter standing like a stump for him. Scrawny brat. He could hear well enough. Why would he not talk? It did not make Wald like the strange boy that he did at once whatever he was told and worked so hard and so silently. In particular, he did not like the boy for doing the work for which Wald reaped the Lord's praise. Wald disliked anyone to whom he was obliged. Nor did he like the way the boy had arrived, as if blown in on a gust of wind, and so thin that it nearly seemed possible. Nor did he like the thought that any day the boy might leave in like wise, and even disliking that thought, Wald could not bring himself to give the boy the few coppers a week which were his due, for he disliked the boy more. Wald believed there was something wrong-headed, nearly evil about the boy. His face seemed wrong, so very thin, with the set mouth and the eyes both wild and quiet, burning like a steady candle flame. Summer turned into autumn, and many gusts of wind blew. But the boy who plaited manes seemed content to stay, and if he knew of Wald's dislike, he did not show it. In fact, he showed nothing. He braided the palfrey's mane with autumn star-flowers, and smiled ever so slightly as he worked. Autumn turned to the first dripping and dismal chill days of winter. The boy used bunches of bright feathers instead of flowers when he dressed the palfrey's mane, and he did not ask for a winter jerkin, so Wald did not give him any. It was seldom enough, anyway, that the horses were used for pleasure at this season. The thin boy could spend his days huddled under a horse blanket in the loft. Hard winter came, and the smallpox season. Lady Eidolons was bored in the winter time even more so than during the rest of the year. At least in the fine weather there were walks outside, there were riding and hunting and people to impress. It would not be reasonable for a lord's wife, nobly born, though a younger child and female, to wish for more than that. Lady Eidolons knew full well that her brief days of friendships and courtships were over. She had wed tolerably well, and Lord Robley counted her among his possessions, a beautiful thing to be prized like his gold and his best horses. He was a manor lord, and she was his belonging, his lady, and not for others to touch, even with their regard. She was entirely his, so there were walks for her and walled gardens, and pleasure riding and hunting by her lord's side, and people to impress. But in the winter-time there were not even the walks. There was nothing for the Lady Aylin to do but tend to her needlework and her own beauty, endlessly concerned with her clothes, her hair, her skin, even though she was so young, no more than 17, for she knew in her heart that it was for her beauty that Lord Robley smiled on her, and for no other reason. And though she did not think of it, she knew that her life lay in his grasping hands. Therefore, she was ardently uneasy and distressed only for herself when the woman who arranged her hair each morning was laid abed with smallpox. Though, as befits a lady of rank, Aylin hid her dismay and vexation, and it did not take her long to discover that none of her other tiring women could serve her nearly as well. "Mother of God!" she raged, surveying her hair in the mirror for perhaps the 10th time. "The groom who plaits the horses' manes in the stable could do better." Then the truth of her own words struck her, and desperation made her willing to be daring. She smiled. "Bring him hither." Her women stammered and curtsied, and fled to consult among themselves and exclaim with the help in the kitchen. After some few minutes of this, a bold kitchen maid was dispatched to the stable, and returned with a shivering waif, the boy who plaited manes. It was not to be considered that such a beggar should go in to the lady. Her tiring women squeaked in horror and made him bathe first in a wash-basin before the kitchen hearth, for there was a strong smell of horse and stable about him. They ordered him to scrub his own hair with strong soap and scent himself with lavender, and while some of them giggled and fled, others giggled and stayed, to pour water for him and see that he made a proper job of his ablutions. All that was demanded of him, the boy who plaited manes did, without any change in his thin face, any movement of his closed mouth, any flash of his feral eyes. At last they brought him clean clothing, jerkin and woolen hose only a little too large, and pulled the things as straight as they could on him, and took him to the tower where the lady waited. He did not bow to the Lady Aylin, or look into her eyes for his instructions, but his still mouth softened a little, and his glance, calm and alert like that of a woodland thing, darted to her hair. And at once, as if he could scarcely wait, he took his place behind her and lifted her tresses in his hands. Such a soft, fine, honey-colored mane of hair as he had never seen, and combs of gold and ivory lying at hand on a rosewood table, and ribbons of silk and gold, everything he could have wanted, his for the sake of his skill. He started at the forehead, and the lady sat as if in a trance beneath the deft touch of his hands. Gentle. He was so gentle. She had never felt such a soft and gentle touch from any man, least of all from her lord. When Lord Robley wanted to use one of his possessions, he seized it, not so hard as to hurt, but still firmly enough to take control. But this boy touched her as gently as a woman, no, a mother, for no tiring woman or maid had ever gentled her so. Yet, unmistakably, his was the touch of a man, though she could scarcely have told how she knew. Part of it was power. She could feel the gentle power in his touch. She could feel, uncanny, altogether eerie and uncanny, what she was feeling. It was as if his quick fingers called to her hair in soft command, and her hair obeyed just for the sake of one quick touch, all the while longing to embrace. She stayed breathlessly still for him, like the horses. He plaited her hair in braids thin as bluebell stems, only a wisp of hairs to each braid, one after another with both his deft hands, as if each was as easy as a caress, making them stay with merely a touch of 2 fingers at the end, until all her hair lay in a silky cascade of them, catching the light and glimmering and swaying like a rich drapery when he made her move her head. Some of them he gathered and looped and tied up with the ribbons which matched her dress, blue-edged with gold. But most of them he left hanging to her bare back and shoulders. He surveyed his work with just a whisper of a smile when he was done, then turned and left without waiting for the lady's nod, and she sat as if under a spell, and watched his thin back as he walked away. Then she tossed her head at his lack of courtesy, but the swinging of her hair pleased her. She had him back to dress her hair the next day, and the next, and many days thereafter. And so that they would not have to be always bathing him, her tiring women found him a room within the manor house doors, and a pallet and clean blankets, and a change of clothing, plain, coarse clothing, such as servants wore. They trimmed the heavy hair that shadowed his eyes also, but he looked no less the Eidolon with his thin face and his calm, burning glance, and his mouth that seemed scarcely ever to move. He did as he was bid, whether by Wald or the lady or some kitchen maid, and every day he plaited Lady Aylin's hair differently. One day he shaped it all into a bright crown of braids atop her head. On other days he would plait it close to her head, so that the tendrils caressed her neck, or in a haughty crest studded with jewels, or in a single soft feathered braid at one side. He always left her tower chamber at once, never looking at the lady to see if he had pleased her, as if he knew that she would always be pleased. Always she was. Things happened. The tiring woman who had taken smallpox died of it, and Lady Aylin did not care, not for the sake of her cherished hair, and most certainly not for the sake of the woman herself. Lord Robley went away on a journey to discipline a debtor vassal, and Lady Aylin did not care except to be glad, for there was a sure sense growing in her of what she would do. When even her very tresses were enthralled by the touch of this Odling boy longing to embrace him, could she be otherwise? When next he had plaited her mane of honey-colored hair and turned to leave her without a glance, she caught him by one thin arm. His eyes met hers with a steady, gathered look. She stood. She was taller than he and larger, though she was as slender as any maiden. It did not matter. She took him by one thin hand and led him to her bed, and there he did as he was bid. Nor did he disappoint her. His touch— she had never been touched so softly, so gently, so deftly, with such power. Nor was he lacking in manhood, for all that he was as thin and hairless as a boy, and his lips, after all, knew how to move, and his tongue. But it was the touch of his thin hands that she hungered for, the gentle, tender, potent touch that thrilled her almost as if she were loved. He smiled at her afterward, slightly, softly, a whisper of a smile in the muted half-light of her curtained bed, and his lips moved. "You are swine," he said, "all of you nobles." And he got up, put on his plain, coarse clothing, and left her without a backward glance. It terrified Lady Aylin that he was not truly a mute. Terrified her even more than what he had said, though she burned with mortified wrath whenever she thought of the latter. He, of all people, a mute, to speak such words to her and leave her helpless to avenge herself. Perhaps for that reason he would not betray her. She had thought it would be safe to take a mute as her lover. Perhaps he would not betray her. In fact, it was not he who betrayed her to her lord, but Wald. Her tiring women suspected, perhaps because she had sent them on such a long errand. She had not thought they would suspect. Who would think that such a wisp of a beardless boy could be a bedfellow? But perhaps they also had seen the wild glow deep in his gray-green eyes. They whispered among themselves and with the kitchen maids, and the bold kitchen maid giggled with the grooms, and Wald heard. Even though the boy who plaited manes did it all, Wald considered the constant plaiting and adorning of manes and tails a great bother. The whole fussy business offended him, he had decided, and he had long since forgotten the few words of praise it had garnered from the Lord at first. Moreover, he disliked the boy so vehemently that he was not thinking clearly. It seemed to him that he could be rid of the boy and the wretched onus of braids and rosettes all in one stroke. The day the Lord returned from his journey, Wald hurried to him, begged private audience, bowed low, and made his humble report. Lord Robley heard him in icy silence, for he knew pettiness when he saw it. It had served him often in the past, and he would punish it if it misled him. He summoned his wife to question her, but the Lady Aylin's hair hung lank, and her guilt and shame could be seen plainly in her face from the moment she came before him. Lord Robley's roar could be heard even to the stables. He strode over to her where she lay crumpled and weeping on his chamber floor, lifted her head by its honey-gold hair, and slashed her across the face with his sword. Then he left her screaming and stinging her wound with fresh tears, and he strode to the stable with his bloody sword still drawn. Wald, fleeing before him all the way. When the Lord burst in, all the grooms were scattered but one. The boy Wald had accused stood plaiting the white palfrey's mane. Lord Robley hacked the palfrey's head from its braid-bedecked neck with his sword, and the boy who plaited manes stood by with something smoldering deep in his unblinking gray-green eyes, stood calmly waiting. If he had screamed and turned to flee, Lord Robley would with great satisfaction have given him a coward's death from the back. But it unnerved the lord that the boy awaited his pleasure with such mute, defiance? There was no servant's boy in this one, no falling to the soiled straw, no groveling. If he had grovelled, he could have been kicked, stabbed, killed out of hand, also. But this silent, watchful waiting, like the alertness of a wild thing on the hunt, or being hunted, it gave Lord Robley pause, like the pause of the wolf before the standing stag, or the pause of the huntsman before the thicketed boar. He held the boy at the point of his sword, though no such holding was necessary, for the prisoner had not moved even to tremble, and roared for his men-at-arms to come take the boy to the dungeon. There the nameless stranger stayed without water or food, and aside from starving him, Lord Robley could not decide what to do with him. At first, the boy who plaited manes paced in his prison restlessly. He had that freedom, for he was so thin and small that the shackles were too large to hold him. Later, he lay in a scant bed of short straw and stared narrow-eyed at the darkness, and yet later, seeing the thin cascades of moonlight flow down through the high, iron-barred window and puddle in moonglades on the stone floor, he got up and began to plait the moonbeams. They were far finer than any horsehair, moonbeams, finer even than the lady's honey-colored locks, and his eyes grew wide with wonder and pleasure as he felt them. He made them into braids as fine as silk threads, flowing together into a lacework as close as woven cloth, and when he had reached as high as he could plaiting, he stroked as if combing a long mane with his fingers and pulled more moonlight down out of the sky, for the stuff was not like any other stuff he had ever worked with. It slipped and slid worse than any hair. There seemed to be no beginning or end to it, except the barriers that men put in its way. He stood plaiting the fine, thin plaits until he had raised a shimmering heap on the floor, and then he stepped back and allowed the moon to move on. His handiwork he laid carefully aside in a corner. The boy who plaited moonbeams did not sleep, but sat watching for the dawn, his eyes glowing greenly in the darkened cell. He saw the sky lighten beyond the high window and waited stolidly, as the wolf waits for the gathering of the pack, as a wildcat waits for the game to pass along the trail below the rock where it lies. Not until the day had neared its mid did the sun's rays thrust through the narrow spaces between the high bars, wheel their shafts down to where he could reach them. Then he got up and began to plait the sunlight. Guards were about, or more alert in the daytime, and they gathered at the heavy door of his prison, peering in between the iron bars of its small window, gawking and quarreling with each other for turns. They watched his unwavering eyes, saw the slight smile come on his face as he worked, though his thin hands glowed red as if seen through fire. They saw the shining mound he raised on the floor, and whispered among themselves and did not know what to do, for none of them dared to touch it or him. One of them requested a captain to come look, and the captain summoned the steward, and the steward went to report to the Lord. And from outside the cries began to sound that the sun was standing still. After the boy had finished, he stood back and let the sun move on, then sat resting on his filthy straw. Within minutes, the dungeon door burst open and Lord Robley himself strode in. Lord Robley had grown weary of mutilating his wife, and he had not yet decided what to do with his other prisoner. Annoyed by the reports from the prison, he expected that an idea would come to him when he saw the boy. He entered with drawn sword, but all thoughts of the thin young body before him were sent whirling away from his mind by what he saw laid out on the stone floor at his feet. A mantle, A kingly cloak. But no king had ever owned such a cloak, all shining, the outside of it silver and the inside gold. But no, to call it silver and gold was to insult it, more like water and fire, flow and flame, shimmering as if it moved, as if it were alive, and yet it had been made by hands. He could see the workmanship, so fine that every thread was worth a gasp of pleasure. The outside of it somehow braided and plaited to the lining, and all around the edge a fringe of threads like bright fur so fine that it wavered in the air like flame. Lord Robley had no thought but to settle the fiery, gleaming thing on his shoulders, to wear that glory and be finer than any king. He seized it and flung it on, and screamed, as he had not yet made his wife scream, with the shriek of mortal agony. His whole hard body glowed as if it had been placed in a furnace. His face contorted, and he fell dead. The boy who plaited sunbeams got up in a quiet, alert way, and walked forward, as noiseless on his feet as a lynx. He reached down and took the cloak off the body of the Lord, twirled it, and placed it on his own shoulders, and it did not harm him. But in that cloak he seemed insubstantial, like something moving in moonlight and shadow, something nameless roaming in the night. He walked out of the open dungeon door. Between the guards clustered there past the Lord's retinue and the steward, and they all shrank back from him, flattened themselves against the stone walls of the corridor so as not to come near him. No one dared take hold of him or try to stop him. He walked out through the courtyard past the stable, and out the manor gates with the settled air of one whose business is done. The men-at-arms gathered atop the wall and watched him go. Wald, the master groom, lived to old age, sweating every night with terror, and died of a weakened heart in the midst of a nightmare. Nothing else but his own fear harmed him. The boy who plaited, mane of sun, mane of moon, was never seen again in that place, except that children sometimes told the tale of having glimpsed him in the wild heart of a storm, plaiting the long lashes of wind and rain. Out of all them bright stars, Nancy Kress. Nancy Kress was primarily known as a fantasy novelist until the publication of An Alien Light in 1987 proved she was equally at home with science fiction. She has contributed only 2 stories to F and SF, but both have been notable: Explanations, Inc., 1984, and Out of All Them Bright Stars, which won a Nebula Award in 1986. So I'm filling the ketchup bottles at the end of the night, and I'm listening to the radio Charlie has stuck up on top of the movable panel in the ceiling, when the door opens and one of them walks in. I know right away it's one of them. No chance to make a mistake about that, even though it's got on a nice-cut suit and a brim hat like Humphrey Bogart used to wear in Casablanca. But there's nobody with it. No professor from the college or government men like on the TV show from the college, or even any students. It's all alone, and we're a long way out the highway from the college. It stands in the doorway blinking a little, with rain dripping off its hat. Kathy, who's supposed to be cleaning the coffee machine behind the counter, freezes and stares with one hand still holding the used filter up in the air like she's never going to move again. Just then Charlie calls out from the kitchen, "Hey, Kathy, you ask anybody who won the trifecta?" And she doesn't even answer him. Just goes on staring with her mouth open, like she's thinking of screaming but forgot how. And the old couple in the corner booth, the only ones left from the crowd after the movie got out, stop chewing their chocolate cream pie and stare too. Kathy closes her mouth and opens it again, and a noise comes out like, erg. Well, that made me annoyed. Maybe she tried to say ugh, and maybe she didn't. But here it is, standing in the doorway with rain falling around it in little drops, and we're staring like it's a clothes dummy and not a customer. So I think that's not right, and maybe we're even making it feel a little bad. I wouldn't like Kathy staring at me like that, and I'd dry my hands on my towel and go over. "Yes, sir? Can I help you?" I say. "Table for 1, it says, like Charlie's was some nice steakhouse in town, but I suppose that's the kind of place the government people mostly take them to. And besides, its voice is polite and easy to understand, with a sort of accent, but not as bad as some we get from the college. I can tell what it's saying. I lead him to a booth in the corner opposite the old couple who come in every Friday night and haven't left a tip yet. He sits down slowly. I notice he keeps his hands on his lap, but I can't tell if that's because he doesn't know what to do with them or because he thinks I won't want to see them. But I've seen the close-ups on TV. They don't look so weird to me like they do to some. Charlie says they make his stomach turn, but I can't see it. You'd think he'd have seen worse meat in Vietnam. He talks enough like he did, on and on and on, and sometimes we even believe him. I say, "Coffee, sir?" He makes a sort of movement with his eyes. I can't tell what the movement means, but he says in that polite voice, "No, thank you. I am unable to drink coffee." And I think that's a good thing, because I suddenly remember that Kathy's got the filter out. But then he says, "May I have a green salad, please? With no dressing, please." The rain is still dripping off his hat. I figure the government people never told him to take off his hat in a restaurant, and for some reason that tickles me and makes me feel real bold. This polite blue guy isn't going to bother anybody, and that fool Charlie was just spouting off his mouth again. "The salad's not too fresh, sir," I say, experimental-like, just to see what he'll say next. And it's the truth, the salad is left over from yesterday. But the guy answers like I asked something else. "What is your name?" he says, so polite I know he's curious and not starting anything. And what could he start anyway, blue and with those hands? Still, you never know. "Sally," I say, "Sally Gurley." "I am John," he says, and makes that movement with his eyes again. All of a sudden it tickles me. John. For this blue guy. So I laugh, and right away I feel sorry, like I might have hurt his feelings or something. How could you tell? "Hey, I'm sorry," I say, and he takes off his hat. He does it real slow, like taking off the hat is important and means something, but all there is underneath is a bald blue head. Nothing weird like with the hands. "Do not apologize," John says. "I have another name, of course, but in my own language." "What is it?" I say, bold as brass, because all of a sudden I picture myself telling all this to my sister Mary Ellen, and her listening real hard. John makes some noise with his mouth, and I feel my own mouth open because it's not a word he says at all. It's a beautiful sound, like a bird call, only sadder. It's just that I wasn't expecting it. That beautiful sound right here in Charlie's diner. It surprised me, coming out of that bald blue head. That's all it was. Surprise. I don't say anything. John looks at me and says, "It has a meaning that can be translated. It means—" But before he can say what it means, Charlie comes charging out of the kitchen, Kathy right behind him. He's still got the racing form in one hand, like he's been studying the trifecta, and he pushes right up against the booth and looks red and furious. Then I see the old couple scuttling out the door, their jackets clutched to their fronts, and the chocolate cream pie not half eaten on their plates. I see they're going to stiff me for the check, but before I can stop them, Charlie grabs my arm and squeezes so hard his nails slice into my skin. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" he says right to me. Not so much as a look at John, but Kathy can't stop looking, and her fist is pushed up to her mouth. I drag my arm away and rub it. Once I saw Charlie push his wife so hard she went down and hit her head, and had to have 4 stitches. It was me that drove her to the emergency room. Charlie says again, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "I'm serving my table. He wants a salad, large." I can't remember if John had said a large or a small salad, but I figure a large order would make Charlie feel better, but Charlie doesn't want to feel better. "You get him out of here," Charlie hisses. He still doesn't look at John. "You hear me, Sally? You get him out. The government says I gotta serve spicks and niggers, but it don't say I gotta serve him." I look at John. He's putting on his hat, ramming it onto his bald head, and half standing in the booth. He can't get out because Charlie and me are both in the way. I expect John to look mad or upset, but except that he's holding the muscles in his face in some different way, I can't see any change of expression. But I figure he's got to feel something bad, and all of a sudden I'm mad at Charlie, who's a bully and who's got the feelings of a scumbag. I open my mouth to tell him so, plus 1 or 2 other little things I've been saving up, when the door flies open and in burst 4 men, and damn if they aren't all wearing hats like Humphrey Bogart in Casablanca. As soon as the first guy sees John, his walk changes and he comes over slower but more purposeful-like, and he's talking to John and to Charlie in a sincere voice like a TV anchorman giving out the news. I see the situation now belongs to him, so I go back to the ketchup bottles. I'm still plenty burned, though, about Charlie manhandling me and about Kathy rushing so stupid into the kitchen to get Charlie. She's a flake and always has been. Charlie is scowling and nodding. The harder he scowls, the nicer the government guy's voice gets. Pretty soon the government guy is smiling sweet as pie. Charlie slinks back into the kitchen, and the 4 men move toward the door with John in the middle of them like some high school football huddle. Next to the real men, he looks stranger than he did before, and I see how really flat his face is. But then, when the huddle's right opposite the table with my ketchup bottles, John breaks away and comes over to me. "I am sorry, Sally girlie," he says. And then, "I seldom have the chance to show our friendliness to an ordinary Earth person. I make so little difference." Well, that throws me. His voice sounds so sad, and besides, I never thought of myself as an ordinary Earth person. Who would? So I just shrug and wipe off a ketchup bottle with my towel. But then John does a weird thing. He just touches my arm where Charlie squeezed it, just touches it with the palm of those hands. And the palm's not slimy at all, dry and sort of cool, and I don't jump or anything. Instead, I remember that beautiful noise when he said his other name. Then he goes out with 3 of the men, and the door bangs behind them on a gust of rain because Charlie never fixed the air stop from when some kids horsing around broke it last spring. The 4th man stays and questions me. What did the aliens say? What did I say? I tell him. But then he starts asking the exact same questions all over again, like he didn't believe me the first time, and that gets me mad. Also, he has this snotty voice, and I see how his eyebrows move when I slip once and accidentally say he don't. I might not know what John's muscles mean, but I sure the hell can read those eyebrows. So I get miffed, and pretty soon he leaves and the door bangs behind him. I finish the ketchup and mustard bottles, and Kathy finishes the coffee machine. The radio in the ceiling plays something instrumental, no words, real sad. Kathy and me start to wash down the booths with disinfectant, and because we're doing the same work together and nobody comes in, I finally say to her, "It's funny." She says, "What's funny?" "Charlie called that guy him right off. I don't got to serve him," he said. "And I thought of him as it at first, at least until I had a name to use. But Charlie's the one who threw him out." Kathy swipes at the back of her booth. "And Charlie's right. That thing scared me half to death coming in here like that, and where there's food being served, too." She snorts and sprays on more disinfectant. Well, she's a flake. Always has been. "The National Enquirer," Kathy goes on, "told how they have all this firepower up there in the big ship that hasn't landed yet. My husband says they could blow us all to smithereens. They're so powerful. I don't know why they even came here. We don't want them. I don't even know why they came all that way." "They want to make a difference," I say, but Kathy barrels on ahead, not listening. "The Pentagon will hold them off. It doesn't matter what weapons they got up there or how much they insist on seeing about our defenses. The Pentagon won't let them get any toeholds on Earth. That's what my husband says. Blue bastards." I say, "Will you please shut up?" She gives me a dirty look and flounces off. I don't care. None of it is anything to me. Only, standing there with the disinfectant in my hand, looking at the dark windows and listening to the music, wordless and slow on the radio, I remember that touch on my arm, so light and cool, and I think they didn't come here with any firepower to blow us all to smithereens. I just don't believe it. But then, why did they come? Why come all that way from another star to walk into Charlie's diner and order a green salad with no dressing from an ordinary Earth person? Charlie comes out with his keys to unlock the cash register and go over the tapes. I remember the old couple who stiffed me, and I curse to myself. Only pie and coffee, but it still comes off my salary. The radio in the ceiling starts playing something else, not the sad song, but nothing snappy, neither. It's a love song about some guy giving and getting treated like dirt. I don't like it. Charlie, I say, what did those government men say to you? He looks up from his tapes and scowls. What do you care? I just want to know. And maybe I don't want you to know, he says, and smiles nasty-like. Me asking him has put him in a better mood, the creep. All of a sudden, I remember what his wife said when she got the stitches. The only way to get something from Charlie is to let him smack me around a little, and then ask him when I'm down. He'll give me anything when I'm down. He gives me shit if he thinks I'm on top. I do the rest of the cleanup without saying anything. Charlie swears at the night's take. I know from my tips that it's not much. Kathy teases her hair in front of the mirror behind the donuts and pies, and I put down the breakfast menus. But all the time I'm thinking, and I don't much like my thoughts. Charlie locks up and we all leave. Outside, it's stopped raining, but it's still misty and soft, real pretty but too cold. I pull my sweater around myself, and in the parking lot after Kathy's gone, I say, Charlie? He stops, walking toward his truck. Yeah? I lick my lips. They're all of a sudden dry. It's an experiment, like what I'm going to say. It's an experiment. Charlie, what if those government men hadn't come just then, and the blue guy hadn't been willing to leave? What would you have done? What do you care? I shrug. I don't care, just curious. It's your place. Damn right it's my place. I could see him scowl through the mist. I'd have squashed him flat. And then what? After you squashed him flat, what if the men came then and made a stink? Too bad. It'd be too late by then, huh? He laughs, and I can see how he's seeing it. The blue guy bleeding on the linoleum, and Charlie standing over him, dusting his hands together. Charlie laughs again and goes off to his truck, whistling. He has a little bounce to his step. He's still seeing it all, almost like it really had happened. Over his shoulder he calls to me, They're built like wimps, or girls. All bone, no muscle. Even you must have seen that. And his voice is cheerful. It doesn't have any more anger in it, or hatred, or anything but a sort of friendliness. I hear him whistle some more, until the truck engine starts up and he peels out of the parking lot, laying rubber like a kid. I unlock my Chevy. But before I get in, I look up at the sky, which is really stupid because of course I can't see anything, with all the mists and clouds. No stars. Maybe Kathy's husband is right. Maybe they do want to blow us all to smithereens. I don't think so, but what the hell difference does it ever make what I think? And all at once I'm furious at John, furiously mad, as furious as I've ever been in my life. Why does he have to come here with his bird calls and his politeness? Why can't they all go someplace else besides here? There must be lots of other places they can go, out of all them bright stars up there behind the clouds. They don't need to come here, where I need this job, and so that means I need Charlie. He's a bully, but I want to look at him and see nothing else but a bully. Nothing else but that. That's all I want to see in Charlie, and the government men. Just small-time bullies. Nothing special. Not a mirror of anything, not a future of anything. Just Charlie, that's all. I won't see nothing else. I won't. I make so little difference, he says. Yeah, sure. Salvador. Lucius Shepard. Many of Lucius Shepard's hard-edged, compelling stories are about strange happenings in war zones like Vietnam and Central America. Salvador, from our April 1984 issue, is an example. It is from powerful stories like this and novels like Green Eyes and Life During Wartime that Shepard has earned his acclaim as one of our most provocative new writers. 3 weeks before they wasted Tecolootla, Dantzler had his baptism of fire. The platoon was crossing a meadow at the foot of an emerald-green volcano, and being a dreamy sort, he was idling along, swatting tall grasses with his rifle barrel and thinking how it might have been a first-grader with crayons who had devised this elementary landscape of a perfect cone rising into a cloudless sky, when cap pistol noises sounded on the slope. Someone screamed for the medic, and Dantzler dove into the grass, fumbling for his ampules. He slipped one from the dispenser and popped it under his nose, inhaling frantically. Then, to be on the safe side, he popped another. A double helping of martial arts, as DT would say, and lay with his head down until the drugs had worked their magic. There was dirt in his mouth, and he was very afraid. Gradually, his arms and legs lost their heaviness, and his heart rate slowed. His vision sharpened to the point that he could see not only the pinpricks of fire blooming on the slope, but also the figures behind them, half obscured by brush. A bubble of grim anger welled up in his brain, hardened by a fierce resolve, and he started moving toward the volcano. By the time he reached the base of the cone, he was all rage and reflexes. He spent the next 40 minutes spinning acrobatically through the thicket, spraying shadows with bursts of his M18. Yet part of his mind remained distant from the action, marveling at his efficiency, at the comic strip enthusiasm he felt for the task of killing. He shouted at the men he shot, and he shot them many more times than was necessary, like a child playing soldier. "Playing my ass," DT would say. "You just acting natural." DT was a firm believer in the ampules. Though the official line was that they contained tailored RNA compounds and pseudoendorphins modified to an inhalant form, he held the opinion that they opened a man up to his inner nature. He was big, black, with heavily muscled arms and crudely stamped features, and he had come to the Special Forces direct from prison, where he had done a stretch for attempted murder. The palms of his hands were covered by jail tattoos, a pentagram and a horned monster. The words "Die High" were painted on his helmet. This was his second tour in Salvador, and Moody, who was Dantzler's buddy, said the drugs had addled DT's brains, that he was crazy and gone to hell. "He collects trophies," Moody had said, "and not just ears, like they done in Nam." When Dantzler had finally gotten a glimpse of the trophies, he had been appalled. They were kept in a tin box in DT's pack, and were nearly unrecognizable. They looked like withered brown orchids. But despite his revulsion, despite the fact that he was afraid of DT, he admired the man's capacity for survival and had taken to heart his advice to rely on the drugs. On the way back down the slope, they discovered a live casualty, an Indian kid about Dantzler's age, 19 or 20. Black hair, adobe skin, and heavy-lidded brown eyes. Dantzler, whose father was an anthropologist and had done field work in Salvador, figured him for a Santa Ana tribesman. Before leaving the States, Dantzler had pored over his father's notes, hoping this would give him an edge, and had learned to identify the various regional types. The kid had a minor leg wound and was wearing fatigue pants and a faded Coke Adds Life t-shirt. This t-shirt irritated DT no end. "What the hell you know about Coke?" he asked the kid, as they headed for the chopper that was to carry them deeper into Morazan province. "You think it's funny or something?" He whacked the kid in the back with his rifle butt, and when they reached the chopper, he slung him inside and had him sit by the door. He sat beside him, tapped out a joint from a pack of cools, and asked, "Where's Infante?" "Dead," said the medic. "Shit!" DT licked the joint so it would burn evenly. "Goddamn beaner ain't no use except somebody else knows Spanish." "I know a little," Dantzler volunteered. Staring at Dantzler, DT's eyes went empty and unfocused. "Naw," he said. "You don't know no Spanish." Dantzler ducked his head to avoid DT's stare and said nothing. He thought he understood what DT meant, but he ducked away from the understanding as well. The chopper bore them aloft, and DT lit the joint. He let the smoke out his nostrils and passed the joint to the kid, who accepted gratefully. "Que sabor," he said, exhaling a billow. He smiled and nodded, wanting to be friends. Dantzler turned his gaze to the open door. They were flying low between the hills, and looking at the deep bays of shadow in their folds acted to drain away the residue of the drugs, leaving him weary and frazzled. Sunlight poured in, dazzling the oil-smeared floor. "Hey, Dantzler!" DT had to shout over the noise of the rotors. "Ask him what's his name." The kid's eyelids were drooping from the joint, but on hearing Spanish he perked up. He shook his head, though, refusing to answer. Dantzler smiled and told him not to be afraid. "Ricardo Cool," said the kid. "Cool," said DT with false heartiness. "That's my brand." He offered his pack to the kid.
Gracias, no.
The kid waved the joint and grinned.
Dude's named for a goddamn cigarette,
said DT disparagingly, as if this were the height of insanity. Dantzler asked the kid if there were more soldiers nearby, and once again received no reply. But apparently sensing in Dantzler a kindred soul, the kid leaned forward and spoke rapidly, saying that his village was Santander Jimenez, that his father was, he hesitated, a man of power. He asked where they were taking him. Dantzler returned a stony glare. He found it easy to reject the kid, and he realized later this was because he had already given up on him. Latching his hands behind his head, DT began to sing, a wordless melody. His voice was discordant, barely audible above the rotors, but the tune had a familiar ring, and Dantzler soon placed it. The theme from Star Trek. It brought back memories of watching TV with his sister, laughing at the low-budget aliens and Scotty's actor's equity accent. He gazed out the door again. The sun was behind the hills, and the hillsides were unfeatured blurs of dark green smoke. Oh, God, he wanted to be home, to be anywhere but Salvador. A couple of the guys joined in the singing at DT's urging, and as the volume swelled, Dantzler's emotion peaked. He was on the verge of tears, remembering tastes and sights, the way his girl Janine had smelled so clean and fresh, not reeking of sweat and perfume like the whores around Ilopango. Finding all this substance in the banal touchstone of his culture and the illusions of the hillsides rushing past. Then Moody tensed beside him, and he glanced up to learn the reason why. In the gloom of the chopper's belly, DT was as unfeatured as the hills, a black presence ruling them, more the leader of a coven than a platoon. The other two guys were singing their lungs out, and even the kid was getting into the spirit of things. "Musical," he said at one point, smiling at everybody, trying to fan the flame of good feeling. He swayed to the rhythm and essayed a la-la now and again, but no one else was responding. The singing stopped, and Dantzler saw that the whole platoon was staring at the kid, their expressions slack and dispirited. "Space!" shouted DT, giving the kid a little shove. "The final frontier!" The smile had not yet left the kid's face when he toppled out the door. DT peered after him. A few seconds later, he smacked his hand against the floor and sat back grinning. Dantzler felt like screaming. The stupid horror of the joke was so at odds with the languor of his homesickness. He looked to the others for reaction. They were sitting with their heads down, fiddling with trigger guards and pack straps, studying their bootlaces, and seeing this, he quickly imitated them. Morazan province was spook country, Santa Ana spooks. Flights of birds had been reported to attack pistols. Animals appeared at the perimeters of campsites and vanished when you shot at them. Dreams afflicted everyone who ventured there. Dantzler could not testify to the birds and animals, but he did have a recurring dream. In it, the kid DT had killed was pinwheeling down through a golden fog, his T-shirt visible against the roiling backdrop, and sometimes a voice would boom out of the fog saying, "You are killing my son." "No, no," Dantzler would reply. "It wasn't me. And besides, he's already dead." Then he would wake covered with sweat, groping for his rifle, his heart racing. But the dream was not an important terror, and he assigned it no significance. The land was far more terrifying. Pine-forested ridges that stood out against the sky like fringes of electrified hair. Little trails winding off into thickets and petering out, as if what they led to had been magicked away. Gray rock faces along which they were forced to walk, hopelessly exposed to ambush. There were innumerable booby traps set by the guerrillas, and they lost several men to rock falls. It was the emptiest place of Dantzler's experience. No people, no animals, just a few hawks circling the solitudes between the ridges. Once in a while, they found tunnels, and these they blew with the new gas grenades. The gas ignited the rich concentrations of hydrocarbons and sent flames sweeping through the entire system. DT would praise whoever had discovered the tunnel and would estimate in a loud voice how many beaners they had refried. But Dantzler knew they were traversing pure emptiness and burning empty holes. Days, under debilitating heat, they humped the mountains, traveling 7, 8, even 10 clicks up trails so steep that frequently the feet of the guy ahead of you would be on a level with your face. Nights, it was cold, the darkness absolute, the silence so profound that Dantzler imagined he could hear the great humming vibration of the earth. They might have been anywhere or nowhere. Their fear was nourished by the isolation, and the only remedy was martial arts. Dantzler took to popping the pills without the excuse of combat. Moody cautioned him against abusing the drugs, citing rumors of bad side effects and DT's madness. But even he was using them more and more often. During basic training, Dantzler's DI had told the Boots that the drugs were available only to the Special Forces, that their use was optional, but there had been too many instances of lackluster battlefield performance in the last war, and this was to prevent a reoccurrence. "The chicken shit infantry should take 'em," the DI had said. "You bastards are brave already. You're born killers, right?" "Right, sir," they had shouted. "What are you?" "Born killers, sir." But Dantzler was not a born killer. He was not even clear as to how he had been drafted, less clear as to how he had been manipulated into the Special Forces, and he had learned that nothing was optional in Salvador, with the possible exception of life itself. The platoon's mission was reconnaissance and mop-up. Along with other Special Forces platoons, they were to secure Morazan prior to the invasion of Nicaragua. Specifically, they were to proceed to the village of Tecolutla, where a Sandinista patrol had recently been spotted. And following that, they were to join up with the 1st Infantry and take part in the offensive against León, a provincial capital just across the Nicaraguan border. As Dantzler and Moody walked together, they frequently talked about the offensive, how it would be good to get down into flat country. Occasionally they talked about the possibility of reporting DT, and once, after he had led them on a forced night march, they toyed with the idea of killing him. But most often they discussed the ways of the Indians and the land, since this was what had caused them to become buddies. Moody was slightly built, freckled, and red-haired. His eyes had the 1,000-yard stare that came from too much war. Dantzler had seen winos with such vacant, lusterless stares. Moody's father had been in Nam, and Moody said it had been worse than Salvador because there had been no real commitment to win. But he thought Nicaragua and Guatemala might be the worst of all, especially if the Cubans sent in troops as they had threatened. He was adept at locating tunnels and detecting booby traps, and it was for this reason Dantzler had cultivated his friendship. Essentially a loner, Moody had resisted all advances until learning of Dantzler's father. Thereafter he had buddied up, eager to hear about the field notes, believing they might give him an edge. "They think the land has animal traits," said Dantzler one day as they climbed along a ridge top. "Just like some kinds of fish look like plants or sea bottom, parts of the land look like plain ground, jungle, whatever. But when you enter them, you find you've entered the spirit world, the world of the Sukyas." "What's Sukyas?" asked Moody. "Magicians." A twig snapped behind Dantzler, and he spun around, twitching off the safety of his rifle. It was only Hodge, a lanky kid with the beginnings of a beer gut. He stared hollow-eyed at Dantzler and popped an ampule. Moody made a noise of disbelief. "If they got magicians, why ain't they winning? Why ain't they zapping us off the cliffs?" "It's not their business," said Dantzler. "They don't believe in messing with worldly affairs unless it concerns them directly. Anyway, these places, the ones that look like normal land but aren't, they're called—" He drew a blank on the name. Something. I can't remember. But they have different laws. They're where your spirit goes to die after your body dies. Don't they got no heaven? Nope. It just takes longer for your spirit to die, and so it goes to one of these places that's between everything and nothing." "Nothing," said Moody disconsolately, as if all his hopes for an afterlife had been dashed. "Don't make no sense to have spirits and not have no heaven." "Hey," said Dantzler, tensing as wind rustled the pine boughs. "They're just a bunch of damn primitives. You know what their sacred drink is? Hot chocolate. My old man was a guest at one of their funerals. and he said they carried cups of hot chocolate balanced on these little red towers and acted like drinking it was going to wake them to the secrets of the universe. He laughed, and the laughter sounded tinny and psychotic to his own ears. So you're going to worry about fools who think hot chocolate's holy water? Maybe they just like it, said Moody. Maybe somebody dying just give 'em an excuse to drink it. But Dantzler was no longer listening. A moment before, as they emerged from pine cover onto the highest point of the ridge, a stony scarp open to the winds and providing a view of rumpled mountains and valleys extending to the horizon, he had popped an ampule. He felt so strong, so full of righteous purpose and controlled fury. It seemed only the sky was around him, that he was still ascending, preparing to do battle with the gods themselves. Tecolutla was a village of whitewashed stone tucked into a notch between two hills. From above, the houses, with their black windows and doorways, looked like an unlucky throw of dice. The streets ran uphill and down, diverging around boulders. Bougainvilleas and hibiscuses speckled the hillsides, and there were tilled fields on the gentler slopes. It was a sweet, peaceful place when they arrived, and after they had gone, it was once again peaceful, but its sweetness had been permanently banished. The reports of Sandinistas had proved accurate, and though they were casualties left behind to recuperate, DT had decided their presence called for extreme measures. Foo gas, frag grenades, and such. He had fired an M60 until the barrel melted down, and then had manned the flamethrower. Afterward, as they rested atop the next ridge, exhausted and begrimed, having radioed in a chopper for resupply, he could not get over how one of the houses he had torched had resembled a toasted marshmallow. "Ain't that how it was, man?" he asked, striding up and down the line. He did not care if they agreed about the house. It was a deeper question he was asking, one concerning the ethics of their actions. "Yeah," said Dantzler, forcing a smile. "Sure did." DT grunted with laughter. "You know I'm right, don't you, man?" The sun hung directly behind his head, a golden corona rimming a black oval, and Dantzler could not turn his eyes away. He felt weak and weakening, as if threads of himself were being spun loose and sucked into the blackness. He popped 3 ampules prior to the firefight, and his experience of Tecolutla had been a kind of mad, whirling dance through the streets, spraying erratic bursts that appeared to be writing weird names on the walls. The leader of the Sandinistas had worn a mask, a gray face with a surprised hole of a mouth and pink circles around the eyes, a ghost face. Dantzler had been afraid of the mask and had poured round after round into it. Then, leaving the village, he had seen a small girl standing beside the shell of the last house watching them, her colorless rag of a dress tattering in the breeze. She had been a victim of that malnutrition disease, the one that paled your skin and whitened your hair and left you retarded. He could not recall the name of the disease. Things like names were slipping away from him. Nor could he believe anyone had survived, and for a moment he had thought the spirit of the village had come out to mark their trail. That was all he could remember of Tecolutla, all he wanted to remember. But he knew he had been brave. 4 days later, they headed up into a cloud forest. It was the dry season, but dry season or not, blackish-gray clouds always shrouded these peaks. They were shot through by ugly glimmers of lightning, making it seem that malfunctioning neon signs were hidden beneath them, advertisements for evil. Everyone was jittery, and Jerry Ledoux, a slim, dark-haired Cajun kid, flat-out refused to go. "That ain't reasonable," he said. "Be easier to go through the passes. We're on recon, man. You think the beaners be waiting in the passes, waving their white flags?" DT whipped his rifle into firing position and pointed it at Ledoux. "Come on, Louisiana man, pop a few and you feel different." As Ledoux popped the ampules, DT talked to him. "Look at it this way, man. This is your big adventure. Up there, it'd be like all them animals shows on the tube. The Savage Kingdom, the Unknown. Could be like Mars or something. Monsters and shit with big red eyes and tentacles. You want to miss that, man?"
You want to miss being the first grunt on Mars? Soon Ledoux was raring to go, giggling at DT's rap. Moody kept his mouth shut, but he fingered the safety of his rifle and glared at DT's back. When DT turned to him, however, he relaxed. Since Tekalutla, he had grown taciturn, and there seemed to be a shifting of lights and darks in his eyes, as if something were scurrying back and forth behind them. He had taken to wearing banana leaves on his head, arranging them under his helmet so the frayed ends stuck out the sides like strange green hair. He said this was camouflage, but Dantzler was certain it bespoke some secretive, irrational purpose. Of course, DT had noticed Moody's spiritual erosion, and as they prepared to move out, he called Dantzler aside. "He done found some place inside his head that feel good to him," said DT. "He's trying to curl up into it, and once he do that, he ain't gonna be responsible. Keep an eye on him." Dantzler mumbled his assent, but was not enthused. "I know he your friend, man, but that don't mean shit. Not the way things are. Now, me, I don't give a damn about you personally, but I'm your brother in arms, and that's something you can count on. You understand?" To Dantzler's shame, he did understand. They had planned on negotiating the cloud forest by nightfall, but they had underestimated the difficulty. The vegetation beneath the clouds was lush, thick, juicy leaves that mashed underfoot, tangles of vines, trees with slick, pale bark and waxy leaves, and the visibility was only about 15 feet. They were gray wraiths passing through grayness. The vague shapes of the foliage reminded Dantzler of fancifully engraved letters, and for a while he entertained himself with the notion that they were walking among the half-formed phrases of a constitution not yet manifest in the land. They barged off the trail, losing it completely, becoming veiled in spider webs and drenched by spills of water. Their voices were oddly muffled, the tag ends of words swallowed up. After 7 hours of this, DT reluctantly gave the order to pitch camp. They set electric lamps around the perimeter so they could see to string the jungle hammocks. The beam of light illuminated the moisture in the air, piercing the murk with jeweled blades. They talked in hushed tones, alarmed by the eerie atmosphere. When they had done with the hammocks, DT posted 4 sentries, Moody, Ledoux, Dantzler, and himself. Then they switched off the lamps. It grew pitch dark, and the darkness was picked out by plips and plops, the entire spectrum of dripping sounds. To Dantzler's ears, they blended into a gabbling speech. He imagined tiny Santa Ana demons talking about him, and to stave off paranoia, he popped 2 ampules. He continued to pop them, trying to limit himself to 1 every half hour, but he was uneasy, unsure where to train his rifle in the dark, and he exceeded his limit. Soon it began to grow light again, and he assumed that more time had passed than he had thought. That often happened with the ampules. It was easy to lose yourself in being alert, in the wealth of perceptual detail available to your sharpened senses. Yet on checking his watch, he saw it was only a few minutes after 2 o'clock. His system was too inundated with the drugs to allow panic, but he twitched his head from side to side in tight little arcs to determine the source of the brightness. There did not appear to be a single source. It was simply that filaments of the cloud were gleaming, casting a diffuse golden glow, as if they were elements of a nervous system coming to life. He started to call out, then held back. The others must have seen the light, and they had given no cry. They probably had a good reason for their silence. He scrunched down flat, pointing his rifle out from the campsite. Bathed in the golden mist, the forest had acquired an alchemic beauty. Beads of water glittered with gemmy brilliance. The leaves and vines and bark were gilded. Every surface shimmered with light, everything except a fleck of blackness hovering between 2 of the trunks, its size gradually increasing. As it swelled in his vision, he saw it had the shape of a bird, its wings beating, flying toward him from an inconceivable distance.
Inconceivable, because the dense vegetation did not permit you to see very far in a straight line, and yet the bird was growing larger with such slowness that it must have been coming from a long way off. It was not really flying, he realized. Rather, it was as if the forest were painted on a piece of paper, as if someone were holding a lit match behind it and burning a hole that maintained the shape of a bird as it spread. He was transfixed, unable to react, even when it had blotted out half the light, when he lay before it no bigger than a mote in relation to its huge span. He could not move or squeeze the trigger. And then the blackness swept over him. He had the sensation of being borne along at incredible speed, and he could no longer hear the dripping of the forest. "Moody!" he shouted. "DT!" But the voice that answered belonged to neither of them. It was hoarse, issuing from every part of the surrounding blackness, and he recognized it as the voice of his recurring dream. "You are killing my son," it said. "I have led you here, to this Ayahuamaco, so he may judge you." Dantzler knew to his bones. The voice was that of the Sucia, of the village of Santander Jimenez. He wanted to offer a denial, to explain his innocence, but all he could manage was no. He said it tearfully, hopelessly, his forehead resting on his rifle barrel. Then his mind gave a savage twist, and his soldiery self regained control. He ejected an ampule from his dispenser and popped it. The voice laughed, malefic, damning laughter whose vibrations shuddered Dantzler. He opened up with the rifle, spraying fire in all directions. Filigrees of golden holes appeared in the blackness. Tendrils of mist coiled through them. He kept on firing until the blackness shattered and fell in jagged sections toward him. Slowly, like shards of black glass dropping through water, he emptied the rifle and flung himself flat, shielding his head with his arms, expecting to be sliced into bits, but nothing touched him. At last, he peeked between his arms, then, amazed because the forest was now a uniform lustrous yellow, he rose to his knees. He scraped his hand on one of the crushed leaves beneath him, and blood welled from the cut. The broken fibers of the leaf were as stiff as wires. He stood, a giddy trickle of hysteria leaking up from the bottom of his soul. It was no forest, but a building of solid gold worked to resemble a forest, the sort of conceit that might have been fabricated for the child of an emperor. Canopied by golden leaves, columned by slender golden trunks, carpeted by golden grasses, the water beads were diamonds. All the gleam and glitter soothed his apprehension. Here was something out of a myth, a habitat for princesses and wizards and dragons. Almost gleeful, he turned to the campsite to see how the others were reacting. Once, when he was 9 years old, he had sneaked into the attic to rummage through the boxes and trunks, and he had run across an old Morocco-bound copy of Gulliver's Travels. He had been taught to treasure old books, and so he had opened it eagerly to look at the illustrations, only to find that the centers of the pages had been eaten away, and there, right in the heart of the fiction, was a nest of larvae. Pulpy, horrid things. It had been an awful sight, but one unique in his experience, and he might have studied those crawling scraps of life for a very long time if his father had not interrupted. Such a sight was now before him, and he was numb with it. They were all dead. He should have guessed they would be. He had given no thought to them while firing his rifle. They had been struggling out of their hammocks when the bullets hit, and as a result they were hanging half in, half out, their limbs dangling. Blood pooled beneath them. The veils of golden mist made them look dark and mysterious and malformed, like monsters killed as they emerged from their cocoons. Dantzler could not stop staring, but he was shrinking inside himself. It was not his fault. That thought kept swooping in and out of a flock of less acceptable thoughts. He wanted to stay put, to be true, to alleviate the sick horror he was beginning to feel.
"What's your name?"
asked a girl's voice behind him. She was sitting on a stone about 20 feet away. Her hair was a tawny shade of gold, her skin a half-tone lighter, and her dress was cunningly formed out of the mist. Only her eyes were real. Brown, heavy-lidded eyes. They were at variance with the rest of her face, which had the fresh, unaffected beauty of an American teenager.
"Don't be afraid,"
she said, and patted the ground, inviting him to sit beside her. He recognized the eyes, but it was no matter. He badly needed the consolation she could offer. He walked over and sat down. She let him lean his head against her thigh.
"What's your name?"
she repeated.
"Dantzler," he said, "John Dantzler."
And then he added, "I'm from Boston. My father's—"
It would be too difficult to explain about anthropology. "He's a teacher." "Are there many soldiers in Boston?"
She stroked his cheek with a golden finger. The caress made Dantzler happy. "Oh, no," he said. "They hardly know there's a war going on."
"That is true?"
she said, incredulous. "Well, they do know about it, but it's just news on the TV to them. They've got more pressing problems, their jobs, families."
"Will you let them know about the war when you return home?" she asked. "Will you do that for me?"
Dantzler had given up hope of returning home, of surviving, and her assumption that he would do both acted to awaken his gratitude. "Yes," he said fervently, "I will."
"You must hurry," she said. "If you stay in the Ayahuamaco too long, you will never leave. You must find the way out. It is a way not of directions or trails, but of events."
"Where is this place?" he asked, suddenly aware of how much he had taken it for granted. She shifted her leg away, and if he had not caught himself on the stone, he would have fallen. When he looked up, she had vanished. He was surprised that her disappearance did not alarm him. In reflex, he slipped out a couple of ampules, but after a moment's reflection, he decided not to use them. It was impossible to slip them back into the dispenser, so he tucked them into the interior webbing of his helmet for later. He doubted he would need them, though. He felt strong, competent, and unafraid. Dantzler stepped carefully between the hammocks, not wanting to brush against them. It might have been his imagination, but they seemed to be bulged down lower than before, as if death had weighed out heavier than life. That heaviness was in the air, pressuring him. Mist rose like golden steam from the corpses, but the sight no longer affected him, perhaps because the mist gave the illusion of being their souls. He picked up a rifle with a full magazine and headed off into the forest. The tips of the golden leaves were sharp, and he had to ease past them to avoid being cut, but he was at the top of his form, moving gracefully, and the obstacles barely slowed his pace. He was not even anxious about the girl's warning to hurry. He was certain the way out would soon present itself. After a minute or so, he heard voices, and after another few seconds, he came to a clearing divided by a stream, one so perfectly reflecting that its banks appeared to enclose a wedge of golden mist. Moody was squatting to the left of the stream, staring at the blade of his survival knife and singing under his breath, a wordless melody that had the erratic rhythm of a trapped fly. Beside him lay Jerry Ledoux, his throat slashed from ear to ear. D.T. was sitting on the other side of the stream. He had been shot just above the knee, and though he had ripped up his shirt for bandages and tied off the leg with a tourniquet, he was not in good shape. He was sweating, and the gray chalky pallor infused his skin. The entire scene had the weird vitality of something that had materialized in a magic mirror, a bubble of reality enclosed within a gilt frame. D.T. heard Dantzler's footfalls and glanced up. "Waste him!" he shouted, pointing at Moody. Moody did not turn from contemplation of the knife. "No," he said, as if speaking to someone whose image was held in the blade. "Waste him, man!" screamed D.T. "He killed Ledoux." "Please," said Moody to the knife. "I don't want to." There was blood clotted on his face, more blood on the banana leaves sticking out of his helmet. "Did you kill Jerry?" asked Dantzler. While he addressed the question to Moody, he did not relate to him as an individual, only as part of a design whose message he had to unravel.
Jesus Christ, waste him!
DT smashed his fist against the ground in frustration.
Okay,
said Moody. With an apologetic look, he sprang to his feet and charged Dantzler, swinging the knife. Emotionless, Dantzler stitched a line of fire across Moody's chest. He went sideways into the bushes and down.
What the hell was you waiting for?
DT tried to rise, but winced and fell back. Damn, don't know if I can walk. Pop a few, Dantzler suggested mildly.
Yeah, good thinking, man.
DT fumbled for his dispenser. Dantzler peered into the bushes to see where Moody had fallen. He felt nothing, and this pleased him. He was weary of feeling. DT popped an ampule with a flourish as if making a toast and inhaled.
Ain't you going to do some, man?
I don't need them, said Dantzler. I'm fine. The stream interested him. It did not reflect the mist, as he had supposed, but was itself a seam of the mist.
How many you think they was?
Asked DT. How many what?
Beaners, man. I wasted 3 or 4 after they hit us, but I couldn't tell how many they was.
Dantzler considered this in light of his own interpretation of events and Moody's conversation with the knife. It made sense. A Santa Ana kind of sense. Beats me, he said, but I guess there's less than there used to be. DT snorted.
You got that right.
He heaved to his feet and limped to the edge of the stream.
Give me a hand to cross.
Dantzler reached out to him, but instead of taking his hand, he grabbed his wrist and pulled him off balance. DT teetered on his good leg, then toppled and vanished beneath the mist. Dantzler had expected him to fall, but he surfaced instantly, mist clinging to his skin. Of course, thought Dantzler, his body would have to die before his spirit would fall.
What you doing, man?
DT was more disbelieving than enraged. Dantzler planted a foot in the middle of his back and pushed him down until his head was submerged. DT bucked and clawed at the foot and managed to come to his hands and knees. Mist slithered from his eyes, his nose, and he choked out the words,
"Kill you!"
Dantzler pushed him down again. He got into pushing him down and letting him up over and over, not so as to torture him. Not really. It was because he had suddenly understood the nature of the Ayahuamaco's laws, that they were approximations of normal laws, and he further understood that his actions had to approximate those of someone jiggling a key in a lock. DT was the key to the way out, and Dantzler was jiggling him, making sure all the tumblers were engaged. Some of the vessels in DT's eyes had burst, and the whites were occluded by films of blood. When he tried to speak, mist curled from his mouth. Gradually his struggles subsided. He clawed runnels in the gleaming yellow dirt of the bank and shuddered. His shoulders were knobs of black land floundering in a mystic sea. For a long time after DT sank from view, Dantzler stood beside the stream, uncertain of what was left to do and unable to remember a lesson he had been taught. Finally, he shouldered his rifle and walked away from the clearing. Morning had broken. The mist had thinned, and the forest had regained its usual coloration. But he scarcely noticed these changes, still troubled by his faulty memory. Eventually, he let it slide. It would all come clearer sooner or later. He was just happy to be alive. After a while, he began to kick the stones as he went, and to swing his rifle in a carefree fashion against the weeds. When the 1st Infantry poured across the Nicaraguan border and wasted Leon, Dantzler was having a quiet time at the VA hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And at the precise moment the bulletin was flashed nationwide, he was sitting in the lounge watching the American League playoffs between Detroit and Texas. Some of the patients ranted at the interruption, while others shouted them down, wanting to hear the details. Dantzler expressed no reaction whatsoever. He was solely concerned with being a model patient. However, noticing that one of the staff was giving him a clinical stare, he added his weight on the side of the baseball fans. He did not want to appear too controlled. The doctors were as suspicious of that sort of behavior as they were of its contrary. But the funny thing was, at least it was funny to Dantzler, that his feigned annoyance at the bulletin was an exemplary proof of his control, his expertise at moving through life the way he had moved through the golden leaves of the cloud forest. Cautiously, gracefully, efficiently, touching nothing and being touched by nothing. That was the lesson he had learned. To be as perfect a counterfeit of a man as the Ayahuamaco had been of the land. To adopt the various stances of a man, and yet, by virtue of his distance from things human, to be all the more prepared for the onset of crisis or a call to action. He saw nothing aberrant in this. Even the doctors would admit that men were little more than organized pretense. If he was different from other men, it was only that he had a deeper awareness of the principles on which his personality was founded. When the Battle of Managua was joined, Dantzler was living at home. His parents had urged him to go easy in readjusting to civilian life, but he had immediately gotten a job as a management trainee in a bank. Each morning he would drive to work and spend a controlled, quiet 8 hours. Each night he would watch TV with his mother, and before going to bed, he would climb to the attic and inspect the trunk containing his souvenirs of war: helmet, fatigues, knife, boots. The doctors had insisted he face his experiences, and this ritual was his way of following their instructions. All in all, he was quite pleased with his progress, but he still had problems. He had not been able to force himself to venture out at night, remembering too well the darkness in the cloud forest, and he had rejected his friends, refusing to see them or answer their calls. He was not secure with the idea of friendship. Further, despite his methodical approach to life, he was prone to a nagging restlessness, the feeling of a chore left undone. One night his mother came into his room and told him that an old friend, Phil Curry, was on the phone. "Please talk to him, Johnny," she said. "He's been drafted, and I think he's a little scared." The word drafted struck a responsive chord in Dantzler's soul, and after brief deliberation, he went downstairs and picked up the receiver. "Hey," said Phil, "what's the story, man? 3 months, and you don't even give me a call." "I'm sorry," said Dantzler. "I haven't been feeling so hot." "Yeah, I understand." Phil was silent a moment. "Listen, man, I'm leaving, and we're having a big send-off at Sparky's. It's going on right now. Why don't you come down?" "I don't know." "Janine's here, man. She's still crazy about you, talks about you all the time. She don't go out with nobody." Dantzler was unable to think of anything to say. "Look," said Phil, "I'm pretty weirded out by this soldier shit. I hear it's pretty bad down there. If you got anything you can tell me about what it's like, man, I'd appreciate it." Dantzler could relate to Phil's concern, his desire for an edge, and besides, it felt right to go. Very right. He would take some precautions against the darkness. "I'll be there," he said. It was a foul night, spitting snow, but Sparky's parking lot was jammed. Dantzler's mind was flurried like the snow, crowded like the lot, thoughts whirling in, jockeying for position, melting away. He hoped his mother would not wait up. He wondered if Janine still wore her hair long. He was worried because the palms of his hands were unnaturally warm. Even with the car windows rolled up, he could hear loud music coming from inside the club. Above the door, the words Sparky's Rock City were being spelled out a letter at a time in red neon, and when the spelling was complete, the letter flashed off and on, and a golden neon explosion bloomed around them. After the explosion, the entire sign went dark for a split second, and the big ramshackle building seemed to grow large and merge with the black sky. He had an idea it was watching him, and he shuddered. One of those sudden lurches downward of the kind that take you just before you fall asleep. He knew the people inside did not intend him any harm, but he also knew that places have a way of changing people's intent, and he did not want to be caught off guard. Sparky's might be such a place, might be a huge black presence camouflaged by neon, its true substance one with the abyss of the sky, the phosphorescent snowflakes jittering in his headlights, the wind keening through the side vent. He would have liked very much to drive home and forget about his promise to Phil. However, he felt a responsibility to explain about the war. More than a responsibility, an evangelistic urge. He would tell them about the kid falling out of the chopper, the white-haired girl in Tecolootla. The emptiness. God, yes. How you went down chock full of ordinary American thoughts and dreams, memories of smoking weed and chasing tail and hanging out and freeway flying with a case of something cold, and how you smuggled back a human-shaped container of pure Salvadorian emptiness. Primo grade. Smuggled it back to the land of silk and money, of mind-fuck video games and topless tennis matches and fast food solutions to the nutritional problem. Just a taste of Salvador would banish all those trivial obsessions. Just a taste. It would be easy to explain. Of course, some things beggared explanation. He bent down and adjusted the survival knife in his boot so the hilt would not rub against his calf. From his coat pocket he withdrew the 2 ampules he had secreted in his helmet that long-ago night in the cloud forest. As the neon explosion flashed once more, glimmers of gold coursed along their shiny surfaces. He did not think he would need them. His hand was steady and his purpose was clear, but to be on the safe side, he popped them both. State of the art. Robert Charles Wilson. Robert Charles Wilson is one of the best new writers of SF. F and SF began publishing his work in 1985, and he has since published 2 novels, A Hidden Place and Memory Wire. His fiction has been compared to Bradbury's and Sturgeon's for its clean prose and memorable characters. Here is a first-rate sample, a pointed story about the ultimate in artificial transplants. It was the eyes that attracted him first. They sat in the window of the ocular shop, nestled on velvet, protein-compatible nerve conduits dangling behind. The eyes were a polished silver, so reflective that they seemed to contain the world, and the irises were icy blue discs. Rogan thought about the eyes during the long drive home. They were Bauschenlamm full-spectrum day and nighters. The price, printed on a discreet white tag, was outrageous. More than outrageous, Margaret said when tentatively he raised the subject. You don't need such a thing. You do okay. Once she had been beautiful. Rogan knew that many men, the fortunate ones, think their wives are beautiful, but of Margaret it was an objective, demonstrable truth. Because she was shy, she had refused to enter the Queen of Classics department competition when they were in college, but she would have won. Everybody said so. Her hair had been long and full and blonde. Her skin was china pale, her features fine, her eyes a delicate brown. Her smile had been like flashbulbs going off. And the truth was that she was still good-looking, Rogan thought, but time had fretted at her as it had fretted at him, and they were both looking a little worn. I'm tired of the contact lenses, he said. So get new ones, but not this. Really, it didn't make any sense. He said, a last hopeless salvo, if we put off the new car for a while. Ben, you want that car. You said so. So he put the day and nighters out of his mind. In the morning he walked past the ocular shop between the parking lot and the office where he worked, with a stern and willful disinterest. The eyes gazed back at him from the window balefully. Rogan was a data block coordinator. He sat at a terminal all day monitoring the flow and exchange of information between his employer's corporate mainframe and all the other mainframes and databanks it accessed. These were displayed on his CRT as building blocks of various sizes and color. Rogan's job was to make sure they meshed and separated in the right sequence. He was something like an air traffic controller. Usually everything was okay. When it wasn't, he had to investigate and sort things out, tapping madly at his keyboard while the terminal howled and blinked. This happened maybe once a day. Today, however, there was nothing, and Rogan grew bored watching the colored blocks stack and unstack themselves on the screen. He was pleased when his afternoon relief, a tall and athletic man named Forster, came in and hung his coat on the peg. Rogan wanted desperately to get away. Whenever you're ready, Forster said. It's all yours, Rogan said. Thank God. He stood up. He stretched. He turned. The breath seemed to catch in his throat. Something wrong? Forster asked. No, Rogan said. No, nothing at all. Forster stared at him, the silvery orbs of his eyes catching the fluorescent light, and for a moment Rogan saw his own reflection there. The physical attachment takes only a short time, the ocularist explained. The nerve glues, the muscle sealants, are very fast-acting. You'll be operational 20 minutes after you come out of surgery. No, the time for taking time is now, while you have the choice. The sheer number of eyes in the shop daunted him. The display occupied an entire wall. Some of the Japanese-manufactured units were mounted in pale mannequin faces, where they twitched back and forth as if in the throes of a mute and terrible panic. Some were silver, like Forster's. Some were tinted a deep, compelling blue. Several were translucent, and he could see the tiny machinery inside, like camera lenses in aspic. Rogan felt dizzy. He began to perspire. Maybe this wasn't such a wise idea after all. Maybe Margaret was right. The best ones, Rogan said helplessly. Which are the best ones? Depends, the ocularist said. Do you have a special application in mind? Do you scuba dive? Hunt animals at night? Practice astronomy as a hobby? No, Rogan said. I just want a good all-rounder, the ocularist supplied. The best all-rounder. He tried to sound firm. The ocularist went to the window display and lifted the velvet-lined pedestal with the Bausch and Lombs on it. He put them on a glass-topped counter for Rogan to admire, stepping back as Rogan bent closer, smiling distantly. Shake them, he suggested. No telltale rattle of cheap machinery there. Should I? I'm not sure. They don't take fingerprints, the ocularist sniffed, and they're not fragile. Rogan picked one up. It was firm and cool to the touch. The embedded iris glittered like an exotic gem. But the price, he said regretfully. Ah, the ocularist said. His manner became stiff, formal. He drew away the Bausch and Lombs. We do, of course, carry other lines. He took a blank box from beneath the counter. Inside, 2 fishy white eyes lay on a bed of tissue paper. Rogan reached half-heartedly to touch one. Careful now, the ocularist said. Rogan sighed. It's all right. I'll take the Bausch and Lombs. The intelligent choice, I think. We can arrange financing, and we offer a generous trade-in value on your unwanted biologicals. My what? Your eyes, the ocularist said. He left work early on the day that had been arranged. The entire process, including the time spent blindfolded while muscles knitted and the anesthetic wore off, took less than 3 hours. The first thing Rogan noticed when his new eyes were unbandaged was that the winter light beyond the window had failed. But I can see, he marveled. I can read. My God, I can read the billboard at Bay Street. 5 city blocks away, it was an ad for synthetic meat. At night. The ocularist sat impassive in his surgical whites, making notations on a clipboard. He had a medical technician's degree framed and hung on the wall of his inner office. Rogan amused himself by deciphering the Latinate fine print. Everything moves, the ocularist said. Up, down, side to side? Yes. He pried up Rogan's eyelids and pressed an ophthalmoscope against his orbits. No blind spots? Everything seems lucid? Yes. He added, they feel a bit raw, a kind of pressure. It fades in time. It had faded, in fact, by the time Rogan arrived home. He had not told Margaret about the Bausch and Lombs. He wanted to present her with a fait accompli. Now, riding the elevator up to their condo, he felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. How would she react? The surprising thing was she did not react. Oh, there was a moment after he had kissed her when she looked at him seriously for a time, and he knew she must have noticed. His eyes were silvery bright and touched with cornflower blue, where before they had been merely bloodshot and watery. But she didn't remark on it. She tied back her apron and said dinner would be ready in a minute. Synthetic chicken, she said. Rogan went into the bathroom to admire his new eyes. What he saw was gratifying. His face had always seemed somehow weak when he was forced to confront it in the mornings, frothing with toothpaste. Now, although his chin had not been noticeably firmed, nor his sagging jowls tightened, he saw a face that was cool, aloof, almost threatening. A thrill ran through him. She didn't react, Rogan thought, because she loves me. She had accepted his decision. Anyway, it was too late to fight it. His old eyes had probably been auctioned off to some charity hospital in equatorial Africa. He respected her choice by making no comment of his own, except about the chicken, which he said was good. The real test came later. They made love. It was awkward at first. Rogan felt embarrassed by his eyes, or rather was afraid they would embarrass Margaret. He kept them closed. Then, when her passion had begun to build, he allowed himself to look closely at her. There was none of the revulsion he had expected to see. He was pleased. The pace picked up. He began to stare, boldly. She said she loved him. Rogan murmured that he loved her too, but now his new eyes were having an unsettling effect. He saw Margaret's face, although the room was dark, with an almost hallucinogenic clarity. Saw the wrinkles that had begun to creep out from her eyelids, the faintly cracked skin of her mouth. The flesh between the ear and her collarbone was pale and finely skeined. The Bausch and Lambs made it a topography of ancient river valleys. He closed his eyes and thought about the way she used to look. He went to work in the morning, eager for his next encounter with the relief man Forster. It was a difficult day. There were 3 consecutive data collisions, each requiring an extensive and elaborate debugging. But the time passed. He stood up promptly when he heard Forster come. The younger man gazed impassively at Rogan's new eyes. "B&Ls," he said finally. "Very impressive." Rogan was pleased. Forster's eyes had come from one of the big Sino-Japanese cartels. Rogan was able to discern the trademark characters incised into the silver. "Take that," he thought, "you son of a bitch." "Thanks," he said modestly. "Hearts," Forster said. His smile was enigmatic. Rogan said, "What?" "Hearts. Kidneys, lungs, the vital organs." He nudged Rogan painfully in the ribs. "That's where the real action is." "A complete internal revision is a complex procedure. It takes time. The price, naturally, reflects this fact." Rogan had gone, not to a sidewalk ocularist this time, but to Hills and Rutherford, the most prestigious of the city's replacement agencies. The showroom was a shag-carpeted and wood-paneled chamber high in an office tower. The salesman was poised and tailored, and his glittering eyes bore down on Rogan's own. Rogan felt inadequate in this setting, almost shabby, but he was captivated by the stock. An artificial heart in a glass case flushed rose-tinted water through translucent tubing. The motion was smooth, effortless, and quiet as a whisper. Kidneys were racked against one wall like colorful coral growths. Boa-like ropes of intestine reclined on pegs. The effect, Rogan thought, was somehow tropical. "2," the salesman was saying, "one inevitably pays a premium for quality. What we sell here," he passed Rogan a stainless steel thigh bone, "is state-of-the-art in prosthetic technology." He did not doubt it. "I assume there'll be a reasonable exchange value on my, parts?" "Well," the salesman cocked one eyebrow in the attitude of the connoisseur or the careful shopper, "we'll do what we can, of course." Rogan figured he could take out a second mortgage. Margaret accepted the change graciously, and she was resigned to the financial reversal. After all, he still had his job. She took day work at a software store, but Rogan could not convince her that she, too, should make the change. "Take a good look," he said. "Am I any different? Really, am I?" "Not on the outside," she said. They had argued. She had cried. Her eyes were still puffy and red. "But it's better," Rogan said. "It really is. I don't wake up in the middle of the night thinking, Jesus, I'm not a kid anymore. What about a coronary? What about kidney disease? What about my lungs? I could smoke if I wanted to. Tobacco. I can eat anything. I could eat a goddamn chair." "Is that so important?" "You bet it is." She seemed to soften. "It's all right for you, Ben. I understand it's how you are. But I don't want to change in that way. And I don't understand why you want me to." It was a tricky question. A part of him wanted to say, because you'd feel better, you'll feel younger, and we'll be together in this thing. That would have been okay. But another part of him wanted to say, because you've aged, because you're not young and good-looking anymore, and because I'm increasingly disgusted at how primitive and biological you are. He hated the idea of her blood gushing through fleshy arteries clogged with the debris of a high-cholesterol diet, of the webwork of nerve and muscle, the pulsating animal processes. He had been like that once. Now he was cleaner, sleeker, better. He had replaced almost all his internal organs, and the replacements, though regrettably hidden, carried all the best trademarks. "Consider doing it for me," Rogan said. "You still love me, don't you?" "Of course I do." She had become very serious. "Ben, I loved you before any of this. I loved you when you were a fat, middle-aged man with ordinary eyes." It was flattering, of course, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. How unfair it was. He had given her, finally, something worthy of love. Why couldn't she hold up her end of the bargain? "I used to put my head on your chest," she said mournfully, "when you were sleeping. I'd listen to your heart beating. It was reassuring. A good sound. Now," she sighed, "all I hear is a sound like the wind in the trees." His new body and his new eyes made him feel hyper-confident at work. It was as if he could see the data collisions stacking up before they happened. By the time the red light started to flash, he'd be all the way into the mainframe, ready, troubleshooting like crazy. He got a special commendation on the winter efficiency report. Forster came in one dark afternoon, shaking snow off his topcoat. "It's a bitch out there." "I'll bet," Rogan said. But his eyes were on the screen. He was finishing off a heavy bug route. The data blocks were gliding now, slick as ice. "Brought you coffee," Forster said. He placed the cup on Rogan's desk. Rogan stared. Forster's arm was sleek, burnished aluminum. The fingers were slim and agile. Servomotors hummed like the sound of distant cicadas. There was the heady aroma of warm machine oil. "Thanks," Rogan said faintly. "What you have in mind," the sales rep at Hills and Rutherford said, "is possible. Yes. It's even been done to a few people, a few places. But the cost—" "I don't care," Rogan said. He felt at home in the showroom now, at ease. He felt worthy of the fine things displayed around him. He felt, in an important way, part of them. "You don't understand," the salesman said. "We're not talking about a price that's merely high. High is inadequate. We're talking—" he spread his hands. "Exalted." "I realize that." "We know a little bit about you, Mr. Rogan. We make it a policy to be informed about our customers. And your credit rating is good, but not that good. Even if you disposed of your property, liquidated your assets, even with the trade-in on what you've already purchased from us, there must be a way." The salesman looked at him for a time. Finally he said, "Perhaps." "Good," Rogan said. "Perhaps. You don't understand the strictures. It would mean leaving your job. It would mean, shall we say, a radically altered lifestyle. Are you prepared to deal with that?" "Yes," Rogan said. "I don't care." "Ah, well then." There was the shadow of a smile. He's working on commission, Rogan thought. "Hills and Rutherford, you see, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Loomis Technology and Resources. Our parent corporation has a model contract it offers in situations such as this. It's basically a question of reciprocity." He did not accept at once. He felt he owed that much, at least to Margaret. She stared at him. He saw, involuntarily, the yellow residue that had accumulated at the inner angles of her eyes. Her skin was pale and porous. She was sweating. "You'll hardly be human." He blinked. "That's a philocentric attitude. I'll be the same old Ben." "It's me, isn't it? It's because I've changed." "No," he said. "This is what I want." He added, "You could have it, too. There was a time when I was what you wanted. Me. just me. I guess it was because I was young. Pretty. The best you could get. Now I'm, what? Obsolete. God, I feel so old. She began to weep. Rogan turned away. None of this mattered. He felt hard, cold, shiny. He knew what he wanted. He had perhaps overlooked certain clauses and considerations in the contract, duration, obligation, and matters of configuration, but all in all he was pleased with the results. The parts of himself he could see were sleek, efficient, and ruthlessly functional. They shipped him to an island called Nunavak, and he descended under his own power to the Loomis T&R mines along the steep submerged slope of the Bering Sea. It was a strange, lifeless place, and the job he did was repetitive, manipulating slabs of ore-bearing rock, which reminded him of enormous chunks of incoming data, in his beryllium claws. But there were others like him there, with whom he could communicate by means of sonar signals and flashing lights, and he reminded himself that he was the newest and shiniest of them all. Some, the older ones, had tarnish crawling across their carapaces like a strange disease. Not him. He was functional. He was clean. The years passed, however, and Rogan was as susceptible to the vulgar work of entropy as the rest. There came a time when he was slow and barnacled and his joints were prone to seizure, when he began to doubt the wisdom of the enterprise, to think with some nostalgia of the way he had been before all this. It was a temporary malaise. It ended when the new dredger was introduced to the mines. Her name was inscribed across her prow. Rogan's eyes, though they were failing, deciphered it through the frigid gloom. He scuttled forward, crab-like, wanting to weep, although he could not, crying out her name across the sonar frequencies. Margaret! Margaret! She was lovely, all gleaming silver and sealed ball joints. She was state-of-the-art, and she was his. Black Air, Kim Stanley Robinson. This unusual and moving fantasy about a 17-year-old boy who sails with the Spanish Armada was one of Kim Stanley Robinson's first stories for F&SF. It won a World Fantasy Award in 1984. Since then, Mr. Robinson has published many more stories, won more awards, and written several novels, most recently The Gold Coast. They sailed out of Lisbon harbor, with the flags snapping and the brass culverins gleaming under a high white sun. Priests proclaiming in sonorous Latin the blessings of the Pope. Soldiers in armor jammed on the castles fore and aft, and sailors, spider-like in the rigging, waving at the citizens of the town who had left their work to come out on the hills and watch the ships crowd out the sun-beaten roads. For this was the Armada, the most fortunate, invincible Armada, off to subjugate the heretic English to the will of God. There would never be another departure like it. Unfortunately, the wind blew out of the northeast for a month after they left without shifting even a point on the compass, and at the end of that month the Armada was no closer to England than Iberia itself. Not only that, but the hard-pressed coopers of Portugal had made many of the Armada's casks of green wood, and when the ship's cooks opened them, the meat was rotten and the water stank. So they trailed into the port of Corunna, where several hundred soldiers and sailors swam to the shores of Spain and were never seen again. A few hundred more had already died of disease, so from his sickbed on the flagship, Don Alonso Perez de Guzman el Bueno, 7th Duke of Medina Sidonia and Admiral of the Armada, interrupted the composition of his daily complaint to Philip II, and instructed his soldiers to go out into the countryside and collect peasants to help man the ships. One of the squads of these soldiers stopped at a Franciscan monastery on the outskirts of Corunna to impress all the boys who lived there and help the monks, waiting to join the order themselves. Although they did not like it, the monks could not object to the proposal, and off the boys went to join the fleet. Among these boys, who were each taken to a different ship, was Manuel Carlos Agadir Tetuan. He was 17 years old. He had been born in Morocco, the son of West Africans who had been captured and enslaved by Arabs. In his short life, he had already lived in the Moroccan coastal town of Tetuan, in Gibraltar, the Balearics, Sicily, and Lisbon. He had worked in fields and cleaned stables. He had helped make rope and, later, cloth, and he had served food in inns. After his mother died of the pox and his father drowned, he begged in the streets and alleys of Corunna, the last port his father had sailed out of, until in his 15th year a Franciscan had tripped over him sleeping in an alley, inquired after him, and taken him to the refuge of the monastery. Manuel was still weeping when the soldiers took him aboard La Lavia, a Levantine galleon of nearly 1,000 tons. The sailing master of the ship, one Lair, took him in charge and led him below decks. Lair was an Irishman who had left his country principally to practice his trade, but also out of hatred of the English who ruled Ireland. He was a huge man with a torso like a boar's and arms as thick as the yardarms of their ship. When he saw Manuel's distress, he showed that he was not without kindness. Clapping a calloused hand to the back of Manuel's neck, he said, in accented but fluent Spanish, "Stop your sniveling, boy. We're off to conquer the damned English, and when we do, your fathers at the monastery will make you their abbot. And before that happens, a dozen English girls will fall at your feet and ask for the touch of those black hands, no doubt. Come on, stop it. I'll show you your berth first, and wait till we're at sea to show you your station. I'm going to put you in the maintop. All our blacks are good topmen." Lair slipped through a door half his height with the ease of a weasel ducking into one of its tiny holes in the earth. A hand, half as wide as the doorway, re-emerged and pulled Manuel into the gloom. The terrified boy nearly fell down a broad-stepped ladder, but caught himself before falling onto Lair. Far below, several soldiers laughed at him. Manuel had never been on anything larger than a Sicilian patache, and most of his fairly extensive seagoing experience was of coastal carracks. So the broad deck under him, cut by bands of yellow sunlight that flowed in at open ports big as church windows, crowded with barrels and bales of hay and tubs of rope, and 100 busy men, was a marvel. "Saint Anna save me," he said, scarcely able to believe he was on a ship. Why, the monastery itself had no room as large as the one he descended into now. "Get down here," Lair said in an encouraging way. Once on the deck of that giant room, they descended again to a stuffy chamber a quarter the size, illuminated by narrow fans of sunlight that were let in by ports that were mere slits in the hull. "Here's where you sleep," Lair said, pointing at a dark corner of the deck against one massive oak wall of the ship. Forms there shifted. Eyes appeared as lids lifted. A dull voice said, "Another one you'll never find again in this dark, eh, master?" "Shut up, one. See, boy, there are beams dividing your berth from the rest that will keep you from rolling around when we get to sea. Just like a coffin, with the lid up there. Shut up, Juan." After the sailing master had made clear which slot in particular was Manuel's, Manuel collapsed in it and began to cry again. The slot was shorter than he was, and the dividing boards set in the deck were cracked and splintered. The men around him slept or talked among themselves, ignoring Manuel's presence. His medallion cord choked him, and he shifted it on his neck and remembered to pray. His guardian saint, the monks had decided, was Anne, mother of the Virgin Mary and grandmother of Jesus. Manuel owned a small wooden medallion with her face painted on it, which Abbot Alonso had given him. Now he took the medallion between his fingers and looked in the tiny brown dots that were the face's eyes. "Please, Mother Anna," he prayed silently, "take me from this ship to my home. Take me home." He clenched the tag in his fist so tightly that the back of it, carved so that a cross of wood stood out from its surface, left an imprinted red cross in his palm. Many hours passed before he fell asleep. 2 days later, the most fortunate Invincible Armada left Corunna, this time without the flags, or the crowds of spectators, or the clouds of priestly incense trailing downwind. This time, God favored them with a westerly wind, and they sailed north at good speed. The ships were arranged in a formation devised by the soldiers, orderly phalanxes rising and falling on the swells, the galleasses in front, the supply hulks in the center, and the big galleons on either flank. The thousands of sails stacked on hundreds of masts made a grand and startling sight, like a copse of white trees on a broad blue plain. Manuel was as impressed by this sight as the rest of the men. There were 400 men on La Lavia, and only 30 were needed at any one time to sail the ship. So all of the 300 soldiers stood on the stern castle observing the fleet, and the sailors who were not on duty or sleeping did the same on the slightly lower forecastle. Manuel's duties as a sailor were simple. He was stationed at the port midships taffrail, to which were tied the sheets for the port side of the mainmast sails, and the sheets for the big lateen-rigged sail of the foremast. Manuel helped 5 other men pull these ropes in or let them out, following Laire's instructions. The other men took care of the belaying knots, so Manuel's job came down to pulling a rope when told to. It could have been more difficult, but Laire's plan to make him a topman like the other Africans aboard had come to grief. Not that Laire hadn't tried. God made you Africans with a better head for heights, so you can climb trees to keep from being eaten by lions, isn't that right? But when Manuel had followed a Moroccan named Habedin up the halyard ladder to the maintop, he found himself plunging about space, nearly scraping low, foggy clouds, and the sea, embroidered with the wakes of the ship ahead, was more often than not directly below him. He had clamped his arms and legs around a stanchion of the maintop, and it had taken 5 men laughing and cursing to pry him loose and pull him down. With rich disgust, but no real physical force, Laire had pounded him with his cane and shoved him to the port taffrail. "You must be a Sicilian with a sunburn." And so Manuel had been assigned his station. Despite this incident, he got on well with the rest of the crew, not with the soldiers. They were rude and arrogant to the sailors, who stayed out of their way to avoid a curse or a blow. So 3/4 of the men aboard were of a different class and remained strangers. The sailors therefore hung together. They were a mongrel lot drawn from all over the Mediterranean, and Manuel was not unusual because of his recent arrival. They were united only in their dislike and resentment of the soldiers. "Those heroes wouldn't be able to conquer the Isle of Wight if we didn't sail them there," one said. Manuel became acquainted first with the men at his post, and then with the men in his berth. As he spoke Spanish and Portuguese, and fair amounts of Arabic, Sicilian, Latin, and a Moroccan dialect, he could converse with everyone in his corner of the lower foredeck. Occasionally he was asked to translate for the Moroccans. More than once this meant he was the arbiter of a dispute, and he thought fast and mistranslated when it would help make peace. Juan, the one who made the bitter comments to Laire on Manuel's arrival, was the only pure Spaniard in the berth. He loved to talk and complained to Manuel and the others continuously. "I've fought El Draco before in the Indies," he boasted. "We'll be lucky to get past that devil, you mark my words. We'll never do it." Manuel's mates at the main taffrail were more cheerful, and he enjoyed his watches with them and the drills under Laire's demanding instruction. These men called him topman or climber, and made jokes about his knots around the belaying pins, which defied quick untying. This inability earned Manuel quite a few swats from Laire's cane, but there were worse sailors aboard, and the sailing master seemed to bear him no ill will. A life of perpetual change had made Manuel adaptable, and shipboard routine became for him the natural course of existence. Laire, or Pietro, the leader at Manuel's station, would wake him with a shout. Up to the gun deck, which was the domain of the soldiers, and from there up the big ladder that led to fresh air. Only then could Manuel be sure of the time of day. For the first few weeks it was an inexpressible delight to get out of the gloom of the lower decks and under the sky in the wind and clean salt air, but as they proceeded north it began to get too cold for comfort. After their watches were over, Manuel and his mates would retire to the galley and be given their biscuits, water, and wine. Sometimes the cooks would have killed some of the goats and chickens and made soup. Usually, though, it was just biscuits that had not yet hardened in their barrels. The men complained grievously about this. "The biscuits are best when they're hard as wood and bored through by worms," Habedin told Manuel. "How do you eat it, then?" Manuel asked. "You bang pieces of biscuit against the table until the worms fall out. You can eat the worms if you want." The men laughed, and Manuel assumed Haberdine was joking, but he wasn't certain.
"I despise this doughy shit," Pietro said in Portuguese.
Manuel translated into Moroccan Arabic for the two silent Africans, and agreed in Spanish that it was hard to stomach. "The worst part," he offered, "is that some parts are stale while others are still fresh."
"The fresh part was never cooked."
"No, that's the worms." As the voyage progressed, Manuel's berthmates became more intimate. Farther north, the Moroccans suffered terribly from the cold. They came below decks after a watch with their dark skins completely goose-pimpled like little fields of stubble after a harvest. Their lips and fingernails were blue, and they shivered an hour before falling asleep, teeth chattering like the castanets in a fiesta band. Not only that, but the swells of the Atlantic were getting bigger, and the men, since they were forced to wear every scrap of clothing they owned, rolled in their wooden berths unpadded and unprotected. So the Moroccans, and then everyone in the lower foredeck, slept three to a berth, taking turns in the middle, huddling together like spoons. Crowded together like that, the pitching of the ship could press them against the beams, but it couldn't roll them around. Manuel's willingness to join these bundlings and to lie against the beams made him well liked. Everyone agreed he made a good cushion. Perhaps it was because of his hands that he fell ill. Though his spirit had been reconciled to the crusade north, his flesh was slower. Hauling on the coarse hemp ropes every day had ripped the skin from his palms, and salt, splinters, belaying pins, and the odd boot had all left their marks as well, so that after the first week he had wrapped his hands in strips of cloth torn from the bottom of his shirt. When he became feverish, his hands pulsed painfully at every nudge from his heart, and he assumed that the fever had entered him through the wounds in his palms. Then his stomach rebelled, and he could keep nothing down. The sight of biscuits or soup revolted him. His fever worsened, and he became parched and weak. He spent a lot of time in the head, racked by dysentery.
"You've been poisoned by the biscuits," Juan told him, "just like I was in the Indies. That's what comes of boxing fresh biscuits. They might as well have put fresh dough in those barrels."
Manuel's berthmates told Lair of his condition, and Lair had him moved to the hospital, which was at the stern of the ship on a lower deck, in a wide room that the sick shared with the rudder post, a large, smoothed tree trunk thrusting through floor and ceiling. All of the other men were gravely ill. Manuel was miserable as they laid him down on his pallet, wretched with nausea and in great fear of the hospital, which smelled of putrefaction. The man on the pallet next to him was insensible and rolled with the sway of the ship. 3 candle lanterns lit the low chamber and filled it with shadows. One of the Dominican friars, a Friar Lucian, gave him hot water and wiped his face. They talked for a while, and the friar heard Manuel's confession, which only a proper priest should have done. Neither of them cared. The priests on board avoided the hospital and tended to serve only the officers and the soldiers. Friar Lucian was known to be willing to minister to the sailors, and he was popular among them. Manuel's fever got worse, and he could not eat. Days passed, and when he woke up, the men around him were not the same men who had been there when he fell asleep. He became convinced he was going to die, and once again he felt despair that he had been made a member of the most fortunate, invincible armada. "Why are we here?" he demanded of the friar in a cracked voice. "Why shouldn't we let the English go to hell if they please?" "The purpose of the armada is not only to smite the heretic English," said Lucian. He held a candle closer to his book, which was not the Bible, but a slender little thing which he kept hidden in his robes. Shadows leaped on the blackened beams and planks over them, and the rudder post squeaked as it turned against the leather collar in the floor. "God also sent us as a test. Listen. I assume the appearance of a refiner's fire, purging the dross of forms outworn. This is mine aspect of severity. I am as one who testeth gold in a furnace. Yet when thou hast been tried as by fire, the gold of thy soul shall be cleansed and visible as fire. Then the vision of the Lord shall be granted unto thee, and seeing him shalt thou behold the Shining One,
who is thine own true self. Remember that, and be strong. Drink this water here. Come on, do you want to fail your God? This is part of the test.
Manuel drank, threw up. His body was no more than a tongue of flame contained by his skin, except where it burst out of his palms. He lost track of the days, and forgot the existence of anyone beyond himself and Friar Lucian. "I never wanted to leave the monastery," he told the friar, "yet I never thought I would stay there long. I've never stayed long any place yet. It was my home, but I knew it wasn't. I haven't found my home yet. They say there is ice in England. I saw the snow in the Catalonian mountains once. Father, will we go home? I only want to return to the monastery and be a father like you." "We will go home. What you will become only God knows. He has a place for you. Sleep now. Sleep now." By the time his fever broke, his ribs stood out from his chest as clearly as the fingers of a fist. He could barely walk. Lucian's narrow face appeared out of the gloom, clear as a memory.
"Try this soup. Apparently God has seen fit to keep you here."
"Thank you, St. Anne, for your intercession," Manuel croaked. He drank the soup eagerly.
"I want to return to my birth. Soon."
They took him up to the deck. Walking was like floating as long as he held on to railings and stanchions. Lair greeted him with pleasure, as did his station mates. The world was a riot of blues. Waves hissed past. Low clouds jostled together in their rush east, tumbling between them shafts of sunlight that spilled onto the water. He was excused from active duty, but he spent as many hours as he could at his station. He found it hard to believe that he had survived his illness. Of course, he was not entirely recovered. He could not yet eat any solids, particularly biscuit, so that his diet consisted of soup and wine. He felt weak and perpetually lightheaded. But when he was on deck in the wind, he was sure that he was getting better, so he stayed there as much as possible. He was on deck, in fact, when they first caught sight of England. The soldiers pointed and shouted in great excitement as the point Lair called the Lizard bounced over the horizon. Manuel had grown so used to the sea that the low headland rising off their port bow seemed unnatural, an intrusion into a marine world, as if the deluge were just now receding and these drowned hillsides were just now shouldering up out of the waves, soaking wet and covered by green seaweed that had not yet died. And that was England. A few days after that, they met the first English ships, faster than the Spanish galleons, but much smaller. They could no more impede the progress of the armada than flies could slow a herd of cows. The swells became steeper and followed each other more closely, and the changed pitching of La Lavia made it difficult for Manuel to stand. He banged his head once, and another time ripped away a palm full of scabs, trying to keep his balance in the violent yawing caused by the chop. Unable to stand one morning, he lay in the dark of his berth, and his mates brought him cups of soup. That went on for a long time. Again he worried that he was going to die. Finally Lair and Lucian came below together. "You must get up now," Lair declared. "We fight within the hour, and you're needed. We've arranged easy work for you."
"You have only to provide the gunners with slow match," said Friar Lucian, as he helped Manuel to his feet. "God will help you."
"God will have to help me," Manuel said. He could see the two men's souls flickering above their heads, little triple knots of transparent flame that flew up out of their hair and lit the features of their faces.
"The gold of thy soul shall be cleansed and visible as fire," Manuel recalled.
"Hush," said Lucian with a frown, and Manuel realized that what Lucian had read to him was a secret. Amidships, Manuel noticed that now he was also able to see the air, which was tinged red. They were on the bottom of an ocean of red air, just as they were on top of an ocean of blue water. When they breathed, they turned the air a darker red. Men expelled plumes of air like horses breathing out clouds of steam on a frosty morning, only the steam was red. Manuel stared and stared, marveling at the new abilities God had given his sight. "Here," Lair said, roughly directing him across the deck. "This tub of punk is yours. This is slow match, understand? Against the bulkhead was a tub full of coils of closely braided cord. One end of the cord was hanging over the edge of the tub, burning, fizzing the air around it to deep crimson. Manuel nodded. Slow match. Here's your knife. Cut sections about this long and light them with a piece of it that you keep beside you. Then give sections of it to the gunners who come by, or take it to them if they call for it. But don't give away all your lit pieces, understand? Manuel nodded that he understood, and sat down dizzily beside the tub. One of the largest cannons poked through a port in the bulwarks just a few feet from him. Its crew greeted him. Across the deck, his station mates stood at their taffrail. The soldiers were ranked on the fore and stern castles, shouting with excitement, gleaming like shellfish in the sun. Through the port, Manuel could see some of the English coast. Blair came over to see how he was doing. Hey, don't you lop your fingers off there, boy. See out there? That's the Isle of Wight. We're going to circle and conquer it, I've no doubt, and use it as our base for our attack on the mainland. With these soldiers and ships, they'll never get us off that island. It's a good plan. But things did not progress according to Blair's plan. The Armada swung around the east shore of the Isle of Wight in a large crescent made of 5 distinct phalanxes of ships. Rounding the island, however, the forward galleasses encountered the stiffest English resistance they had met so far. White puffs of smoke appeared out of the ships and were quickly stained red, and the noise was tremendous. Then the ships of El Draco swept around the southern point of the island onto their flank, and suddenly La Lavia was in the action. The soldiers roared and shot off their arquebuses, and the big cannon beside Manuel leaped back in its truck with a bang that knocked him into the bulkhead. After that he could barely hear. His slow match was suddenly in demand. He cut the cord and held the lit tip to unlit tips, igniting them with his red breath. Cannonballs passing overhead left rippling wakes in the blood air. Grimy men snatched the slow match and dashed to their guns, dodging tackle blocks that thumped to the deck. Manuel could see the cannonballs, big as grapefruit, flying at them from the English ships and passing with a whistle, and he could see the transparent knots of flame swirling higher than ever about men's heads. Then a cannonball burst through the porthole and knocked the cannon off its truck, the men to the deck. Manuel rose to his feet and noticed with horror that the knots of flame on the scattered gunners were gone. He could see their heads clearly now, and they were just men, just broken flesh, draped over the plowed surface of the deck. He tried, sobbing, to lift a gunner who was bleeding only from the ears. Blair's cane lashed across his shoulders. "Keep cutting match. There's others to tend to these men." So Manuel cut lengths of cord and lit them with desperate puffs and shaking hands, while the guns roared and the exposed soldiers on the castles shrieked under a hail of iron, and the red air was ripped by passing shot. The next few days saw several battles like that as the Armada was forced past the Isle of Wight and up the Channel. His fever kept him from sleeping, and at night Manuel helped the wounded on his deck, holding them down and wiping sweat from their faces, nearly as delirious as they were. At dawn he ate biscuits and drank from his cup of wine, and went to his tub of slow match to await the next engagement. La Lavia, being the largest ship on the left flank, always took the brunt of the English attack. It was on the third day that La Lavia's mainmast topgallant yard fell on his old taffrail crew, crushing Hanan and Pietro. Manuel rushed across the deck to help them, shouting his anguish. He got a dazed Juan down to their berth and returned amidships. Around him men were being dashed to the decks, but he didn't care. He hopped through red mist that nearly obscured his sight, carrying lengths of match to the gun crews, who were now so depleted that they couldn't afford to send men to him. He helped the wounded below to the hospital, which had truly become an antechamber of hell. He helped toss the dead over the side, croaking a short prayer in every case. He ministered to the soldiers hiding behind the bulwarks, waiting vainly for the English to get within range of their arquebuses. Now the cry amidships was, "Manuel, match here! Manuel, some water! Help, Manuel!" In a dry fever of energy, Manuel hurried to their aid. He was in such perpetual haste that in the middle of a furious engagement he nearly ran into his patroness, St. Anne, who was suddenly standing there in the corner by his tub. He was startled to see her. "Grandmother," he cried, "you shouldn't be here. It's dangerous." "As you have helped others, I am here to help you," she replied. She pointed across the purplish chop to one of the English ships. Manuel saw a puff of smoke appear from its side, and out of the puff came a cannonball, floating in an arc over the water. He could see it as clearly as he could have seen an olive tossed at him from across a room, a round black ball spinning lazily, growing bigger as it got closer. Now Manuel could tell that it was coming at him, directly at him, so that its trajectory would intersect his heart. Blessed Anna," he said, hoping to bring this to his saint's attention. But she had already seen it, and with a brief touch to his forehead, she floated up into the main top among the unseeing soldiers. Manuel watched her, eyeing the approaching cannonball's flight, knocking the ball downward into the hull, where it stuck half embedded in the thick wood. Manuel stared at the black half-sphere, mouth open. He waved up at St. Anna, who waved back and flew up into the red clouds towards heaven. Manuel kneeled and said a prayer of thanks to her and to Jesus for sending her, and went back to cutting match. A night or two later, Manuel himself was not sure, as the passage of time had become for him something pliable and elusive and, more than anything else, meaningless. The Armada anchored at Calais Roads, just off the Flemish coast. For the first time since they had left Corunna, La Lavia lay still, and listening at night, Manuel realized how much the constant chorus of wooden squeaks and groans was the voice of the crew and not the ship. He drank his ration of wine and water quickly, and walked the length of the lower deck, talking with the wounded and helping when he could to remove splinters. Many of the men wanted him to touch them, for his safe passage through some of the worst scenes of carnage had not gone unnoticed. He touched them, and when they wanted, said a prayer. Afterwards he went up on deck. There was a fair breeze from the southwest, and the ship rocked ever so gently on the tide. For the first time in a week, the air was not suffused red. Manuel could see stars and distant bonfires on the Flemish shore, like stars that had fallen and now burnt out their life on the land. Lair was limping up and down amidship, detouring from his usual path to avoid a bit of shattered decking. "Are you hurt, Lair?" Manuel inquired. For answer, Lair growled. Manuel walked beside him. After a bit, Lair stopped and said, "They're saying you're a holy man now because you were running all over the deck these last few days, acting like the shot we were taking was hail and never getting hit for it. But I say you're just too foolish to know any better. Fools dance where angels would hide. It's part of the curse laid on us. Those who learn the rules and play things right end up getting hurt, sometimes from doing just the things that will protect them the most, while the blind fools who wander right into the thick of things are never touched." Manuel watched Lair's stride. "Your foot?" Lair shrugged. "I don't know what will happen to it." Under a lantern, Manuel stopped and looked Lair in the eye. "St. Anna appeared and plucked a cannonball that was heading for me right out of the sky. She saved my life for a purpose." "Now," Lair thumped his cane on the deck, "your fever has made you mad, boy." "I can show you the shot," Manuel said. "It's stuck in the hull." Lair stumped away. Manuel looked across the water at Flanders, distressed by Lair's words and by his hobbled walk. He saw something he didn't comprehend. "Lair?" "What?" came Lair's voice from across midships. "Something bright. The souls of all the English at once, maybe." His voice shook. "What?" "Something coming at us. Come here, master." Thump, thump, thump. Manuel heard the hiss of Lair's indrawn breath, the muttered curse. "Fire ships!" Lair bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Fire ships, awake!" In a minute, the ship was bedlam, soldiers running everywhere. "Come with me," Lair told Manuel, who followed the sailing master to the forecastle, where the anchor hawser descended into the water. Somewhere along the way, Lair had gotten a halberd, and he gave it to Manuel. "Cut the line." "But, master, we'll lose the anchor." Those fire ships are too big to stop, and if they're hell burners, they explode and kill us all. Cut it!" Manuel began chopping at the thick hawser, which was very like the trunk of a small tree. He chopped and chopped, but only one strand of the huge rope was cut when Lair seized the halberd and began chopping himself, awkwardly to avoid putting his weight on his bad foot. They heard the voice of the ship's captain. "Cut the anchor cable," and Lair laughed. The rope snapped, and they were floating free, but the fire ships were right behind them. In the hellish light, Manuel could see English sailors walking on their burning decks, passing through the flames like salamanders or demons. No doubt they were devils. The fires towering above the 8 fire ships shared the demonic life of the English. Each tongue of yellow flame contained an English demon eye looking for the Armada, and some of these leaped free of the blaze that twisted above the fire ships in vain attempts to float onto La Lavia and incinerate it. Manuel held off these embers with his wooden medallion, and the gesture that in his boyhood in Sicily had warded off the evil eye. Meanwhile, the ships of the fleet were cut loose and drifting on the tide, colliding in the rush to avoid the fire ships. Captains and officers screamed furiously at their colleagues on other ships, but to no avail. In the dark, and without anchors, the ships could not be regathered, and as the night progressed, most were blown out into the North Sea. For the first time, the neat phalanxes of the Armada were broken, and they were never to be reformed again. When it was all over, La Lavia held its position in the North Sea by sail, while the officers attempted to identify the ships around them and to find out what Medina Sidonia's orders were. Manuel and Juan stood amidships with the rest of their berthmates. Juan shook his head. "I used to make corks in Portugal. We were like a cork back there in the channel, being pushed into the neck of a bottle. As long as we were stuck in the neck, we were all right. The neck got narrower and narrower, and they might never have gotten us out. Now the English have pushed us right down into the bottle itself. We're floating about in our own dregs, and we'll never get out of the bottle again." "Not through the neck, anyway," one of the others agreed. "Not anyway." "God will see us home," Manuel said. Juan shook his head. Rather than try to force the channel, Admiral Medina Sidonia decided that the Armada should sail around Scotland and then home. Lair was taken to the flagship for a day to help chart a course, for he was familiar with the north as none of the Spanish pilots were. The battered fleet headed away from the sun, ever higher into the cold North Sea. After the night of the fire ships, Medina Sidonia had restored discipline with a vengeance. One day the survivors of the many channel battles were witness to the hanging from the yardarm of a captain who let his ship get ahead of the admiral's flagship, a position which was now forbidden. A carrack sailed through the fleet again and again so every crew could see the corpse of the disobedient captain swinging freely from its spar. Manuel observed the sight with distaste. Once dead, a man was only a bag of bones. Nowhere in the clouds overhead could he spot the captain's soul. Perhaps it had plummeted into the sea on its way to hell. It was an odd transition, death. Curious that God did not make more explicit the aftermath. So La Lavia faithfully trailed the admiral's flagship, as did the rest of the fleet. They were led farther and farther north, into the domain of cold. Some mornings, when they came on deck in the raw yellow of dawn, the riggings would be rimed with icicles, so that they seemed strings of diamonds. Some days it seemed they sailed across a sea of milk under a silver sky. Other days the ocean was the color of a bruise, and the sky a fresh pale blue so clear that Manuel gasped with the desire to survive this voyage and live. Yet he was as cold as death. He remembered the burning nights of his fever as fondly as if he were remembering his first home on the coast of North Africa. All the men were suffering from the cold. The livestock was dead, so the galley closed down, no hot soup. The admiral imposed rationing on everyone, including himself. The deprivation kept him in his bed for the rest of the voyage. For the sailors, who had to haul wet or frozen rope, it was worse. Manuel watched the grim faces in line for their 2 biscuits and 1 large cup of wine and water, their daily ration, and concluded that they would continue sailing north until the sun was under the horizon and they were in the icy realm of death, the North Pole, where God's dominion was weak, and there they would give up and die all at once. Indeed, the winds drove them nearly to Norway, and it was with great difficulty that they brought the shot-peppered hulks around to a westerly heading. When they did, they discovered a score of new leaks in La Lavia's hull, and the men, already exhausted by the effort of bringing the ship about, were forced to man the pumps around the clock. A pint of wine and a pint of water a day were not enough. Men died. Dysentery, colds, the slightest injury, all were quickly fatal. Once again, Manuel could see the air. Now it was a thick blue, distinctly darker where men breathed it out, so that they all were shrouded in dark blue air that obscured the burning crowns of their souls. All of the wounded men in the hospital had died. Many of them had called for Manuel in their last moments. He held their hands or touched their heads. And as their souls had flickered away from their heads like the last pops of flame out of coals of a dying fire, he had prayed for them. Now other men, too weak to leave their berths, called for him, and he went and stood by them in their distress. 2 of these men recovered from dysentery, so his presence was requested even more frequently. The captain himself asked for Manuel's touch when he fell sick, but he died anyway, like most of the rest. One morning, Manuel was standing with Lair at the midships bulkhead. It was chill and cloudy, the sea the color of flint. The soldiers were bringing their horses up and forcing them over the side to save water. "That should have been done as soon as we were forced out of the sleeve," Lair said. "Waste of water." "I didn't even know we had horses aboard," Manuel said. Lair laughed briefly. "Boy, you are a prize of a fool. One surprise after another." They watched the horses' awkward falls, their rolling eyes, their flared nostrils expelling clouds of blue air, and their brief attempts to swim. "On the other hand, we should probably be eating some of those," Lair said. "Horse meat? It can't be that bad." The horses all disappeared, exchanging blue air for flint water. "It's cruel," Manuel said. "In the horse latitudes, they swim for an hour," Lair said. "This is better." He pointed to the west. "See those tall clouds?" "Yes." "They stand over the Orkneys. The Orkneys or the Shetlands, I can't be sure any more. It will be interesting to see if these fools can get this wreck through the islands safely." Looking around, Manuel could spot only a dozen or so ships. Presumably the rest of the armada lay over the horizon ahead of them. He stopped to wonder about what Lair had just said, for it would naturally be Lair's task to navigate them through the northernmost of the British Isles. At that very moment, Lair's eyes rolled like the horses had, and he collapsed on the deck. Manuel and some other sailors carried him down to the hospital. "It's his foot," said Friar Lucian. "His foot is crushed and his leg is putrefied. He should have let me amputate." Around noon, Lair regained consciousness. Manuel, who had not left his side, held his hand, but Lair frowned and pulled it away. "Listen," Lair said with difficulty. His soul was no more than a blue cap covering his tangled salt-and-pepper hair. "I'm going to teach you some words that may be useful to you later." Slowly he said, "Tor Conalach an dia." And Manuel repeated it. "Say it again." Manuel repeated the syllables over and over, like a Latin prayer. Lair nodded. "Tor Conalach an naum dia." "Good. Remember the words always." After that, he stared at the deck beams above and would answer none of Manuel's questions. Emotions played over his face like shadows, one after another. Finally, he took his gaze from the infinite and looked at Manuel. "Touch me, boy." Manuel touched his forehead, and with a sardonic smile, Lair closed his eyes. His blue crown of flames flickered up through the deck above and disappeared. They buried him that evening in a smoky, hellish brown sunset. Friar Lucian said the shortened mass, mumbling in a voice that no one could hear, and Manuel pressed the back of his medallion against the cold flesh of Laire's arm, until the impression of the cross remained. Then they tossed him overboard. Manuel watched with a serenity that surprised him. Just weeks ago he had shouted with rage and pain as his companions had been torn apart. Now he watched with a peace he did not understand, as the man who had taught him and protected him sank into the iron water and disappeared. A couple of nights after that, Manuel sat apart from his remaining berthmates who slept in one pile like a litter of kittens. He watched the blue flames wandering over the exhausted flesh, watched without reason or feeling. He was tired. Friar Lucian looked in the narrow doorway and hissed, "Manuel, are you there?" "I'm here. Come with me." Manuel got up and followed him. "Where are we going?" Friar Lucian shook his head. "It's time." Everything else he said was in Greek. He had a little candle lantern with 3 sides shuttered, and by its illumination they made their way to the hatch that led to the lower decks. Manuel's berth, though it was below the gun deck, was not on the lowest deck of the ship. La Lavia was very much bigger than that. Below the berth deck were 3 more decks that had no ports, as they were beneath the waterline. Here, in perpetual gloom, were stored the barrels of water and biscuit, the cannonballs and rope and other supplies. They passed by the powder room, where the armorer wore felt slippers so that a spark from his boots might not blow up the ship. They found a hatchway that held a ladder leading to an even lower deck. At each level, the passages became narrower, and they were forced to stoop. Manuel was astounded when they descended yet again, for he would have imagined them already on the keel, or in some strange chamber suspended beneath it, but Lucian knew better. Down they went, through a labyrinth of dank, black, wooden passageways. Manuel was long lost, and held Lucian's arm for fear of being separated from him and becoming hopelessly trapped in the bowels of the ship. Finally, they came to a door that made their narrow hallway a dead end. Lucian rapped on the door and hissed something, and the door opened, letting out enough light to dazzle Manuel. After the passageways, the chamber they entered seemed very large. It was the cable tier, located in the bow of the ship just over the keel. Since the encounter with the fireships, La Lavia had little cable, and what was left lay in the corners of the room. Now it was lit by candles set in small iron candelabra that had been nailed to the side beams. The floor was covered by an inch of water, which reflected each of the candle flames as a small spot of white light. The curving walls dripped and gleamed. In the center of the room a box had been set on end and covered with a bit of cloth. Around the box stood several men, a soldier, one of the petty officers, and some sailors Manuel knew only by sight. The transparent knots of cobalt flame on their heads added a bluish cast to the light in the room. "We're ready, Father," one of the men said to Lucian. The friar led Manuel to a spot near the upturned box, and the others arranged themselves in a circle around him. Against the aft wall, near gaps where floor met wall imperfectly, Manuel spotted 2 big rats with shiny brown fur, all a-blink and twitch-whiskered at the unusual activity. Manuel frowned, and one of the rats plopped into the water, covering the floor, and swam under the wall, its tail swishing back and forth like a small snake, revealing to Manuel its true nature. The other rat stood its ground and blinked its bright little round eyes as it brazenly returned Manuel's unwelcoming gaze. From behind the box, Lucian looked at each man in turn and read in Latin. Manuel understood the first part. "I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible." From there Lucian read on, in a voice powerful yet soothing, entreatful yet proud. After finishing the creed, he took up another book, the little one he always carried with him, and read in Spanish. Know ye, O Israel, that what men call life and death are as beads of white and black strung upon a thread. And this thread of perpetual change is mine own changeless life, which bindeth together the unending string of little lives and little deaths. The wind turns a ship from its course upon the deep. The wandering winds of the senses cast man's mind adrift on the deep. But lo, that day shall come when the light that is shall still all winds, and bind every hideous liquid darkness. And all thy habitations shall be blessed by the white brilliance which descendeth from the crown. While Lucien read this, the soldier moved slowly about the chamber. First, he set on the top of the box a plate of sliced biscuit. The bread was hard, as it became after months at sea, and someone had taken the trouble to cut slices, and then polished them into wafers, so thin that they were translucent and the color of honey. Occasional wormholes gave them the look of old coins that had been beaten flat and holed for use as jewelry. Next, the soldier brought forth from behind the box an empty glass bottle, with its top cut off so that it was a sort of bowl. Taking the flask in his other hand, he filled the bowl to the midway point with La Lavia's awful wine. Putting the flask down, he circled the group while the friar finished reading. Every man there had cuts on his hands that more or less continuously leaked blood, and each man pulled a cut open over the bottle held to him, allowing a drop to splash in, until the wine was so dark that to Manuel, aware of the blue light, it was a deep violet. The soldier replaced the bottle beside the plate of wafers on the box. Friar Lucien finished his reading, looked at the box, and recited one final sentence. O lamps of fire, make bright the deep caverns of sense. With strange brightness give heat and light together to your beloved, that we may be one with you. Taking the plate in hand, he circled the chamber, putting a wafer in the mouths of the men. The body of Christ given for you. The body of Christ given for you. Manuel snapped the wafer of biscuit between his teeth and chewed it. At last he understood what they were doing. This was a communion for the dead, a service for Lair, a service for all of them, for they were all doomed. Beyond the damp curved wall of their chamber was the deep sea pressing against the timbers, pressing in on them. Eventually they would all be swallowed, and would sink down to become food for the fishes, after which their bones would decorate the floor of the ocean, where God seldom visited. Manuel could scarcely get the chewed biscuit past the lump in his throat, when Friar Lucien lifted the half-bottle and put it to his lips, saying first, "The blood of Christ shed for you." Manuel stopped him. He took the friar's hand. The soldier stepped forward, but Lucien waved him away. The friar kneeled before Manuel and crossed himself, but backwards as Greeks did, left to right rather than the proper way.
Manuel said, "You are the blood of Christ," and held the half-bottle to Lucien's lips, tilting it so he could drink. He did the same for each of the men, the soldier included. "You are the Christ." This was the first time any of them had partaken of this part of the communion, and some of them could barely swallow. When they had all drunk, Manuel put the bottle to his lips and drained it to the dregs. Friar Lucien's book says, "All thy habitations shall be blessed by the white brilliance that is the crown of fire, and we shall all be made the Christ." And so it is. We drank, and now we are the Christ. See, he pointed at the remaining rat, which was now on its hind legs, washing its forepaws so that it appeared to pray, its bright round eyes fixed on Manuel. Even the beasts know it. He broke off a piece of biscuit wafer and leaned down to offer it to the rat. The rat accepted the fragment in its paws and ate it. It submitted to Manuel's touch. Standing back up, Manuel felt the blood rush to his head. The crowns of fire blazed on every head, reaching far above them to lick the beams of the ceiling, filling the room with light. "He is here," Manuel cried. "He has touched us with light. See it." He touched each of their foreheads in turn,
and saw their eyes widen as they perceived the others' burning souls in wonder, pointing at each other's heads. Then they were all embracing in the clear white light, hugging one another with the tears running down their cheeks and giant grins splitting their beards. The reflected candlelight danced in 1,000 parts on the watery floor. The rats, startled, splashed under the gap in the wall, and they laughed and laughed and laughed. Manuel put his arm around the friar, whose eyes shone with joy. "It is good," Manuel said, when they were all quiet again. "God will see us home." They made their way back to the upper decks like boys playing in a cave they know very well. The Armada made it through the Orkneys without Lair, though it was a close thing for some ships. Then they were out in the North Atlantic, where the swells were broader, their troughs deeper, and their tops as high as the castles of La Lavia, and then higher than that. Winds came out of the southwest, bitter gales that never ceased, and 3 weeks later they were no closer to Spain than they had been when they slipped through the Orkneys. The situation on La Lavia was desperate, as it was all through the fleet. Men on La Lavia died every day and were thrown overboard with no ceremony except the impression of Manuel's medallion into their arms. The deaths made the food and water shortage less acute, but it was still serious. La Lavia was now manned by a ghost crew composed mostly of soldiers. There weren't enough of them to properly man the pumps, and the Atlantic was springing new leaks every day in the already broken hull. The ship began taking on water in such quantities that the acting captain of the ship, who had started the voyage as third mate, decided that they must make straight for Spain, making no spare leeway for the imperfectly known west coast of Ireland. This decision was shared by the captains of several other damaged ships, and they conveyed their decision to the main body of the fleet, which was reaching farther west before turning south to Spain. From his sickbed, Medina Sidonia gave his consent, and La Lavia sailed due south. Unfortunately, a storm struck from just north of west soon after they had turned homeward. They were helpless before it. La Lavia wallowed in the troughs and was slammed by crest after crest, until the poor hulk lay just off the lee shore. Ireland. It was the end, and everyone knew it. Manuel knew it because the air had turned black. The clouds were like thousands of black English cannonballs, rolling 10 deep over a clear floor set just above the masts, and spitting lightning into the sea whenever 2 of them banged together hard enough. The air beneath them was black as well, just less thick. The wind as tangible as the waves and swirling around the masts with smoky fury. Other men caught glimpses of the lee shore, but Manuel couldn't see it for the blackness. These men called out in fear. Apparently the western coast of Ireland was sheer cliff. It was the end. Manuel had nothing but admiration for the third mate, now captain, who took the helm and shouted to the lookout in the top to find a bay in the cliffs they were drifting towards. But Manuel, like many of the men, ignored the mate's commands to stay at post, as they were clearly pointless. Men embraced each other on the castles, saying their farewells. Others cowered in fear against the bulkheads. Many of them approached Manuel and asked for a touch, and Manuel brushed their foreheads as he angrily marched about the forecastle. As soon as Manuel touched them, some of the men flew directly up toward heaven, while others dove over the side of the ship and became porpoises the moment they struck the water. But Manuel scarcely noticed these occurrences, as he was busy praying at the top of his lungs. Why this storm, Lord? Why? First there were winds from the north holding us back, which is the only reason I'm here in the first place. So you wanted me here, but why? Juan is dead, and Lair is dead, Pietro is dead, and Haberdine is dead, and soon we will all be dead, and why? It isn't just. You promised you would take us home. In a fury, he took his slow match knife, climbed down to the swamped midships, and went to the mainmast. He thrust the knife deep into the wood, stabbing with the grain. There, I say that to your storm. Now, that's blasphemy, Lair said as he pulled the knife from the mast and threw it over the side. You know what stabbing the mast means? To do it in a storm like this, you'll offend gods a lot older than Jesus and more powerful, too."
"Talk about blasphemy," Manuel replied. "And you wonder why you're still wandering the seas a ghost when you say things like that. You should take more care." He looked up and saw St. Anne in the maintop, giving directions to the third mate. "Did you hear what Lair said?" He shouted up to her. She didn't hear him. "Do you remember the words I taught you?" Lair inquired. "Of course. Don't bother me now, Lair. I'll be a ghost with you soon enough." Lair stepped back, but Manuel changed his mind and said, "Lair, why are we being punished like this? We were on a crusade for God, weren't we? I don't understand." Lair smiled and turned around, and Manuel saw then that he had wings with feathers intensely white in the black murk of the air. He clasped Manuel's arm. "You know all that I know." With some hard flaps, he was off, tumbling east swiftly in the black air like a gull. With the help of St. Anne, the third mate had actually found a break in the cliffs, a quite considerable bay. Other ships of the Armada had found it as well, and they were already cracking up on a wide beach as La Lavia limped near shore. The keel grounded, and immediately things began breaking. Soupy waves crashed over the canted midships, and Manuel leaped up the ladder to the forecastle, which was now under a tangle of rigging from the broken foremast. The mainmast went over the side, and the lee flank of the ship splintered like a match tub and flooded right before their eyes. Among the floating timbers, Manuel saw one that held a black cannonball embedded in it, undoubtedly the very one that St. Anne had deflected from its course toward him. Reminded that she had saved his life before, Manuel grew calmer and waited for her to appear. The beach was only a few ship lengths away, scarcely visible in the thick air. Like most of the men, Manuel could not swim, and he was searching with some urgency for a sight of St. Anne when Friar Lucien appeared at his side in his black robes. Over the shriek of the dark wind, Lucien shouted, "If we hold on to a plank, we'll float ashore." "You go ahead," Manuel shouted back. "I'm waiting for St. Anna." The friar shrugged. The wind caught his robes, and Manuel saw that Lucien was attempting to save the ship's liturgical gold, which was in the form of chains that were now wrapped around the friar's middle. Lucien made his way to the rail and jumped over it, onto a spar that a wave was carrying away from the ship. He missed his hold on the rounded spar, however, and sank instantly. The forecastle was now awash, and soon the foaming breakers would tear it loose from the keel. Most of the men had already left the wreck, trusting to one bit of flotsam or other, but Manuel still waited. Just as he was beginning to worry, he saw the blessed Grandmother of God standing among figures on the beach that he perceived but dimly, gesturing to him. She walked out onto the white water, and he understood. "We are the Christ, of course. I will walk to shore as he once did." He tested the surface with one shoe. It seemed a little, infirm, but surely it would serve. It would be like the floor of their now demolished chapel, a sheet of water covering one of God's good solids. So Manuel walked out onto the next wave that passed at the level of the forecastle and plunged deep into the brine. "Hey!" he spluttered as he struggled back to the surface. "Hey!" No answer from St. Anne this time, just cold salt water. He began the laborious process of drowning, remembering as he struggled a time when he was a child and his father had taken him down to the beach in Morocco to see the galley of the pilgrims to Mecca rowing away. Nothing could have been less like the Irish coast than that serene, hot, tawny beach, and he and his father had gone out into the shallows to splash around in the warm water, chasing lemons. His father would toss the lemons out into the deeper water, where they bobbed just under the surface, and then Manuel would paddle out to retrieve them, laughing and choking on water. Manuel could picture those lemons perfectly, as he snorted and coughed and thrashed to get his head back above the freezing soup one more time. Lemons bobbing in the green sea, lemons oblong and bumpy, the color of the sun when the sun is its own width above the horizon at dawn, bobbing gently just under the surface, with the knobs showing here and there. Manuel pretended he was a lemon
at the same time that he tried to remember the primitive dog paddle that had gotten him around the shallows. Arms pushing downward. It wasn't working. Waves tumbled him, lemon-like, in towards the strand. He bumped on the bottom and stood up. The water was only waist-deep. Another wave smashed him from behind, and he couldn't find the bottom again. Not fair, he thought. His elbow ran into sand, and he twisted around and stood, knee-deep this time. He kept an eye on the treacherous waves as they came out of the black and trudged through them up to a beach made of coarse sand, covered by a mat of loose seaweed. Down on the beach a distance were sailors, companions, survivors of the wrecks offshore, but there among them soldiers on horses, English soldiers on horses and on foot. Manuel groaned to see it, wielding swords and clubs on exhausted men strewn across the seaweed. "No!" Manuel cried. "No!" But it was true. "Oh, God," he said, and sank till he was sitting. Down the strand, soldiers clubbed his brothers, splitting their fragile eggshell skulls so that the yolk of their brains ran into the kelp. Manuel beat his insensible fists against the sand. Filled with horror at the sight, he watched horses rear in the murk, giant and shadowy. They were coming down the beach towards him. "I'll make myself invisible," he decided. "St. Anna will make me invisible." But remembering his plan to walk on the water, he determined to help the miracle by staggering up the beach and burrowing under a particularly tall pile of seaweed. He was invisible without it, of course, but the cover of kelp would help keep him warm. Thinking such thoughts, he shivered and shivered, and on the still land fell insensible as his hands. When he woke up, the soldiers were gone. His fellows lay up and down the beach like white driftwood. Ravens and wolves already converged on them. He couldn't move very well. It took him half an hour to move his head to survey the beach, and another half hour to free himself from his pile of seaweed. And then he had to lie down again. When he regained consciousness, he found himself behind a large log, an old piece of driftwood that had been polished silver by its years of rolling in the sand. The air was clear again. He could feel it filling him and leaving him, but he could no longer see it. The sun was out. It was morning, and the storm was over. Each movement of Manuel's body was a complete effort, a complete experience. He could see quite deeply into his skin, which appeared pickled. He had lost all of his clothes, except for a tattered shred of trousers around his middle. With all his will, he made his arm move his hand, and with his stiff forefinger he touched the driftwood. He could feel it. He was still alive. His hand fell away in the sand. The wood touched by his finger was changing, becoming a bright green spot in the surrounding silver. A thin green sprig bulged from the spot and grew up toward the sun. Leaves unfolded from this sprout as it thickened, and beneath Manuel's fascinated gaze a bud appeared and burst open, a white rose gleaming wetly in the white morning light. He had managed to stand and cover himself with kelp, and walk a full quarter of a mile inland when he came upon people. 3 of them, to be exact, 2 men and a woman. Wilder-looking people Manuel couldn't imagine. The men had beards that had never been cut, and arms like Lairs. The woman looked exactly like his miniature portrait of St. Anne, until she got closer, and he saw that she was dirty and her teeth were broken and her skin was brindled like a dog's belly. He had never seen such freckling before, and he stared at it and her every bit as much as she and her companions stared at him. He was afraid of them. "Hide me from the English, please," he said. At the word English, the men frowned and cocked their heads. They jabbered at him in a tongue he did not know. "Help me," he said. "I don't know what you're saying. Help me." He tried Spanish and Portuguese and Sicilian and Arabic. The men were looking angry. He tried Latin, and they stepped back. "I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth,
and in all things visible and invisible. He laughed a bit hysterically. Especially invisible. He grabbed his medallion and showed them the cross. They studied him, clearly at a loss. Tor Konalak an dir, he said without thinking. All four of them jumped. Then the two men moved to his sides to hold him steady. They chattered at him, waving their free arms. The woman smiled, and Manuel saw that she was young. He said the syllables again, and they chattered some more. Thank you, Lair, he said. Thank you, Anna. Anna, he said to the girl, and reached for her. She squealed and stepped back. He said the phrase again. The men lifted him, for he could no longer walk, and carried him across the heather. He smiled and kissed both men on the cheek, which made them laugh, and he said the magic phrase again and started to fall asleep, and said the phrase. Tor Konalak an dir. The girl brushed his wet hair out of his eyes. Manuel recognized the touch, and he could feel the flowering begin inside him. Give mercy, for God's sake. Uncle Tuggs, Michael Shea. True devotees of horror fiction know that its best length is the short story, since most horror tales wear thin over the novel length, and that one of its best practitioners is Michael Shea, who writes mostly short stories and may not be familiar to readers who never get past the drugstore paperback racks. Only Michael Shea could have written Uncle Tuggs, a tale of backwoods terror that is also one of the funniest stories you will ever read. 1. Now, you should understand that when Gabe Tuggs offered me this job, I didn't like the idea of working for him. I didn't like getting into any kind of deal with any of those three Tuggs brothers, but right then my bank account was hurting for certain. I'd had like a great burst of energy take hold of me when I made so much money landscaping that spring. I started building that cabin Barbara's always bitching about, and with the kids getting so big now, the trailer does seem small, even with all the little rooms I've tacked onto it. Anyway, I'd poured the slab and had the packets of 2x4s delivered. So right then, early that fall, there was a little freak rain and the job calls stopped dead. A lot of people are just looking for any excuse to put off having work done till next spring. I'd been 2 weeks without a nibble. I still owed on the 2x4s, and we had big dentist bills, and both my stake bed and my pickup needed new sets of tires. So when Gabe Tuggs came and found me in the 8-ball off Courthouse Square and offered me this job, I said, I said to him, Gabe, why don't we have another beer while I weigh it in my mind? Gabe used the cast on his left hand for a hammer on the bar. He ordered 2 beers. And a shooter of bourbon with mine, Lloyd, I told Lloyd. Gabe didn't say anything, just paid. He was tight-fisted, so I could see now he really meant to talk business. The job was cutting 50 or 60 trees on Uncle Tuggs's place to firewood, and I liked the deal. But I took my time drinking. I didn't want to answer too fast. I sat there a bit like I was just relaxing and savoring Lloyd's god-awful house bourbon. Of course, the truth was, I never could feel very relaxed sitting next to Gabe Tuggs. It's true he was the smallest of the 3 brothers. He stood not a hair over 6 feet 2 and was scarcely a yard wide. And if he weighed an ounce over 240, I'd eat the difference, and a nasty meal it would be. The thing was that what Gabe lacked in size he made up in meanness. His cast covered up one of his gaudier tattoos, but he had plenty of others showing. 3-color tattoos with lots of teeth and tails and claws in them. A kind of burnt leather and motor oil smell came off of Gabe. His ponytail even had a kind of motor oily look, and he always wore shades that were as black as a bug's eyes. He was the kind of guy that sitting next to him made you uneasy, like sitting next to a bear. But anyway, I did like the deal. I could take 1 cord out for every cord I left to them. In October, I could already get 140 for a cord that was only half splitters. If I pushed it, I could truck out 2 of those a day. I also trusted the deal. I didn't trust the brothers, you understand. I trusted their situation, which was plain to anyone who thought about it. Since moving on to their Uncle Tuggs's place to caretake after he disappeared, they would have planted every shed and barn on it crammed full of prime skunkweed. No doubt of it. It'd be safe indoors from theft and law, and it'd be the readiest big cash they could make off the property. So, waiting for harvest with the grow lights working overtime, they'd need cash in the short term for gas, drugs, booze, and food. What to do? Chop up and sell old Uncle's oaks and madronas. The boys would be living off all that wood all through the winter and spring. They'd have to play straight with their cutters and customers. And this was twice as true just now, with both Grant Tuggs, the oldest, and now Gabe, too, injured like they had been and within a week of each other. Knowing Gabe from high school wouldn't have counted for anything if they'd wanted to cheat me, but they're having to depend on that firewood for their octanes and their Jack Daniels and their elephant tranquilizers. That was what made me say to Gabe, "Well, Gabe, I believe I could take on that job. Do I understand rightly that you've cut some kind of road so I can get my stake bed down into the draw?" I knew Uncle's place since high school, from having my cars up there to be fixed from time to time, like a lot of people. It was 6 or 7 acres, with the house and barn and sheds on about a half-acre of fairly level ground not far off the highway. Behind that, the land dropped away to hilly ground with several draws winding through it, with plenty of trees growing in them, with lots of mid-sized, scraggly stuff perfect for weeding out for firewood. Gabe looked pissed at my question. He hammered the bar with his cast again. He said, "We got a road cut down into the first draw. Goddamn dozer broke down right at the bottom. Still sitting there, but you can get around it." "Same," he told Lloyd. I was impressed. I mean that he bought me another drink like that. I could see the boys really wanted someone they could trust on this job. I said, "Boy, that's too bad. You guys really seem to be having some bad luck lately. How's Grant doing?" I didn't quite dare ask about his break, but I looked at his cast when I asked about Grant's. He gave me that black bug eye like he was considering how it would be to twist my scalp off like a beer bottle cap. Though I'm kind of short, my cap's on pretty tight and might give him some trouble. It would sure hurt like hell to have him trying it out, though. Finally, not moving his lips much, Gabe says, "They're changing his cast tomorrow." Gabe had actually thought Grunt's accident was pretty funny when he had it, back before Gabe was hurt himself. He described it to Billy Vale, who he'd sometimes drink with, and Billy Vale described it to me. Old Grunt was what we all called Grant behind his back. Grunt decided to split up a heap of rollers they had by the house so their own stoves would be taken care of. Now, Grunt had plenty of back for labor, but he didn't like it any better than his brothers did, so when he got inspired to some kind of work, he liked to jump on it, power through it, and get it over with. So Grunt honked up a couple foot-long rails of crank and had 5 or 6 shooters of Cuervo gold and munched down some salt and lime slices and fired up the splitter that old Uncle Tuggs had left behind, like he'd left behind almost all his other gear when he disappeared. Grunt starts plunking those rollers into the splitter and gets such a rhythm going that in no time he finishes the pile. Grunt's breathing fire by now. He jumps into Uncle's old stake bed, which the front brakes are just about shot on, but what the hell, and goes jouncing down their little road cut and into the draw. He lays about him with the chainsaw and drives up another heap of rollers. He does some more shooters, munches a bunch more salt and lime slices, honks a couple more rails of crank, and fires the splitter back up. He starts feeding it rollers from off the truck bed, turning back and forth between the bed and the splitter. Well, the splitter's wheels are locked, but you know how they can creep sometimes? Except this one practically jumps.
Swings one end all the way around behind Grunt's legs so that he trips and falls backward across it as he turns from the truck with another roller. To top it off, just then the wedge goes into drive, and Grunt swore he never touched the drive lever when he fell, and it's hard to see how he could have. If he hadn't had so much crank in him, he'd never have hoisted his legs out of the way in time, and as it was, one of his feet snagged and the wedge nipped him just hard enough to crack his shin bone. Anyway, I just shook my head sympathetically about Grunt's cast and all. "Well, Gabe," I said, "I like your offer. I'll want to leave early enough each day to take my buyers their wood straight off my truck so I don't have to stockpile. Long as you leave the same amount you leave with every day, I give a shit. I want to start tomorrow morning. I'll be out to mark the trees for you." I wanted to ask him what he was going to do, take a bite out of each one he wanted cut. "What about trucking your cords for you?" I asked him. "Will you want to hire me for that? I mean, since your truck's out?" I thought this might make Gabe mad again, because that was how he got hurt, you see, trying to change the front brake shoes on that truck, but he surprised me. He kind of looked off into the air. "Who knows?" he said. "Maybe we won't want to sweat the work ourselves. Let's just get some cut first. And remember, you're making 2 cords of splitters for us, too." "No problem. I can use your splitter?" Gabe shrugged. "If you want." I wasn't sure I did want. I worked on my drink, thinking how it was no wonder the brothers seemed ready to hire out all the work, even selling their own cords. First, you had their trouble with that splitter. Then you had Gabe's accident. He'd got that truck's front end up on Uncle's roll-under hydraulic pump jack, laid under there, and started hammering off the front left drum with a blunt chisel and a hand sledge. He'd told Billy Vale this one, too, but he didn't laugh as much telling it as he did about Grunt's. All of a sudden, whoosh, the pressure blows out of the jack and the truck sits on Gabe's face. He was lying on thick grass, and he had the wheel lying under the axle, so his head wasn't mashed, but one of his hands got caught half raised, and he cracked 2 of the bones in it. And then on top of all this, there was their grader breaking down, which I hadn't heard about. Put it all together, it was starting to seem like everything old Uncle Tuggs had left on the place was giving the brothers trouble. When Uncle and Cherry, his little honey, and Ralph, his big, mean, smelly old dog, disappeared early last summer, he took nothing but his old black repair van with him. Every vehicle, tool, or component known to man, or pieces of it, was left on his place, though a lot of it was scattered or rusted or hidden in a pile of parts, and none of it seemed to be doing the boys any good. I got up. "Well, okay, Gabe," I told him. "I'll see you in the morning. You guys hear anything from the sheriff yet?" This question actually seemed to shock Gabe for a minute. I guess since him and his brothers had got the official search for Uncle and Cherry started in the first place, since they'd been waiting 2 months now with no results, and since it was actually 3 more months before that since Grunt had been the last person to see Uncle alive, why, the boys must just have given up any hope of ever seeing Uncle again, and must not even be thinking about it anymore. "Hell," Gabe said after a minute, "they haven't found jack shit." As I drove home, I thought about the job and got more and more pleased with it. There were mucho cords in those draws. Once I got home, I hadn't been on the phone 15 minutes before I'd sold 3 cords COD as soon as I could deliver. 2. A little after sunrise, I drove my stake bed up to Tuggs's yard. I knew that place pretty well, as I say, and right then, in that early sunlight, it seemed like a lot of years since I'd started bringing my first car up here, an old Plymouth. Hell, 20 years at least, in plain fact. In those days, the brothers might be around, but it was Uncle everyone came up here to see. The boys had never lived here before now. When you thought about it, it was kind of funny, actually, that being called Uncle was the old man's own joke, from his kid sister having 3 such big sons. He'd sure stuck by the joke. I couldn't recall any other name for him, but the thing was, he was just the opposite of a family-minded man. He'd let his nephews hang around his place, but even though their mother did a lot of moving and drinking and remarrying, and they got shuffled around a lot, he'd never take them in even temporarily. He probably figured she'd try to scrape them off on him, and he probably was right, but even so, I could remember thinking it was funny how he didn't even seem to feel like an uncle toward them, even though he'd let them use his tools and fix their heaps at his place. For instance, there was that accident with Ronnie Partlet that had made Gabe Tuggs kind of famous when we were back in high school. He and Ronnie stole a bottle of bourbon from Gabe's stepdad and took Ronnie's mom's car and were driving all around one Friday night smashing mailboxes with a baseball bat they'd stolen from the school gym. Well, Gabe was driving, and Ronnie was leaning way out with the bat to smash a bunch of boxes that they were just coming up on, and all of a sudden a cat shoots across the road and Gabe swerves to mash it, and poor Ronnie's head is jammed into those mailboxes. Gabe got a year on the youth farm, and I remembered being up here a couple of days later and hearing Uncle talking about it with some other old fart that he was fixing his tractor for. The other guy said that Ronnie was no better than a vegetable now for all intents and purposes, and Uncle laughed and said, yeah, but you had to be fair to Gabe, because Ronnie hadn't had that far to go in the first place, which was God's truth. What struck me just then was how Uncle said it, like he saw Ronnie and Gabe on a par, and didn't feel any more involved with one than the other. What Uncle did, even more than working here at his place, was ride a kind of circuit mechanics route in an old black van jammed with tools. Back when I was a kid, he was already a strange, tall, skinny old guy that everybody's grandfather liked to joke and cackle with, and everybody's grandmother disapproved of as being foul-mouthed, but was also a little secretly tickled by. He was kind of like an old-time circuit preacher that prayed over cars and graders and trucks. He'd stand talking over an engine, jawing with the owner as long as he ever spent touching it, but then finally, just here and there, he'd give a little dab with a wrench, a little poke with the screwdriver, and boom, the thing would be humming, like a laying on of hands. Also, the old goat always had some much younger woman, or chippy as some people's mothers called them, living up here with him. He was a greasy, gangly, bump-throated old guy. He had a big spade-shaped nose that came all the way down past his mouth, or seemed to. His mouth was wide, without all its teeth, and when he wasn't talking, when he was looking at an engine and thinking, his eyes far away, he had this sort of secret, lemon-sucking smile that always, as long as I could remember, set my teeth a little on edge. As I got older, and he got older, it surprised and irritated me more and more that he always had these younger women living with him. If after a while one of them stopped showing up around his place, no more than a week or so would pass, and he'd have another one out there with the same nice big advantages on her as the one before had. What sort of rubbed it all in, you might say, was that he loved to talk about what he did in bed with them, or talk about what he'd like to do in bed with them, or talk about what he'd like to do in bed with any other woman who came to mind, or came in sight at any moment. Old Uncle Tuggs liked to talk about screwing or possible screwing or even impossible screwing in any way, shape, or form. The thing was, he had a talent for it. He had such a humorous, greedy, descriptive way of talking about it that you just had to listen and laugh. But it sort of hit me just then, looking at his old place, that I'd never really liked Uncle Tuggs. It surprised me. I mean, I guess I always knew I didn't like him, but the fact never stood out for me to notice it like it did now. There was something about him that I always thought was just like Ralph, his dog. Dirty, bony, sneaky, hungry in some kind of strange way you couldn't put your finger on, with his eyes like they were circling you, hanging back, spying at you and laughing. Gabe came out of the barn. He had 2 chainsaws by their grip bars in one hand and a can of gas under the arm with the cast. As I pulled up to let him in, I could see that they had walled off a back part of the barn, and so were probably growing dope back there, too, as well as in all the sheds. You could hear a generator going somewhere. Walter had been into town to buy a new one, so the one Uncle'd left must have broken down. Gabe got in, and I drove us down past the old stake bed, sitting nose to the grass where the jack gave out, and down to the edge of the nearest draw. The road cut down into it was rough, and that little John Deere was right bang at the bottom of it, its skip loader shoved halfway into the dirt for another bite when it died. You had to admit it was bizarre. The last time it had been used before that, it had worked fine. Grant had come up to grade off some old weedy dirt piles from a cellar and septic tank dug years before. I guess Uncle just didn't feel like doing it himself for some reason. And that, in fact, was the last time anyone had seen Uncle, because when Grunt came back the next day to finish up, he said he found Uncle, Cherry, Ralph, and the van all gone. Anyway, 3 months later, after the brothers decided it was time the law looked into this, and a lot of people by this time were wondering, and after the sheriff okayed their caretaking the place, they no sooner fire the John Deere up again to develop the property's cash potential a little, and bam, it breaks down. I was just able to edge my truck out around it and onto the draw bottom. "Well, Gabe," I told him, "this gravel feels pretty firm. I shouldn't have any trouble getting down draw ways." "Forget it. You're cutting up here. Just get all these fuckers at the head of the draw here." Old Gabe sure had a friendly, winning way about him. Why the hell did he need to mark the trees at all if that was what he wanted? Turned out, as I was breaking out my 12-pack of buckhorn, rolling up my sleeves and firing up the bigger chainsaw, that he didn't bother with marking trees, just took one of my beers and sat on a rock and started watching like I was free TV. I went to work. I dropped a half-dozen smaller trees that would be in the way of falling the bigger ones later on. I trimmed the letters off them and dragged it out of the way and started cutting them into rollers. All this time Gabe was watching me, looking broody. After a while, I see it's the chainsaw he's actually watching. After a half hour or so, he gets up, pins the other saw with his foot, and starts it with his good hand. "Hey," he tells me, "use this a while. I don't like that one to overheat." Well, this is bullshit. The saw was fine. But I didn't want to lose my stride, so I just put the one down, took the other, and kept going. Gabe took another one of my beers, sat down on a madrona I'd cut, and started watching that saw. After a while, I stopped for a rest. "Mind if I switch back to the big one now, Gabe?" I asked him. "It goes faster." Sullen, like it hurt his mouth to ask it, Gabe said, "Seem to you like either one of them pulls?" "Pulls? Left or right?" "Left or right," he shouts. I'm surprised how suddenly worked up he was. "Up or down. Pulls any direction." I waited a minute. "Why, no, Gabe," I said very calmly. "I've got to say I haven't felt either one of these saws pull particularly in any direction at all whatsoever." He just grunted, but I could have sworn he looked relieved. I went back to work with the bigger saw, and he didn't mention overheating anymore. Gabe watched and drank my beer. I had figured a 12-pack would last me till lunch, but the cheap bastard drank 3 of my beers, and by 11 I'd run dry. I made a big deal about emptying the last can, but hints are wasted on any Tuggs. Just then, from up at the house, came the sound of someone firing up a car, and I said to Gabe, "Is that Walter? Going out? Could you get him to bring back another 12-pack? "Walter's not here. That's Grant. He won't be back till late. He's going to get his cast changed." "Well, have you got any beers in the house, Gabe? It's getting kind of thirsty out, and it looks like I've just run dry." Good old Gabe just shrugged. "Fuck if I know," he said cheerfully. I went back to falling some more trees. I decided at noon I'd drive out for another 12er, and this one I was going to lock in my cab and take out can by can so that even a Tuggs would get the point. And then the strangest thing happened that I've ever had happen with a chainsaw, and I mean including the time I lost this joint of my finger here, right? I'd started on this little oak, you see. It had 2 main branchings that pushed out at its neighbors so as to give it a tricky kind of torque, but it had a definite lean out over the draw bottom that should control its fall. Well, what happened
was that when I touched the saw to begin the undercut, the saw had an incredible power surge and ripped clear through the trunk with one backhanded stroke. Now, this can't happen. Certainly not on an undercut like that. The shift and pinch of the trunk as its support gets cut through would trap the biggest saw just like that. You have to get the weight of the tree hanging with the undercuts, but then you cut through the back of this stress and the tree snaps forward off the saw. It's the only way to do it. Except it did happen. Can you picture the kind of acceleration I'm talking about? The blade just roared straight through the tree. I'd still swear that kind of power just physically was not in that saw. It sliced the trunk at a crazy angle, and the tree pitches down, flips off the hang-up of one of its boughs on the next tree, and twists sideways as it whops down the rest of the way, bang square on the tree that Gabe was perched on. Gabe had lots of fast in him, like all the Tuggs. He'd just jumped off when the oak came down and clamped him face down across the madrona, chest and right arm pinned, head and left arm poking out on the other side. And as if things weren't strange already, the impact itself was strange. The oak fell on one of its two branchings, which snapped off but didn't break off, and acted like a kind of hinge, letting the oak down just enough to pinch Gabe solid, but also giving just enough support so that no more than 2 or 3 of his ribs were cracked at most. When his head cleared and his eyes focused again, he started to swear something terrible. "God damn, Gabe," I told him. "You weren't just woofing when you asked about it pulling. Did you see how this thing yawed on me?" Gabe kept on swearing, and it sounded weird because what he was saying was so fierce, and yet his voice was almost quiet at the same time because it hurt him too much to fill his lungs and roar. I was really sorry a thing like this had happened to a guy like Gabe, with me involved in its happening. Of course, he himself had seemed to suspect his chainsaws were acting up, but he was the kind of guy that if you broke a couple of his ribs, he was going to hold it against you no matter what. He'd just spent too many of his years running elephant tranquilizers and crystal meth with other crazy bikers, and doing them, to have much sense of the fine point of a case left in him. I studied how to cut him free. "Look here, Gabe," I told him. "A lot of the weight's from this other side branch here. I'll lop it off and maybe the oak will rise off you some." "Cut me the fuck out of here, you fucking clown!" "Ow!" Gabe said. He'd shouted too loud. I laid the blade to that side branch, and the saw sank through it smooth and normal as you please. A good 300 pounds weight dropped free. But goddamn if that oak didn't lift at all. By some freak twist in it, the trunk actually seemed to press a shade harder on poor Gabe. "Well, at least this saw is behaving okay now, Gabe," I told him. "I guess I'll try cutting that branch above you, and maybe then I'll be able to—" "Get this thing off me," Gabe screeched, and then had to groan. It hurt so much to do it. The branch wasn't a main one, but was hefty, and I might be able to push up the oak with it off and just lift it enough for Gabe to pull himself out. His head stuck out just below and to one side of the branch, so I got on its opposite side and reached the blade up. "Keep your eyes shut," I advised him, "because this sawdust is going to be coming down around your head." Gabe just groaned again and ground his teeth. I gunned the saw and set it to the branch. Right there, right then, things started to go bad in a big way. It was like when I touched the saw to that branch, a kind of nightmare started and kept on getting worse and worse until, well, I'm going to describe it all to you in just the order it happened in. I touched the saw to the bow, right? It sinks maybe halfway in, lulling me, getting me off guard. And then it has another one of those unreal power surges. It whips through the rest of the branch in a second. I can't unsqueeze the trigger. I can't let go the grip. Zip! Through the bow and on down. Chunk! Zoom! Clean through poor Gabe Tuggs's neck. That saw moved so fast that Gabe's head and the bow hit the ground at just about the same second.
and I just had time to free my hands and pull back before the branch hit my arms, and it did hit the chainsaw right where I dropped it and smashed it dead. I stood cursing, but I was in kind of a trance, too. I walked around the trees, and on the other side of them I walked up and down, helpless, shaking my head and swearing. I was using my voice to drown out the awful noise of Gabe's bleeding on the other side of that tree sandwich. From this side, he might just be some guy peacefully bent over a fence or something that you were seeing from behind, except for that oak tree on him, of course. But I could still see in my mind the horrible way he was cut off short on the other side. I made myself stand still. I took a deep breath and blew it out. "Brother," I told myself out loud, "this is the worst luck you've ever had in a long and distinguished career of bad luck. And you better get a grip on yourself, because now you have really got your ass in a crack." I never talked to myself out loud like that, and the fact that I was doing it just shows how blown away my mind was. But somehow it helped me, and so I went on. "You're going to have to hide poor Gabe. Bury him. Because there's no way Walter or Grunt Tuggs is going to accept a reasonable explanation of how this tragic mishap happened. So you're going to have to come in tomorrow and tell them that after Grunt left for the hospital, Gabe took off somewhere and still hadn't showed up before you left with your wood." I sounded reasonable to myself, and it got me moving. I went back around the trees, but I was still like in shock. All I could do for a while was stare at those remains and the horrible mess of blood they had sprayed on the ground and a lot of the wood. And then when I made myself move again, all I could think of to do was pick up poor Gabe's head by the ponytail and hide it in a manzanita bush. Pretty ridiculous with the whole rest of him still clamped between those trees. The oak lay longwise on the madrona, almost aligned to it. To keep from binding the saw or from mangling the body any worse, the neatest way to cut him out would be to chop that oak to rollers from its crown, the nearest end. "All right, then," I told myself, "chop it to rollers, pull him free and bury him, and use the shovel to bury the blood, too. Then get the bloody rollers on the flatbed first, cover them with the clean ones you'll have just cut, and get the hell out of here before Grunt or Walter comes back." I felt encouraged. I was still making sense. Down the draw a little way was the mouth of a ravine that Grunt Tuggs had shoved the dirt piles into when he graded them off for Uncle. The loose heap spilled right out into the draw and should be easy to bury Gabe in. My mind felt like it was clicking again. I fired up the smaller saw and set to the crown of that oak, dropping it roller by roller. This saw hadn't acted up yet, but you can bet I kept it well away from me while I worked. I don't want you to think that all through this I wasn't feeling some personal regret for Gabe as a man. No matter what kind of scumbug a person might be, they have some human characteristics too, usually, and you should try to come up with these and give them their due when they pass on. So I tried to remember Gabe's high points while I worked, though I'd never stayed in touch with him. I remember while I was still in the service hearing how him and Walter had got together as septic tank contractors. They and two guys they subbed part of their work to apparently had a knack for getting things out of the houses they worked at. Then there was a divorced lady and her daughters had a big place in the hills where these boys were setting a tank for an extra wing she was adding. Maybe the lady was too trusting, too sociable, but Gabe and the boys, who had some bottles on hand, let the day turn into a kind of wild party, and all four got sent up for rape forcible and rape statutory and breaking and entering and some other things. And from what I heard afterward here and there, both Walter and Gabe used every opportunity to work on their rape techniques while they were in the joint. Well, after that, I seem to remember they all got out of the joint within a year of each other. Grunt was already up country in another state for a second-degree murder, and got together on something. Yes, that would be the garage they leased near Courthouse Square in Healdsburg. Now, there was an example. Gabe wasn't charged with anything on that one, though there were some Mexican car clubbers got shot outside of town by someone, and Grunt did go up again for receiving stolen goods. On the other hand, you couldn't really give Gabe too much credit for that, because everyone knew he would have gone up too if they'd been able to get enough evidence on him. Anyway, after that, Gabe and Walter were running crank down around L.A. I knew that from Billy Vale, who'd met Gabe while he was in jail for it and went in with him a while when Gabe went back to it after he got out. It began to sink into me how much the brothers tended to stay together in spite of their various adventures. Would they really buy my story that Gabe had just taken off? And wouldn't I have to get rid of his chopper to make them believe it even for a little while? Could I ramp it up onto my stake bed and cover it with rollers? It made me feel a little panicky. Christ, could I get all this done in time? I raised my saw to start a new cut, and from up near the house I heard the roar of a car pull in. Oh, perfect. Oh, fine. That had to be Walter. I was so stupefied by this new bad luck, I just kept cutting. I dropped a roller, started another one. I heard Walter's motor cut off, his car door bang shut, then a house door bang. I just kept cutting. 3. It was like one of those nightmares where you're supposed to be hiding from these people, but your cover is just too thin, and all the time you're really blatant, and somehow they keep on not seeing you, but at any second they just have to see you. I just kept standing there, cutting my way toward poor Gabe and the big red splotch on the ground in front of him. Up at the house, another door banged. Over the saw, in a pause between cuts, I could just make out the sound of someone sifting through tools near one of the sheds. I was maybe 5 cuts from springing Gabe's trunk. Would my luck hold? After I hit him, I'd still have to get a shovel to cover the blood. I heard an engine fire up in the yard. It wasn't Walter's car, it was Shriller. And then Walter howled, and I heard him screeching and swearing. It wouldn't be natural for me to ignore that noise. He'd expect me to come running up there and to see what happened. For a minute, though, it was impossible for me to move. Every ounce of me was so unwilling to leave the body so obvious like that for anyone to see who came to the edge of the yard. But at last I made myself trot on up to the yard, the chainsaw idling in my hand. There was Walter, standing by a rusty, stripped-down V8 engine Uncle had left sitting on a block of wood in the grass. One of his hands was bloody. Walter was clutching it and cursing a blue streak, and damned if the fan blades on that derelict weren't still spinning. What the hell happened, Walter? Walter was a lot bigger than Gabe, almost as big as Grunt, but he didn't wear his hair like his older and younger brothers did. His was dewed hair, and his face was shaved, which let you see all the dings and chunks taken out of it. Right now, Walter Tuggs looked amazed. I was taking the fucking distributor cap. The fucking engine fired up. Jesus, Walter, that is bizarre. Walter looked at me. The whites were showing all the way around his mean little gray eyes. Between each word he said, his jaw kind of sagged like it wanted to hang. Bizarre? He said. Bizarre? What the fuck do you mean, bizarre? I mean strange, Walter. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's strange. Strange? Strange? You fucking A straight, it's strange. That sucker's amputated. There's no gas. What could I say? He was right. That fan had mauled a lot of skin off his knuckles, but it was that kind of thing that is so surprising that it blots out pain for a while. I still didn't like to see Walter Tuggs bleeding like that. In just pure disposition, you'd have to say he was the meanest of the brothers. True, he did skunkweed and reds to such an extent that a lot of the time he seemed more amazed than mean. But he had a way of getting confused, and if he stayed confused about any one thing long enough, then he turned mean. Luckily, his memory was so short he usually forgot what was confusing him pretty quick. But bleeding like he was likely to keep the confusing fact that a dead engine had mauled him on Walter's mind.
But he didn't get steamed up. No, Walter surprised me. He looked at that V8 and said fairly quietly, "So fuck your fucking distributor. Be that way. I'll just go trim the fucking dope." Then he just turned and walked toward the tool shed. It was the oddest thing, like he had some running argument with that motor or with something in it. An argument he was so involved in he didn't even notice he'd copped to their dope crop right in front of me. I figured I should keep an eye on Walter for a few minutes to see that he settled into something. I killed off the saw and set it down and went to the shed where he was tying a rag around his hand and got out a double-bitted axe. "I'm going to do some of your splits now, Walter. Then I'm going to haul a load of rollers out of the draw for myself." He just shrugged. I went over to the rollers piled by the back porch near the splitter, which, the way things were going, there was no way I was going to use, and started setting them on end and splitting them. I warmed up to the axe work, and my mind started moving again. How big would their dope be? 2 months old, dating from the day they moved in. There'd be some spraying as well as trimming to do, and all those downers made Walter a slow worker. He'd be at it an hour. If I could just get back down to the draw for another 20 minutes, I could spring Gabe and hide him and the worst of the blood. Then I could settle to clean up in more detail, because then, even if Walter did come to the edge of the yard, he'd miss anything that didn't outright kick him in the face. So I kept splitting. I've always liked splitting madrona. It's so red the cross cuts look like steaks. It's crisp and kind of waxy and splits clean with one good stroke. Whack, plop. Whack, plop. Whack, plop. The splitters fell apart rosy and mellow in the sunlight. I was just starting to feel I might get out of this mess if I stayed cool. Meanwhile, Walter had found a pair of hand shears in the shed and was working them to get the rustiness out of them. He worked them and worked them, already looking like his usual vacant self again. Eee. 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 In the noon quiet and the fine sunshine, the two of us made a funny, peaceful kind of music. Whack, plop. Eee. Whack, plop. Eee. An inspiration came to Walter. He rummaged in the shed again and got a spray can of liquid wrench. Holding this, he wandered toward the barn, spraying the shears and still working them as he went. Eee. Eee. And right there, just as he got to the barn door, Walter had one of the strangest accidents I've ever seen. Not worst, but strangest, and coming from me, that ought to mean something. Maybe the shears were slippery from the liquid wrench, but as he worked them faster, they suddenly snapped open so hard they flipped out of his grip, spun end over end straight down, and sank one blade all the way through Walter's shoe and foot, and it must have been another inch on into the ground. For a minute, Walter froze. He stood and gaped at his foot like it had betrayed him. Then he hoisted the foot, shears and all, off the ground and started hopping around on his other foot and roaring. He roared some things there's no need to repeat, things and combinations of things that I'd never even thought of. The kind of things I guess you need a pair of shears through your foot to help you think up. I ran over to him. "Sit down, Walter, against the barn here." Blank, 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 blank. Hey, that's it. Scoot back this way a little more. Lean back on the wall here. That's it. Blank, 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 blank. "Hold that knee straight now. Lock it," I told him. I planted one of my feet against his toes to hold his foot rigid, and then I hauled the shears out of him. He slammed the barn wall with his head, cracking one of the planks. When his eyes had cleared a little, he said, "In the kitchen. Counter. Jack Daniels." "Good idea," I told him. "Get your shoe off and we can pour some in the hole." "Fuck the hole," Walter screeched. "I'm going to drink it." Just the same, he started working on his laces, and I hurried through the back door into the kitchen, and when I got to that J.D. bottle, I took some of Walter's advice and had a long pull off it. I found a sixer of buckhorn in their icebox and had one of them and half another as a chaser. I watched poor Walter from the window, loosening his shoelaces gingerly like they were snakes that might bite him. I took another pull, finished my beer, and cracked another. Can you believe a day like this? I asked myself.
I felt like I was a stranger I had to give advice to and couldn't think of what to tell him. "They talk about accident-prone?" I asked. "Those aren't just empty words. It seems like every tool or gadget on this place has it in for these boys." Just then, the coldest kind of a shudder went straight through me. Up from the floor I stood on and right out through my scalp, and it was like Uncle Tuggs was standing right there with me. I mean, I was still looking out the window, seeing Walter ease his shoe off and get some reds out of his vest pocket and swallow them. But what I was really seeing was Uncle Tuggs's face. I was feeling him in my guts. The smell of his dirty kitchen was the smell of Uncle himself in my nostrils. And he had this particular look on his face that I'd seen there again and again over the years. And it hit me now that it was that look that somehow summed up old Uncle Tuggs, got right at the gist of him. It was the look he'd have when he'd just fixed some immediate problem on whatever car I had at the time. "Well, that takes care of that," he'd say, "but before long that X or Y of yours is going to go, and then you might as well just shit-can the whole rig." And we'd stand there, both of us knowing he was right, and both knowing I'd never have the money to fix that X or Y. And his oily black eyes would be laughing in just this particular way. And now I could feel the meaning in that look like never before. The deep inside Uncle gloated more over knowing how things broke than knowing how to fix them. It was truly scary. I could see Cherry, too, in a manner of speaking. I mean, with that same feel of the smell and rub of her. A little honey, about my age, ex-flower child, with the kind of advantages on her that back in high school it would have blown every zit on my face to get my hands on. But her eyes were missing. Right at the centers, they were dead and gone, so that you couldn't picture them. It really went through me. Uncle's other honeys? What about them? Could I remember their eyes? Walter was bellowing for me. As I took him out the whiskey and beer, I told myself, "Calm down now. Just stay cool. This is actually good luck. He won't go wandering around now and look in the drawer." Walter got out some more reds and washed them down with the J.D. Then he drank a beer at one breath. He settled back against the barn and gave me a serious look. "This place, man," he told me, "is trying to ambush me. This whole fucking place." He looked off into space, nodding a sort of just-you-wait nod. He chugged more J.D. and brooded over his thoughts. Old Walter's thoughts, few though they might be, could often occupy him for hours at a time. Things were looking up. I'd work here just until I saw his reds kick in, then get down into the draw and clean up. "Listen, Walter," I told him, "you want to ride to the hospital? Because I'll take you down in my truck as soon as I make up a load. I'll split a few more here, and then I'll go down and make up the load." Walter nodded. He looked vague already. I went back to splitting. This shouldn't take long. Whack, plop. Then I'd come back here from the hospital after dropping him off. Whack, plop. Get Gabe's keys and just drive his chopper off the place. Whack, plop. Hide it somewhere nearby and run back. Whonk! It was just the axe handle that I hit that one with, and it made my elbows pop. The head had flown off the handle slick as snot. It whistled, it spun so straight. It sank its whole length into the center of Walter Tuggs' chest. He'd been sitting with one hand laid sort of loose across his chest, and so two of his fingers got clipped off just as neat as you could imagine and rolled down onto his lap. Walter's eyes and mouth came wide open. He sat up, and then fell back, stone dead. 4. It seemed like I'd never move again. Like the sun would set, the moon would rise, Grunt would come home and call the sheriff, and I'd just be standing there through it all, that axe handle in my hands, poor Walter in front of me, and poor old Gabe down in the draw, sandwiched between two trees with his head behind a manzanita bush. Except, of course, Grunt would just blow me away himself and bury me down in the draw. He'd make no bones about that kind of thing. And it seemed like I did stand there forever and without a single idea in my head how to save myself. And then, Straight out of that, like trance, I started to move, to clean things up. And it was bizarre how smoothly I started doing everything. How suddenly I was moving and wasn't wasting a move. I tossed the axe handle in the tool shed, dragged out a piece of carpet Uncle had used to lie under cars on, took it over to Walter, tucked his 2 fingers into his vest pocket with his reds, and laid him on the carpet. It was amazing how little he bled. I guess because his heart had stopped pumping in a split second. I dragged him over to the road. Big though he was, it still seemed impossible one man could be so heavy. I dragged him down the road into the draw. I ran back up, got the J.D. and cans of beer, drained them all, and threw them on a trash heap with a lot of others of their kind. I got the chainsaw and a pick and shovel and ran down into the draw with them. I set them down near Gabe, grabbed Walter's rug again, dragged it as far as the manzanita, got poor Gabe's head by the ponytail and put it on Walter's lap, and dragged both of them still deeper into the draw. Near where that slide was, where Grunt had dozed a gully full with Uncle's old dirt piles, was a clump of bushes, and I hid Walter and Gabe's head behind it. I ran back up the draw with the carpet, laid it near Gabe's feet, fired the chainsaw back up, and started to get the rest of the oak off him. I couldn't progress so fast in this part of the work. I forced myself to make 20-inch cuts because I'd need lots of clean rollers to hide the bloody wood in the truck. But I had to clench my teeth to keep from bellowing out the fear that was in me now. It was like being trapped in a film that had slowed down. All the shadows in the draw looked darker and cooler, and I overdrove the chainsaw to keep from hearing this bizarre, thick quiet that was welling like a flood out of the ground, like it might fill the draw and close over my head and snuff out even the chainsaw's noise like a candle flame. Crazy? I was crazy. I kept seeing Uncle. With Grunt, and after him the law to be afraid of, and all the tricky moves I had to plan, it was that old goat that kept pushing himself into my mind. Just like a goat, too. The way one might push its clammy muzzle against your hand, wanting something from you. It was a cold, sweaty nudge, his face shoved against my mind with a scary skin-rub feeling. And it was those months the brothers had their garage scam going that I especially remembered him from. There was that same gloating smile, but watching his nephews this time. It was only his donating some talent, dropping around to help every few days, that kept any straight customers coming after the first month or so. And he hadn't had any part in the boys' cheats. No, what he was there to do showed in that smile if you really saw it. To enjoy the spectacle of the boys at their losers' racket. He knew that if some housewife stopped in with a nice new car, she'd drive it off with a big bill and with her carburetor and battery and what all replaced by used junk. He knew about their rip-off contracts with those cholos that eventually got shot. He was hanging around for the show, giving the boys set up a shove now and then to keep it rolling, just like he'd give an engine that finicky, kind of disdainful jab with a screwdriver or poke with a wrench. That was how Uncle had fun. People always assumed it was by tinkering things to life, but actually it was by keeping things going so that he could watch them dying longer. I dropped the piece that had Gabe pinned. He sagged down to his knees and flopped back on the carpet. Even so tragically shortened, Gabe was like an oak stump to pull, but now I felt like the film was speeded back up and I could move ahead of my feelings again. I left Gabe behind the bushes with his head and Walter. I ran back and grabbed the shovel. I started scooping sand from where it was thick on the draw bottom and slinging it over the drag marks and the blood splotches and salting it over the bloody rollers. They looked crusty, but it killed the color. I tossed the smashed saw on the truck bed and started tossing those rollers on after it. Big, sugary clots of sand drizzled off that raw meat madrona as it bounced on the bed, and in that late light it all looked like a nightmare you might have after gorging yourself on rare roast beef and jelly donuts. I had to rest before starting to throw the clean rollers on to cover the mess. I looked up and was completely stunned. The sun was setting. Just one red half of it was left, all webbed over by the black branches of oak trees. I jumped. I spun, I made those rollers rise and fly into the truck, but as fast as I could move wasn't half fast enough. The fear was truly big in me now. And still not of Grunt or the law, but of Uncle. Like he could somehow catch up with me, grab me, and stop me dead in the middle of this awful work of mine. When the clean wood I'd cut was loaded, it wasn't enough to cover the mess, so I started lopping off some more. The first roller I dropped, the sun went with it. The sky was still light, but now all the shadows ran together in the draw. I gritted my teeth and kept cutting, and remembered Uncle's eyes. His eyes, as he'd been telling you where he'd like to stick his tongue and his fingers in some woman passing by just then. His little lemon-sucking smile as he told you about it, as he rubbed the balls of his mind against your ears, tinkering with your mind just as he tinkered with his nephew's customers' cars, smiling as he watched the boys, so blatant and so dumb, hassle, cheat, steal, and strong-arm their way back to jail. His eyes as he sat in his van, fingering the back of Cherry's neck as they drove by, tinkering with her nerves as he steered. And her eyes while he did it, looking empty and dismantled, like clocks with their hands stripped off. I stopped cutting. I didn't really have enough, but to hell with it. I wasn't going to be able to make myself stay down here much longer. I killed the saw, loaded my cuts, and set in and bolted my truck's tailgate. I stood there in the quiet that had closed right back in like a pool, and in the shadows that now were also like a pool that I was sunk in way over my head, with my feet turned to lead. I didn't want to go down that draw to do my last piece of work. They lay there waiting for me to take hold of them and wrestle them into the dirt, and I had to say something to hold their silence off at arm's length. "Okay," I said, "there you boys lie. And I've got to bury you now and get out of here fast. And first I'm going to have to get your scooter's key out of your pocket, Gabe. I really hate doing this. But you know, deep down, that all this was a tragic mishap. I mean, if you know anything, you know that it's something Uncle... I knew as I said it that I shouldn't say his name, and no sooner did I say it than he was there, standing right behind me. My heart nearly sneezed a piston. I screeched and jumped and spun around and saw the drawer was empty. No one was there but me, my stake bed, and that busted John Deere. I stood down in that lagoon of shadows, my heart still thudding back into place, and listened to the cricket noise start nibbling at the edges of all that cold, creaky quiet. I shook myself. I took up the pick and shovel and ran down to where the boys were hidden. It was eerie getting Gabe's key out of his pocket with his face staring at me from off to one side where it sat on Walter's lap, but I got it and stood up. I felt wired to work again, felt like with just a little more hustle I might still get my ass out of here alive. I grabbed the pick and swung it against that dirt slide. Burying them in that slide was one of those ideas that looks good at a fast glance, but the minute you start doing it, you can see why it stinks. The loose dirt kept pouring onto what I dug out, as any idiot would expect from a slide. I swung the pick like a propeller, stabbed out dirt by the bushel with that shovel, ground my teeth and grunted and sweated, and all I was doing was dragging that whole pile farther and farther out onto the draw bottom. So I tried to put less back in it, ease the dirt out till I'd opened just enough of a notch in the slope to hide the boys in. I couldn't do it. The least little bit I moved them, the pick and shovel seemed to jump with it. They yanked my shoulders sore trying to hold back their lunges at the slide. I was staggering, swearing, and losing every single stroke of the battle. It was like fighting the buck of a power tool, and these were just dead wood and steel. Finally, I flung that shovel down, kicked it, cursed it, and stomped on it. I stood there trying to catch my breath, and right then up by the house I heard a car's engine cut off and its door open. 5. I was petrified. I'd totally missed any sound it had made coming in. I stopped breathing to listen. I heard the door thunk shut, and heavy,
limping steps moved toward the house. I breathed again. Let Grunt get inside the house. Let him get inside and shut the door, I told myself. Then sling a pile on the boys just where they lie, enough to keep the flies off. Then fire up the truck and drive the hell out of here. If Grunt comes out to ask, idle just long enough to say Walt and Gabe went off with someone who came by around noon. You were in the draw, didn't see them, just heard a car and some conversation you couldn't make out. Then Gabe came to the edge of the draw and said if he and Walter didn't get back here before dark, just to take your wood on out. So that's what you were doing. All this came to me in the space of a half-dozen of those steps I heard moving toward the house. That just showed how wound tight I was. I was so deep in shit, I couldn't feel the new waves hit me anymore. Just rolled with them. The steps got hollow, climbing and crossing the back porch. 4, 3, 2 more, and he'd reached the back door. That was when, right in front of me, the pick jumped off the ground, twirled in the air, and chunk, started chopping at the slide all by itself, while the shovel came up on its nose, twirled and chunk, stabbed into the dirt beside the pick. The click and rasp and clank of them rose so biting clear above the cricket noise, such an age-old, unmistakable sound, it seemed you could hear it clear to Healdsburg. Up on the porch, the footsteps stopped. There was a long pause while those tools worked and nothing else moved anywhere on old Uncle's acres. Then came the footsteps again. Creak-thock, creak-thock, heading back off the porch and down the steps they had just climbed. I still wasn't moving. I was with those god-awful tools, you see, not 3 yards from where they hung in midair, tearing that slide apart. The terrible magic moving them was like a thickness in the air around them, and it held me fast like a bug in jelly. Not that I didn't finally understand what was happening on this place. I saw it now. I got the gist of it, and I realized that pick and shovel weren't going to bother turning on me because they had their own row to hoe, but I couldn't move anyway. My legs just wouldn't thaw out. I watched them hack and chew, all alone in the shadowy air, and I listened to Grunt's steps coming back. He stopped. The car's trunk popped open. Something clanked slightly. The trunk was shut and the steps came on. It was dark in the draw now, but straight overhead where I looked like a drowning man might. The sky was still blue and the first star had just showed in it. There was a little piece of my mind like that star up there apart from me looking down on the mess I was in, and it told me that when Grunt had paused up on the porch there, that pause had lasted too long. Too long for him just to be identifying what this noise was. This noise meant something particular to old Grunt. Though his steps were nearer now, they were quieter. The little grinding noises of his 280 pounds gimping across the grass to the draw. The tools had that dirt pouring down like winter runoff onto the draw bottom. Right then, as I was watching, like an island in a stream, a corner of black metal poked out of that runoff. I moved then. I got my feet unrooted, and after that it was easy. I felt so light and small compared to the power that hummed through those tools. I was quick and quiet as a fish in that pool of darkness. I slipped up the opposite slope and behind some oaks. I didn't want to stay even that near to what those tools were uncovering, but there came Grunt Tuggs, limping down the road cut, a 12-gauge pump riot in his right hand, which made that shotgun look no bigger than a breadstick. Dear Christ, old Grunt was big. Barrel-gutted though beer had made him, his shoulders still made his belly look small. He was balding on top, so his ponytail started from a kind of equator around the back of his head. His face had that full moon look, puffy with little slitty, crafty, mean eyes, like a samurai gone to seed on bad sake. He stopped at the foot of the road cut and leaned against the John Deere, hoisting the leg with the cast on it so he could dangle and rest it a minute. That cast was so clean and new and white, and the bulk of Grunt was so oily dark, bristly, and mean, that it was a little comical looking somehow, like a party hat on a grizzly.
From where he was, he couldn't see the tools past those bushes down the draw, but he knew my truck, and he bellowed out my name. The pick and shovel paused, like a man would do that was startled. It made a shiver go right through me. Then they started digging again. They made the dirt river down wider and wider off that black island. It was the tail end of a black van tilted almost upside down in its grave. If it hadn't been for that shotgun, I would have run. Grunt called out again. His voice was like a grater blade breaking dirt. "Step out where I can see you, sucker, or I'm gonna cut your ass in half. Willie? You hear me? Stop digging and step out." When the tools didn't stop, he started walking down the draw, his moon face bright in the dark. His eyes creased almost shut with his anger. And not just anger, maybe a touch of worry, too. Yes, a touch of something I'd never seen on the face of Grunt Tuggs before. And then he stopped and stared, seeing what made the noise he'd thought was me. His head came back and his mouth opened a little. A shudder went through him as he watched the dirt trickling off the old black chassis lying wheels up. Then his hands remembered the shotgun. He shook his head and heaved his shoulders like throwing off weight. "All right, then, old man," he shouted. His voice was sharp with a touch of a wild laugh in it. "Okay, if that's how you want it. I've still got plenty of shells, plenty left, so whatever it takes." And he pumped off a wad of double-aught that slammed spang against that shovel's head and set it twirling like a ballerina on its toe. But just like a dancer, it stayed balanced and spun to a sudden stop. It tipped back once for some thrust and launched itself end over end through the air. That shovel-head swatted Grunt a smack upside the ear that rang like a church bell, and that I know you could hear down in Healdsburg. Meanwhile, the pick had swung up like a pendulum and clouded Grunt's head sideways, clubwise, knocking it halfway back to where the shovel had smacked it from, and dropping him on the ground. Grant got up on one elbow, shaking his head. The John Deere fired up. It roared alive. Its lights came on. It clanked into gear and came chugging and grunting like a giant pig down-draw toward Grunt Tuggs. The pick and shovel went back to working faster than ever. They looked like two pairs now, with their long shadows in the headlights. And in those lights I could see Grunt, still blinking the glaze from his eyes, staring at that old black van that the dirt twisted and snaked off of like something alive. That van that no one had seen for 5 months, along with Uncle and Cherry and Ralph, and all of them together last seen alive by Grunt Tuggs himself. Grunt pushed his chest up off the ground, but still couldn't get the rest of his body moving before the John Deere had reached him. His legs lay dead as cordwood as the John Deere stopped and set the bottom teeth of its skip loader against the dirt a foot from Grunt. My throat was bulging up toward my mouth like I was going to puke my heart out. Every square inch of me wanted out of that draw, but I had no more muscle to move than a shadow does. The grader grunted, bit down, chewed loose the plug of gravel Grunt lay on, and hoisted him, its jaw drooling pebbles that drizzled down like hungry spit. The handle of the van's rear door twitched downward once, then again, and again, and again, and popped the gritty door catch free. The door shoved open with a noise like broken teeth grinding. Ralph stuck his muzzle out into the headlight beams. Those beams showed all the detail of him, the fur clumps dangling from gluey black skin. You could see through the gaps in his snout to the honeycombed bone of him, see the maggots wrestling and crowding and twisting their little tails in there like thousands of tiny flames. Ralph jumped down from the van. His tail, all busy with worms, wagged a little, like he was pleased to see old Grunt. As the dog trotted to him, you could see his left shoulder had a big, frayed blast hole blown out of it. Splintered shoulder bone showed like chalk in the moldy muscle. The John Deere lowered Grunt like a waiter bowing. He was struggling, his shotgun to his shoulder, but when the scoop banged down, he rolled out, and as he came face up, Ralph set his huge paws on his chest, jawed him by the throat, and clamped his head down hard as iron to the gravel. That was when Uncle came out, and that was when I ran. True enough, I looked before I ran. I saw him plain enough, or most of him. How he had a blast hole on the left side of his chest, and how the headlights made it look black as a moon crater in the crumbly white cheese of his skin. How he had a pipe wrench in one hand and a pair of bolt cutters in the other, and how his lizard-skinned fingers had a grip on them like roots on earth. But it was his eyes I didn't want to see. We both knew I was there, I understood that, but I just didn't want to make a personal point of it, eye to eye. So I ran. I was still slick as a shadow. I was scared hollow and light as air. I cut across that slope to the head of the draw as Grunt's bellowing started. I fired up my truck and gunned up the road cut, jouncing, flinging rollers high and wide. I rocketed through Uncle Tuggs's yard, made the highway, and took off for help. I thought I'd never reach it in time. Not before my brain springs started popping out of my ears. But at last I saw that light up ahead. I swung into the lot and jumped out. I ran in and got a 12-pack and a pint of Jack Daniels. Behind the wheel again, breathing a little easier, I took the freeway down to River Road, which I took out to the ocean. I drove slow and worked on the 12-pack and thought about it all. It seemed pretty clear to me, when I added it all up, that Uncle just had no reason to have it in for me, especially when I'd helped him so much. When I got to the coast, I turned south, and I dumped the firewood and the broken saw off of several cliffs along a 10-mile stretch of Highway 1. It was a good $300 worth of firewood. Somehow, after all I'd been put through, having to do that really pissed me off. End of the best from fantasy and science fiction, a 40th anniversary anthology, edited by Edward L. Ferman. Narrated by Fred Major in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, December 1991. For special distribution, as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, St. Martin's Press, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.